as we begin this peaceful journey together into the quiet history of metalworking. Allow yourself to settle deeply into rest, letting the steady, natural rhythm of your breath slow down to match the gentle passage of centuries. If you are watching on a video screen, the soft picture will now slowly fade into complete darkness after this brief opening card, leaving only the tranquil warmth of your room and the calm, steady presence of narration to accompany you into sleep. Tonight, we turn our thoughts back to the very beginning of humanity's long and patient relationship with metal, a narrative not of harsh industrial noise or rapid upheaval, but of quiet curiosity, glowing hearth embers, and the subtle transformation of raw earth into form and beauty. For vast spans of time, early ancestors walked across landscapes sculpted by ancient geological forces, living in close attunement with the natural rhythm of day and night, season and star. Around low nighttime fires, where embers pulsed with a soft and comforting light, human eyes first observed how certain stones responded to heat, altering their color, texture, and density in the dark. Metalworking began not as a sudden invention, but as an unfolding conversation between human hands and the physical environment, born out of quiet observation during long, peaceful evenings under untroubled skies. Long before the first dedicated smelting furnaces were constructed or complex metallurgical techniques were understood, people discovered rare pieces of native metal lying exposed upon riverbeds or tucked into rocky crevices, materials already malleable and bright, requiring only patient pressure to smooth into useful tools or revered ornaments. This gentle art, developing slowly across countless generations, marked the beginning of a profound transition. As early communities began to realize that the substance of the earth held quiet, enduring secrets waiting to be understood through patience, observation, and time. In this early world, every mountain, river valley, and exposed rock face was a silent reservoir of material waiting to be discovered. And every fire held the potential to reveal new properties in the minerals gathered from the surrounding hills. Among all the elements that would one day define the material progress of human history, iron holds a truly unique place. For its very first appearance in human hands came not from deep within terrestrial mountains, but from the silent, boundless depths of the cosmos, long before smelters extracted iron from terrestrial ore. Anatolian artisans around 2500 BCE smoothed ceremonial tools forged from nickel-rich meteorites, displaying delicate, geometric Widmanstädt crystal structures formed by cooling across millions of years in deep space. These extraterrestrial stones, drifting through the quiet void of space for unimaginable epochs, cooled at astonishingly slow rates, often just a fraction of a degree every million years, allowing the iron and nickel atoms to slowly organize themselves into intricate, interlaced crystalline patterns that no earthly furnace could ever replicate. when these celestial travelers eventually fell through the atmosphere to land upon the high, windswept plateaus of ancient Anatolia. They were gathered by early metalworkers who recognized their extraordinary weight, dark metallic luster, and otherworldly origin. Without the need for high-heat smelting furnaces, which lay many centuries in the future, these ancient craftspeople treated the meteoric iron with immense care and reverence, using stone hammers and fine abrasives to gradually shape and polish ceremonial daggers, blades, and sacred ornaments. When the surface of these finished tools was carefully smoothed and etched, the underlying Widmanstedt structures appeared as soft, shimmering geometric grids, crisscrossing like fine woven threads across the cool, polished metal. To those who held them in the ancient world, these objects were tangible links to the night sky, preserving the quiet memory of cosmic time within items created for ritual, beauty, and quiet contemplation. Long before the secrets of extracting iron from common earth were understood, each piece of celestial iron carried within its structure a record of astronomical time, linking the silent expanse of deep space to the quiet, methodical hands of early human craftspeople. While meteoric iron provided a rare and sacred connection to the stars, the daily foundation of early metalworking rested upon native copper and soft, precious metals that lay accessible near the Earth's surface. In regions across the ancient Near East, from the foothills of the Zagros Mountains to the sunlit valleys of Anatolia and the Levant, early artisans discovered nuggets of pure native copper glinting in the gravels of rushing streams or exposed along rocky hillside outcrops. Unlike brittle flint or granite, which shattered under heavy impact, native copper possessed a remarkable malleability, allowing it to be hammered cold into delicate beads, small awls, and simple ornamental shapes. Over centuries of patient practice, craftspeople observed that repeatedly hammering cold metal caused it to become hard and brittle. But gently heating the copper in the warm coals of a wood fire restored its softness once more, relieving internal structural stress through a process we now recognize as thermal annealing. This quiet discovery allowed early workers to alternate between cold shaping and gentle heating, gradually forming larger and more complex objects without causing the metal to fracture. As the generations passed, hearth fires grew slightly hotter, supported by simple clay blowpipes and carefully built stone enclosures designed to retain and concentrate heat. In these glowing chambers, small fragments of bright green malachite and blue azurite ores began to yield to the fire, melting and transforming into small droplets of liquid copper that pooled quietly beneath the embers. This gentle step into smelting was a peaceful milestone, born of keen observation and quiet experimentation, as early craftspeople learned to read the subtle changes in smoke, flame color, and warmth to draw pure, usable metal directly from ordinary stone. Gradually, the art of shaping metal transformed from simple cold hammering into a sophisticated understanding of heat, airflow, and mineral composition. As we look back upon these earliest chapters of human craft, we see how the age of metals began not with loud industrial manufacturing, but with a quiet, patient observation of the natural world. From the celestial iron of meteorites that cooled over millions of years in the deep silence of space, to the soft red copper extracted from riverbed stones and heated over gentle hearth fires, early metalworkers forged a deep connection between human patience and the earth's natural treasures. The knowledge gained in these early millennia established the foundational principles that would gradually give rise to the Bronze Age. As artisans discovered that combining copper with other soft elements like arsenic and tin created alloys of unprecedented strength, beauty, and utility. But for tonight, it is enough to reflect on those distant beginnings. The quiet workshops of Anatolia, the warm glow of ancient embers under starlit skies, and the delicate geometric lines of cosmic iron preserved in polished stone. As the night deepens, let your mind drift peacefully along the slow river of time, resting in the quiet assurance that the story of human craftsmanship is one of patient care, enduring beauty, and gradual understanding. With every breath, feel yourself sinking deeper into comfort and quiet repose, surrounded by the stillness of the night and the timeless rhythm of the ancient world. The stars that once birthed the celestial iron continue their silent dance above, while below, the quiet story of human discovery rests peacefully in the dark. As the quiet centuries drifted past, the early keepers of the hearth fire began to notice subtle, miraculous shifts. When certain colorful stones were gathered together within the ember's warm, golden glow in the gentle, misty foothills of the North Caucasus Mountains around 3500 BCE, metalworkers of the Mycop culture made a remarkable discovery while smelting their local copper ores. By introducing realgar, a soft red mineral rich in arsenic found near their mountain homes, they alloyed copper with up to 4% arsenic to create a silvery bronze that poured smoothly into intricate molds and released a subtle, sweet garlic aroma during warm hammering. This arsenic bronze possessed a new and remarkable strength, retaining its keen edge far better than unalloyed copper, while shining with a soft, lustrous sheen like moonlight resting upon calm river water. In the quiet solitude of those ancient stone workshops, smiths learned to read the breath of their draft channels and observe the changing hues of liquid metal, understanding how even a minor addition of earth could transform a soft red mineral into an enduring material. The gentle, rhythmic tapping of stone hammers against warm, malleable metal filled the cool mountain air each evening, creating a slow and hypnotic cadence that echoed softly against the surrounding granite cliffs and pine-scented slopes. Artisans sat quietly by the glowing stone hearths, watching as the molten stream flowed like liquid sunlight into carved soapstone matrices, cooling into clean, smooth forms. Through patient observation over generations, these early artisans laid the quiet foundations of metallurgy, realizing that nature held hidden harmonies waiting to be unlocked. When different elements were melted into a single liquid pool, as twilight settled over the Caucasus valleys, the low, steady embers of the furnaces flickered like distant stars in the darkening sky, signaling an era when fire became not only a source of warmth and light, but a silent instrument of human patience, artistic transformation, and deep peace. Across the vast expanses of ancient Europe and Asia, the understanding of copper and its partner minerals expanded with the calm, measured pace of a broad river flowing through a peaceful valley. Trade paths stretched gently across rolling hills, through dense oak forests, and along clear waterways where travelers carried small bronze ingots, raw ores, and shared wisdom from one settlement to the next. The movement of metal fostered a deep and quiet interconnectedness among widely separated communities, as craftspeople gradually recognized that creating the finest, most resilient alloys required minerals gathered from lands far beyond their immediate horizons. Along the serene banks, where willow branches touched the water, itinerant smiths set up temporary hearths, offering finished axes, pins, and delicate ornaments in exchange for local grains, soft wool, and peaceful hospitality. The subtle secrets of the forge, how to balance charcoal fuel with airflow, how to temper hot metal without making it brittle, and how to carve clean clay molds were shared through quiet storytelling and hands-on guidance, remembered like a gentle lullaby passed down through generations. As bronze tools became a familiar part of daily life, they eased the physical burden of clearing fields, carving timber, and building sturdy shelters, allowing village communities to settle into a steady, contented rhythm of living, and giving families more time to rest and gather during long, calm summer twilights. The warmth of the forge remained the heart of every settlement, a welcoming sanctuary where travelers shared news from distant shores. Elders recounted stories of ancient mountain journeys, and young apprentices watched with quiet fascination as raw stone yielded to the gentle persuasion of heat and skill. The cooling bronze gave off a soft, soothing warmth in the darkening workshops, filling the air with the earthy scents of clay, wood charcoal, and pine resin. In this way, the quiet development of metallurgy brought people together in mutual support, creating lasting bonds of trade and friendship across vast distances. As the centuries deepened into the Middle Bronze Age, metalworking achieved an extraordinary level of technical mastery and cosmic elegance that reflected humanity's quiet, contemplative relationship with the night sky. Near the quiet, forested crest of Middelburg, near Nebra, in present-day Germany, around 1600 BCE, metalworkers fashioned a dark blue-green bronze disc inlaid with gold leaf stars. sourcing copper from the Austrian Alps and gold, carried over 1,000 kilometers from the Carnon River in Cornwall. This remarkable object, measuring just over 30 centimeters across, served as both a breathtaking work of sacred art and a peaceful astronomical calendar, capturing the celestial positions of the moon, the sun, and the Pleiades constellation to help local agricultural communities align their planting and harvesting with the natural turning of the year. To bring such an artifact into being required an astonishing web of peaceful long-distance trade and specialized craftsmanship. Alpine miners labored in high, quiet mountain passes to extract rich copper, while Cornish prospectors gently panned the gravels of distant riverbeds for glowing flakes of gold. The bronze surface of the disc was deliberately treated to achieve a deep, night-like patina, against which the brilliant gold leaf stars shone like radiant beacons in a calm midnight sky. Artisans shaped each golden star with meticulous care, pressing the thin leaf into precise grooves on the patinated bronze disc, so that the celestial map would endure through countless generations. Resting under the vast European heavens, those who held the disc could gaze upward into the silent cosmic expanse and see their own deep understanding of time, nature, and the heavens reflected back to them in cold, heavy metal, bridging the realm of earth and sky in quiet harmony. Now, as the deep peace of night settles over the earth, the ancient hearth fires dim to soft, glowing ash, and the cool wind whispers gently through the leaves of ancient trees. The journey from raw copper to silvery arsenic alloys and gold-inlaid sky discs marks a gentle awakening in how human hands learned to listen to the quiet possibilities hidden within the rocks of the earth. Every ring of bronze, every polished blade, and every golden star carries within its quiet form the memory of distant mountains, clear streams, and the steady, patient hands that tended the fires long ago. The peaceful craft of the forge transformed isolated valleys into a shared world of trade, artistry, and quiet wonder, weaving human life more deeply into the grand, timeless rhythms of the land and stars. Beneath the dark, tranquil canopy of the night, those ancient artifacts rest softly beneath the soil or in quiet museum halls, holding their secrets in silent grace. The gentle warmth of those early fires continues to radiate through history, inviting mind and body to rest in the tranquil knowledge that humanity has long walked hand in hand with the natural world. As your breath grows slow and steady, allow the peaceful memory of those ancient metalworkers to guide you into a quiet, restorative sleep. As twilight gradually descends over the high ridges and quiet valleys of the ancient Near East, the night wind carries a cool, steady breath through the mountain passes, whispering gently through scrub pine, wild thyme, and sun-warmed stone. For generations, early craftspeople had worked with the soft, reddish metal drawn directly from veins in the earth, hammering pure native copper into simple pins, beads, small hooks, and gentle blades by the warm, flickering light of low-burning hearths. Yet as the centuries unfolded, a subtle curiosity took root in the quiet workshops scattered along the highland trade routes, where travelers rested after long weeks of journeying across vast, silent landscapes. In these mountain sanctuaries, under vast and starry skies, artisans observed how different rocks, minerals, and earthy powders reacted when cradled in the intense, steady heat of charcoal fires. They watched the glowing embers slowly transform raw stone into viscous, glowing liquid, learning the patient language of fire, airflow, and melting stone with quiet reverence. The air in these high settlements was peaceful and still, marked only by the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze, the distant call of roosting birds, and the rhythmic, soft crunch of crushed ore under heavy river stones. The ancient world moved at the unhurried pace of foot travel and seasonal migration, allowing knowledge to accumulate slowly and gracefully, passing from one pair of weathered hands to another like a quiet story shared beside a flickering evening fire. The scent of pine smoke mixed with the earthy fragrance of cooling clay, creating a tranquil atmosphere in which artisans spent long, reflective evenings contemplating the hidden properties locked deep within the rocks gathered from distant hills. As trade networks broadened, linking isolated valleys to distant sea coasts and mineral-rich mountain ranges, rare materials began to find their way into the hands of observant metalworkers, laying the silent foundation for a profound evolution in the way humanity shaped the gifts of the earth. It was within this tranquil realm of experimentation, keen observation, and long-distance exchange that one of metallurgy's most remarkable secrets was quietly unlocked. Around 3300 BCE, metalworkers in the Zagros Mountains discovered that blending 10 parts copper from Cyprus with 1 part tin brought by trade caravans from Tajikistan dropped the metal's melting point to 950 degrees C, pouring a liquid that cooled into resonant, smooth-surfaced bronze. This precise balance of natural elements was a masterpiece of patient trial and accumulated wisdom, combining precious raw materials harvested from places separated by thousands of miles of desert, river valley, and rugged mountain terrain. The native copper, carried in heavy, pillow-shaped ingots from the Mediterranean island of Cyprus, possessed a stubborn resistance to heat when unalloyed, requiring exceptionally high temperatures that strained the primitive leather bellows and consumed vast quantities of precious mountain charcoal. But when mixed with just a small, measured portion of bright, heavy tin, transported across thousands of dusty leagues from the high stream beds and granite veins of Central Asia, the fundamental nature of the metal shifted in a subtle and wondrous way. The crucible required less fierce stoking to yield a glowing, liquid pool, easing the labor of the smelters as the molten alloy flowed with an effortless, golden fluidity that pure copper could never match. As the incandescent stream was poured smoothly into carved sandstone or baked clay molds, it filled every delicate crevice, edge, and line with ease, driving out tiny pockets of trapped air, and settling into a dense, impeccably smooth form. The lower working temperature meant that the stone molds remained intact longer, allowing for repeated, harmonious casting sessions under the peaceful glow of the evening stars, surrounded by the cool hush of the surrounding peaks that stood silent guard over the sleeping world below. As the glowing metal rested quietly within its ceramic casing, a deep calm settled over the workshop hearth, broken only by the soft, dying crackle of embers and the slow, rhythmic breath of the night sky. The cooling process was a slow, delicate dance of thermal transformation, as the atoms of copper and tin settled into a tightly bonded crystal lattice, far stronger, harder, and far more durable than either metal could ever achieve on its own. When the multi-piece molds were gently parted in the cool morning air, they revealed finished objects of remarkable beauty and utility, golden brown in hue, polished to a deep, warm, lustrous shine, and remarkably resistant to the soft decay of rust and moisture. Unlike the soft copper of earlier ages, which bent easily under pressure and lost its edge after brief use, this newly born alloy held a fine, sharp boundary that could be honed again and again with a smooth river stone. Furthermore, when struck lightly with a wooden mallet or small hammer, the cast metal did not yield a dull thud, but rather produced a clear, lingering chime that rang softly through the still mountain air, vibrating with a pleasing, harmonic purity that seemed to echo the very serenity of the surrounding landscape. This resonant clarity became a defining hallmark of the finest bronzes, prized not only for sturdy axes, adzes, chisels, and deep bowls, but also for ceremonial bells and ornaments, whose clear tones could carry across quiet valleys at dusk. The gentle alchemy of tin and copper provided early societies with tools that could shape hard timber, carve dense stones for lasting monuments, and create enduring vessels that would be passed down through generations as cherished heirlooms, resting peacefully in the homes of ancient families across the expanding world. The gentle spread of bronze technology brought a serene rhythm of interconnections to the ancient world. As trade routes deepened and expanded across continents to sustain the supply of its essential ingredients, caravans of pack animals moved in slow, orderly lines across high mountain tracks and wide valley floors, carrying heavy leather sacks of tin ore from eastern highlands to western valleys, while wooden sailing vessels drifted across calm coastal waters, bearing heavy ingots of island copper. These far-reaching networks required no hasty rush. They flourished through steady, trusting relationships built over decades between distant communities who shared a common reliance on the gifts of the earth. In every quiet village workshop, where the faint smoke of charcoal rose into the twilight, the act of alloy casting became a sacred, peaceful craft, bridging natural chemistry and human patience beneath the timeless canopy of the night. As the fires died down to a soft, orange ember, and the day's work drew to peaceful close, the newly finished bronze implements lay cooling on beds of clean, dry river sand, reflecting the soft moonlight with a warm, golden radiance. The peaceful mastery of bronze marked a quiet turning point in human history, proving that by bringing disparate elements together in harmony, humanity could craft something far more resilient, beautiful, and enduring than what existed in isolation. It left behind a legacy of quiet strength that would echo softly through the ages to come, inviting a rest as deep, stillness-filled, and enduring as the ancient mountains themselves, where the night sky stretches out boundlessly above the quiet, sleeping earth. As twilight fell softly across the ancient river valleys, early craftspeople began to understand that metal was not merely a material to be forged into weapons or hammered into delicate adornments, but a quiet companion to the elemental world around them. Long before the discovery of alloyed bronze or the fierce forge fires of ironmasters, pure copper moved gently into the daily rhythm of human life, offering a unique blend of soft flexibility and enduring strength. In the tranquil warmth of late afternoon, along the silt-nourished banks of the Nile, the air was filled not with the harsh, metallic clamor of heavy hammers, but with the steady, rhythmic murmur of stone meeting metal in deliberate harmony. Artisans noticed that copper, though far too soft on its own to bite directly into hard mountain rock, possessed an accommodating nature that could be guided by simpler, natural elements. The relationship between human ingenuity and raw materials was rarely one of brute force. Instead, it unfolded as a slow, meditative dialogue between softness and hardness, water and earth, metal and mineral. As the sun dipped beneath the golden horizon, casting long, peaceful shadows over quarry yards and temple building sites, workers prepared their tools with an unhurried grace, knowing that the transformation of stone required patience rather than haste. Every measured movement of metal was part of a larger, serene cadence that mirrored the steady ebb and flow of the great river nearby, bridging the gap between raw natural terrain and the enduring monuments of human thought. In this quiet atmosphere, early metalworkers learned to listen to the subtle resistance of the earth, realizing that copper could serve as an elegant medium through which even the most stubborn granite could be reshaped, smoothly and silently, into forms of timeless grace and quiet majesty. It was during this era of thoughtful craftsmanship, around 2500 BCE in ancient Egypt, that stonemasons cut massive granite blocks using toothless copper blades bathed in wet quartz sand, where hard silica grains embedded directly into the soft metal edge to gently wear away stone grain by grain. This ingenious process unfolded with a hypnotic, restful rhythm that perfectly suited the calm atmosphere of the desert twilight. Two stonemasons would position themselves comfortably on opposite sides of a colossal stone block, holding the wooden handles of a long, straight blade of hammered copper. As they pulled the metal back and forth in a smooth, continuous glide, a companion carefully poured a mixture of water and fine river sand directly into the shallow groove. because pure copper is naturally yielding and ductile. It did not splinter or buckle under the steady pressure of the work. Instead, its soft, receptive surface allowed the sharp, microscopic facets of the silica sand to sink deep into the metal itself. Under the weight of the blade and the steady, reciprocating motion of the artisans, these embedded quartz grains transformed the smooth copper into a functional abrasive tool, acting like millions of microscopic teeth that slowly ground away the tough mineral crystals of quartz, mica, and feldspar within the granite. There was no thunderous impact, no harsh scraping, and no violent force in this labor, but rather the gentle, oceanic swish of wet sand slipping between metal and stone, accompanied by the quiet, rhythmic splashing of recycled water falling back into shallow earthenware vessels. Hour after hour, the narrow channel deepened with flawless vertical precision, guided by the patient perseverance of human hands and the surprising harmony between soft metal and hard mineral. Through this unhurried technique, monumental structures rose from the desert floor, not through aggressive dominance over nature, but through a quiet partnership with its fundamental laws, leaving behind stone surfaces so smooth and true that they seemed almost breathed into existence. This quiet synergy between copper and silica revealed a profound understanding of physical materials that would echo through the history of engineering for millennia to come. The copper blade itself did not accomplish the cut through any inherent hardness of its own. Rather, it served as a stable, forgiving cradle that held the loose, abrasive grains in place, preventing them from scattering uselessly across the stone floor. As the wet sand entered the kerf, the water acted as both a coolant and a fluid suspension, reducing localized heat buildup that might otherwise distort the metal blade, while allowing the silica grains to rotate freely until they caught within the yielding copper matrix. As evening deepened into night and the first bright stars appeared above the desert silhouette, the tranquil sound of the sawing filled the quarry yards like a soothing lullaby, drifting across the cool breeze that blew inward from the Nile. The workers moved with practiced, effortless efficiency, their steady breathing synchronized with the back and forth movement of the long copper saw. In the soft glow of twilight, the sand slurry accumulated along the edges of the cut as a fine gray paste, capturing microscopic particles of displaced granite in a smooth liquid stream that washed away cleanly with fresh water. Each stone block, prepared in this patient manner, bore the subtle, uniform markings of its creation, soft, parallel lines etched into the granite face like the growth rings of an ancient tree. This method demonstrated that human ingenuity could achieve extraordinary precision without destructive noise or frantic exertion. By yielding to the natural properties of copper and quartz, these ancient craftspeople unlocked a method of shaping the earth that was simultaneously gentle, highly effective, and deeply peaceful. The work proceeded not in opposition to the nature of the materials, but in complete resonance with them, creating a quiet sanctuary of focused creation where time seemed to slow down, allowing every minute detail to be crafted with mindful care and lasting devotion. As midnight approached and full dark wrapped around the ancient landscape, the quarry fires flickered low, casting soft amber embers across the quiet earth. The long copper saws, having performed their quiet duty throughout the day, were unclasped from their wooden frames and wiped clean with damp linen, laid gently upon dry straw to rest until the morning light. The massive granite blocks, now parted with smooth, mathematical precision, rested under the clear starry canopy as enduring testaments to an age defined by observation, patience, and soft strength. Looking back across the vast expanse of human history, these early encounters between copper and stone remind us that true progress often arrives not with sudden violence or dramatic force, but through quiet, persistent observation of nature's subtle mechanics. Long before bronze would harden swords or iron would plow vast fields, the humble marriage of soft metal, river water, and coarse silica sand showed how human hands could work in quiet harmony with the physical world. The gentle lessons learned along the Nile, that softness can cradle hardness, that friction can be transformed through patience, and that great monuments are shaped grain by grain, remain quietly woven into the fabric of human craft. As the cool night air settles over the slumbering valley, whispering softly through the polished stone corridors, and over the still waters of the river, the quarry craftspeople rest deeply, surrounded by the peaceful fruits of their calm labor. The copper tools, resting in the cool shadows, hold within their simple shapes the quiet beginning of a story that spans millennia, bridging the ancient world of stone with the vast, unfolding horizons of metallurgy, offering a restful stillness that mirrors the quiet, everlasting peace of the monuments they left behind. As dusk settles over the high, wind-swept plateaus of central Anatolia, the evening air turns cool and crisp, carrying the gentle scent of mountain thyme, dry earth, and faint traces of wood smoke drifting from small stone hearths scattered across ancient settlements. Long before the rise of great cities, early artisans found themselves captivated by the subtle wonders hidden deep within stone, watching how raw, dull earths could yield glowing streams of metal when welcomed into the heart of a carefully tended fire. In these quiet highlands, where fertile river valleys cut softly through rolling limestone hills, generation after generation of metalworkers cultivated a slow, contemplative craft, learning to read the quiet signals of charcoal, the changing hues of heated clay, and the gentle softening of mineral veins hidden within the rocks. Metalworking in this early Bronze Age era was not merely a physical labor, but a quiet, rhythmic dialogue with nature, requiring an extraordinary patience that mirrored the slow passage of seasons across the Anatolian landscape. Artisans learned to observe how different stones responded to heat, noticing how lead-bearing rocks would soften and melt at far lower temperatures than copper or iron, carrying within their heavy, dark mass faint traces of a brighter, far more luminous treasure. To unbind this hidden brilliance required more than just fire. It demanded an intimate understanding of natural materials, gathered thoughtfully from the surrounding landscape. Hardwood charcoal, prepared from slow-burning oak, finely calcined bone, gathered from domestic hearths, and clay fashioned into shallow basins to hold the changing liquid elements. The night air in these highland settlements was filled with a soothing, peaceful rhythm, where the low hum of hand-operated blowpipes and the soft crackle of hardwood charcoal created a gentle lullaby beneath a vast expanse of starlit sky, guiding human curiosity toward one of the most elegant chemical transformations of the ancient world. In the heart of this ancient region, the pursuit of pure silver led to an ingenious method of metal separation that relied on the unique physical properties of animal bone and intense, controlled heat. Metalworkers had long recognized that silver rarely appeared in its pure, native form along riverbeds, but instead remained intimately bound within dark, heavy deposits of silver-bearing galena, a lead-rich ore that hid the precious moon-colored metal within its dense, metallic matrix. To liberate the silver, these early pyrotechnologists fashioned specialized shallow hearth beds lined with a thick layer of bone ash, created by burning animal bones in open fires, until they crumbled into a porous, snow-white powder composed primarily of calcium phosphate. Around 2500 BCE in central Anatolia, metallurgists refined silver from silver-bearing lead ore inside shallow bone ash hearths, heating the metal to 950 degrees C. Though the porous ash absorbed the heavy lead oxide while leaving a still, mirror-like pool of pure silver behind. This delicate process, known to history as cupellation, unfolded with extraordinary stillness and visual grace within the glowing charcoal bed. As the temperature inside the hearth climbed steadily toward 950 degrees Celsius, a gentle stream of air passed across the surface of the molten bath, causing the abundant lead to combine with oxygen and transform into liquid litharge, a heavy, fluid lead oxide. Because molten lead oxide possesses an exceptionally low surface tension against calcium phosphate, the porous bone ash hearth acted as a natural microscopic sponge, drawing the liquid lead oxide deep into its fine cellular capillaries through capillary attraction, while completely repelling the unoxidized silver, the silver possessing a high surface tension and resisting oxidation under these precise thermal conditions, remained untouched upon the surface, coalescing into a single, glowing liquid sphere that slowly cleared of all dark dross. As the very last thin film of lead oxide was absorbed into the white hearth below, the surface of the metal cleared completely, revealing a pristine, perfectly still pool of liquid silver that reflected the soft crimson embers above. The visual transformation taking place inside the bone ash hearth was a sight of quiet wonder, a moment where darkness gave way to immaculate clarity through the delicate control of temperature and furnace airflow. Watching the metallic bath refine itself demanded an unwavering, calm focus, as the artisan had to maintain the furnace heat just high enough to keep both metals liquid, while avoiding excess temperatures that might vaporize the precious silver or cause the fragile hearth vessel to crack. Unlike the noisy hammering required to shape forged copper or the heavy agitation of smelting iron, silver cupellation progressed in near-total silence, marked only by the radiant glow of heat and the soft, rhythmic drift of air over the hearth. The bone ash itself was a truly remarkable material, remaining chemically inert toward the noble metal, while providing an exceptionally stable, heat-resistant bed that protected the silver from any contamination by fuel or ash. As the molten silver rested upon its bone ash cushion, the liquid surface smoothed out entirely, acting like a tiny liquid mirror resting in the center of the coals, capturing the faint twilight filtering into the workshop and holding it in a tranquil circle of light. This quiet mastery over lead and silver allowed ancient Anatolian communities to produce objects of exceptional purity, delicate vessels, glowing beads, and simple ingots that held a cool, satin luster unlike any other material known in antiquity. The stark contrast between the heavy, dark galena ore and the radiant silver pool left behind seemed almost magical. Yet it was grounded entirely in a thoughtful, empirical understanding of furnace atmosphere, liquid absorption, and metallic density, handed down through generations of silent, attentive practice. As the fires gradually died down and the glowing embers faded into soft gray ash, the solidifying silver was left to cool undisturbed, settling into a smooth button of metal that could be easily separated from the spent bone ash hearth beneath. The surrounding Anatolian village would quiet down for the night, wrapped in the cool, starry embrace of the highland plateau, while the newly refined silver sat resting under the moonlit sky, whose soft light it so closely mirrored. These early achievements in silver refining marked a profound milestone in the story of human metallurgy, demonstrating how thoughtful manipulation of heat and natural elements could isolate the purest materials without noise, haste, or force. The technique of cupellation spread slowly outward from Anatolia, across the ancient Mediterranean and Near East, establishing the foundation for trade networks, artistic craftsmanship, and early standards of exchange that would connect distant civilizations for centuries to come. Tonight, as we reflect on those ancient hearths glowing softly in the quiet Anatolian dusk, we can appreciate the patient skill of those early metalworkers who sat by the fire, watching liquid lead sink peacefully into bone ash to leave behind a still, luminous pool of pure silver, the gentle warmth of their hearths, the soft crackle of cooling coals, and the quiet beauty of the refined metal all invite a deep sense of peaceful rest, guiding the mind toward calm contemplation as the night deepens and peaceful sleep arrives. As night falls gently over the ancient landscapes of the Atlantic edge, long before the rise of massive cities or formal empires, early metalworkers lived in close alignment with the quiet rhythms of the natural world. In the cool, green hills and rain-softened valleys of Western Europe, rivers moved with a timeless persistence, carving through stone and silt to reveal hidden treasures gathered over millennia along these peaceful waterways, where morning mist clung softly to the reeds, and the air carried the damp scent of soil and moss. Early artisans searched the shallow gravel beds for small, glittering nuggets of pure, unblemished gold washed down from the surrounding mountains. This native metal, soft and warm to the touch, required no intense smelting fires to yield its beauty, for nature had already refined it within the earth's deep veins over immense spans of time. With extraordinary patience and a soft, rhythmic cadence of smooth stone against metal, craftspeople learned to coax these small golden grains into broad, flat sheets, thinning them with repeated gentle strikes until the heavy element became impossibly light, supple, and flexible. Around 2200 BCE in Ireland, goldsmiths hammered native river gold into paper-thin crescent collars called asterisk lunoli, using pointed flint scribes to engrave delicate geometric border patterns into the soft metal surface. These luminous crescents, tailored to rest lightly around the human neck like captured sunbeams, or the faint arch of a young moon, reflected the pale, atmospheric light of the northern sky, standing as quiet odes to human patience and the quiet mastery of hand tools long before the age of iron. The artisan's hand worked with unhurried grace, tracing fine lines of chevrons, lozenges, and parallel hatches into the glowing rim, allowing the natural softness of the gold to yield without resistance under the firm, yet gentle pressure of the sharp stone point. In the deep stillness of those ancient workshops, shadowed by ancient oaks and flowering hawthorns, the rhythmic click of flint on gold echoed like a steady heartbeat, sound matching movement in a meditative ritual of creation that honored both the raw material provided by the earth and the peaceful artistic vision of the maker. Moving southward across vast stretches of quiet blue waters, where the sun warms maritime hillsides and the scent of wild thyme and pine drifts upon the sea air, another tradition of metalworking flourished under Mediterranean skies. On the island of Crete, surrounded by the rhythmic lap of gentle Aegean waves, the Minoans developed a deep, harmonious intimacy with bronze, an alloy that combined copper with tin to create a material far stronger and more versatile than either metal alone. Here, the process of bringing form into existence became an exquisite art of patience, combining elements of apiary science, geology, and gentle heating into a tranquil flow of purposeful steps. Artisans began their work not with heavy stone hammers or roaring furnace fires, but with the softest, most fragrant gift of the Mediterranean flora. Natural beeswax gathered from wild hives, cradled in mountain crevices and sunny orchard bowers. In the cool shade of stone porticos, where olive leaves rustled in the afternoon breeze, craftspeople warmed the pliable wax within their palms, allowing their natural body heat to soften the material until it obeyed the slightest touch of finger or wooden stylus. They sculpted intricate votive figures, graceful vessels, delicate leaves, and ceremonial blades out of this fragrant, golden substance, crafting every subtle curve, undercut, and minute detail exactly as they wished the final bronze object to appear. Because wax could be shaped with effortless ease and reshaped endlessly if a line felt untrue. These early artists poured their imaginations directly into the wax forms, knowing that the soft medium served as an ethereal bridge between an intangible thought and a permanent bronze object that would endure for generations without fading or decay. Once the delicate wax model was brought to perfection, the Minoan bronzesmiths turned to a process that demanded an almost meditative stillness, relying on the quiet alchemy of fine clay, pure water, and moving air to prepare the ceramic mold. They understood that to capture the finest nuances of their wax sculptures, the surrounding mold material had to be exceptionally smooth, free of coarse grit or air pockets that might obscure a subtle curve or textured surface. Around 1500 BCE in Minoan Crete, bronzesmiths dipped sculpted beeswax models into fine clay suspended in rainwater, letting each delicate layer dry slowly in shaded breeze boxes to form smooth ceramic molds that preserved fine contours when filled with liquid bronze. This process of repeated dipping and slow, patient drying could not be rushed by intense heat or direct sunlight, which would crack the delicate earthen shells or prematurely melt the precious wax within. Instead, the craftspeople placed the coated models inside specialized breeze boxes, wooden frames thoughtfully constructed to allow the soft, ambient sea breezes to drift across the wet clay, ensuring that moisture evaporated evenly, millimeter by millimeter, day after day. As layer upon layer of smooth, rain-softened silt was applied over many days, a sturdy yet impeccably detailed ceramic matrix formed around the wax core, capturing every micro-texture of the original design. When the mold was finally ready, gentle heat was applied to melt the wax away, allowing it to drain cleanly from the shell and leaving behind a hollow cavern of exact negative space, perfectly smooth and waiting in darkness for the arrival of glowing liquid metal. When the molten bronze was poured into the preheated vessel, it flowed seamlessly into every minute impression left by the departed wax, faithful to every light touch of the artisan's fingers recorded days before in the quiet shade. across these distant landscapes of the ancient world, from the misty, emerald hills of Ireland, where gold was hammered into paper-thin crescents, to the sunlit islands of the Aegean, where liquid bronze filled smooth ceramic molds. The early history of metalworking reveals a deep, calming resonance between human intention and natural materials. Ancient artisans did not seek to conquer or violently force the metals into shape, but rather sought to listen to their innate physical qualities, working alongside the natural laws of thermal expansion, ductility, and fluid dynamics. As liquid bronze cooled slowly inside its earthen casing, transitioning from a glowing orange pool of molten light into a dense, cool, and enduring solid, a quiet transformation was completed. The ceramic shell, having fulfilled its quiet duty of holding the liquid form in place, was gently chipped away, revealing the gleaming bronze object beneath, perfectly polished and born from a seamless synthesis of earth, air, fire, water, and human patience, resting under the vast, starlit canopy of time. These ancient gold lunulae and bronze castings remain as quiet testimonies to an age when craftsmanship was measured not by speed or volume, but by the restful, steady devotion of the artisan's hands. As night settles completely over the land and the ancient fires dim to soft, glowing embers, the memory of these early metalworkers remains, inviting us to rest, to slow down, and to find deep tranquility in the quiet beauty of thoughtful creation. As the evening air cools over the wide, slow waters of the Nile, the landscape of New Kingdom, Egypt settles into a quiet cadence that has remained unbroken for generations. In the sheltered workshops along the riverbanks, where the ambient warmth of the afternoon sun still lingers within the thick mud brick walls, artisans finish their daily labors with a patience born of deep familiarity with their materials. Among all the metals known to the ancient world, gold held a quiet, sacred significance, valued not merely for its radiant luster, but for its remarkable willingness to yield beneath gentle, persistent guidance without fracturing or losing its inherent warmth. Unlike copper or early bronze, which required carefully controlled smelting fires, intense heat, and complex alloy mixtures of tin or arsenic to achieve the structural hardness necessary for tools, chisels, and heavy domestic vessels. Pure gold offered a completely different relationship between the human hand and the raw elements of the earth. It did not tarnish or degrade when exposed to the dry desert air, nor did it resist the steady, rhythmic pressure of polished stone implements. Instead, it responded to every measured stroke with an effortless, fluid expansion of its boundaries. In these peaceful sanctuaries of creation, craftspeople worked with fine granules of gold gathered from the alluvial wash of Nubian streams and the remote, sun-baked wadis of the eastern desert, where rivers had washed mineral wealth down from ancient mountains over epical stretches of time, placing the raw metallic grains into small, glowing ceramic crucibles fed by hand-worked leather bellows. They watched as the gold melted smoothly and pooled into pure, soft buttons at the base of the vessel. Once cooled to room temperature, these small ingots were laid upon flat, polished anvil stones carved from hard black basalt or fine-grained granite, where steady, deliberate hammer taps flattened them into smooth, uniform sheets. The atmosphere inside these ancient workshops was one of deep concentration and enduring tranquility, marked only by the rhythmic thrum of stone meeting metal, the low, comforting murmur of the river outside, and the gradual settling of twilight over the surrounding palm groves. Here, early metalworkers discovered that metal was not merely a hard, unyielding substance destined solely for heavy labor or defensive armor, but a subtle, forgiving medium capable of being thinned until it captured and softened the ambient light, creating surfaces that seemed to hold the sun's softest memory long after the evening hearth fires had dimmed to soft, glowing coals. To achieve an even greater degree of delicacy, the goldsmiths developed specialized methods that allowed them to transform solid metal into sheets so impossibly thin they defied the impression of physical weight altogether. Around 1400 BCE, in New Kingdom Egypt, goldsmiths placed thin gold granules between leaves of smooth oxintestine parchment and hammered them with rounded quartzite stones, thinning the gold leaf to just 1/10,000th of a millimeter, so it floated gently on calm, indoor air currents. This extraordinary process relied on an intimate understanding of physical properties and natural materials working together in perfect harmony. The oxintestine parchment, carefully prepared, dried, and rubbed with fine gypsum powder until it became velvety smooth, possessed an organic elasticity that could absorb the direct impact of the stone hammer without tearing, distributing the kinetic force evenly across the expanding surface of the gold enclosed within. The quartzite stones, selected for their fine grain, perfect natural roundness, and comfortable balance in the artisan's hand, were brought down with a steady, unhurried rhythm that required no sudden exertion, only a gentle, continuous repetition that coaxed the metal outward in every direction. As the quiet hours passed in the stillness of the workshop, the gold grew thinner and thinner, stretching far beyond the thickness of human hair, beyond the delicate membrane of an insect wing, until it reached a state of near incorporeal lightness, where light passing through its surface took on a soft, tranquil greenish-blue hue. Within the closed room, shielded from the evening breeze by heavy linen wall hangings, the slightest movement of a breath, or the subtle rising of warm air from a small, glowing oil lamp, would cause the translucent leaves of gold to lift, flutter, and drift like glowing dust through the quiet room. Watching these golden sheets hover in midair offered a breathtaking testament to human ingenuity, a moment where heavy, earth-extracted mineral was refined through patient touch into something so delicate that it responded to the faintest currents of atmospheric movement. The artisans handled these delicate foils with specialized wooden tweezers or soft brushes fashioned from animal hair, for the natural oils of a human finger or a sudden gust of air could easily crumple the impossibly thin metal. Every aspect of the work was slow, quiet, and deliberate, creating a tranquil environment where time seemed to expand, measured only by the faint, muffled thuds of quartz against parchment, and the soft, warm shimmer of gold drifting gently down to rest upon smooth wooden working tables. Once produced, these ethereal sheets of gold leaf served to illuminate the interior sanctuaries of royal temples, ritual shrines, wooden furniture, and funerary art, wrapping dark hardwoods and sculpted stone in an imperishable golden skin. Artisans applied natural adhesives, such as gentle plant gums, refined animal glues, or egg white sizes, smoothing the gold leaf onto carved surfaces with soft burnishing tools made from polished agate, jasper, or smooth animal teeth. When the warm, flickering flame of an olive oil lamp illuminated a darkened hall, these gilded surfaces did not shine with a harsh or dazzling glare, but rather emitted a low, soothing radiance that seemed to push back the shadows with a quiet, timeless presence. Resting inside sealed stone chambers and quiet tombs, these gilded artifacts would endure unchanged across thousands of years, untouched by corrosion or rust, standing as silent witnesses to an ancient devotion to beauty and permanence. This refined art of gilding represented a pivotal moment in the broader history of metalworking, demonstrating that humanity's relationship with metal was multi-layered, encompassing both the heavy, structural utility of forged tools and the subtle, light-capturing beauty of delicate foils. As the centuries progressed and metalworking traditions spread across the Mediterranean, the Near East, and Europe, the techniques perfected by these Egyptian goldsmiths laid the foundation for future generations of artisans who would gild bronze statues, illuminate sacred manuscripts, and decorate grand architectural monuments across ancient Greece, Rome, and the medieval world. Simultaneously, the fundamental knowledge gained from manipulating gold's extreme malleability informed the broader understanding of other metals, encouraging smiths to explore how copper, tin, and eventually iron could be forged, drawn, annealed, and shaped under controlled thermal and mechanical conditions. Yet amidst all the technological advancements that would later define the bronze, iron, and steel ages, the roaring blast furnaces, the glowing anvils, and the ringing hammers of ironmongers, the quiet tradition of gold beating remained remarkably unchanged, preserving its peaceful, hands-on methodology through thousands of years of human history. As the night deepens over the ancient valley and the stars move slowly across the dark sky, the memory of these ancient craftspeople lingers in the stillness, reminding us of a time when metalworking was as much about quiet observation, soft rhythms, and peaceful precision as it was about strength and transformation, inviting the mind to rest peacefully in the timeless beauty of human craftsmanship. As the evening sky settled into soft shades of amber and indigo over the glass-like waters of the eastern Mediterranean, ancient merchant vessels glided quietly across the horizon, carrying the essential lifeblood of a bronze-fueled world. In this golden era of interconnected trade, the ancient art of metalworking extended far beyond the glowing stone hearths of local village smithies, stretching across vast aquatic highways, where wooden ships drifted on gentle swells from coastal havens to riverine trade hubs beneath the soft, rhythmic creak of cedar hulls and the steady whisper of wind against woven linen sails lay carefully organized cargoes of raw copper, harvested from deep subterranean veins, hidden within the pine-covered hills of Cyprus and the quiet, sun-baked valleys of the Levant. The extraction of this precious metal was a slow, meditative craft that demanded patience and deep geological intuition. Miners labored by the flickering light of small oil lamps, using heavy stone hammers and controlled fire-setting techniques to fracture the hard rock, carefully isolating bright green malachite and deep blue azurite from the surrounding stone matrix. Once gathered, these colorful ores were transported down winding mountain trails to coastal smelting sites, where craftspeople constructed low-shaft clay furnaces designed to capture the steady evening sea breezes blowing across the water. Layering the crushed ore with carefully charred hardwood charcoal, the smelters worked throughout the cool night, using hand-operated leather bellows to supply a soft, continuous flow of oxygen to the embers. As the furnace temperature rose to a glowing heat, the ore released its bound oxygen, allowing liquid copper to gather peacefully in a shallow clay bowl at the furnace floor. Once cooled into dense, unrefined cakes, this raw metal was prepared for its long journey across the quiet waters, serving as the physical foundation for tools, vessels, and ornaments that sustained whole communities along ancient shores. The logistics of moving hundreds of tons of heavy metal across unpredictable open waters inspired a remarkably unified system of standardized shapes designed to make loading, carrying, and stowing cargo as effortless as possible for ancient mariners. In late Bronze Age Mediterranean trade around 1300 BCE, raw copper was poured into rectangular 30-kilogram ingots shaped like stretched ox hides, which traveled on slow trading vessels and gradually developed a soft, pale turquoise patina in the humid sea air. The distinctive form of these oxhide ingots, with their central rectangular body and 4 extended corner handles, was a masterpiece of practical design, allowing 2 dock porters to easily grip the heavy weight between them, or enabling sailors to lash the dense slabs securely with hemp ropes inside the dark, aromatic timber holds as these wooden trading vessels drifted lazily past sun-bleached limestone cliffs and tranquil island bays. The salty marine atmosphere performed its own subtle chemistry upon the exposed surfaces of the raw metal. Microscopic layers of basic copper carbonate slowly bloomed across the burnished surfaces, dulling the harsh metallic glare into a soothing pastel turquoise hue that mirrored the calm coastal waters through which the ships made their peaceful progress. Tucked alongside these heavy copper slabs were smaller, neatly stacked ingots of pure tin, cast into round, pillow-like shapes or slender bars. These tin ingots had completed their own long, quiet journeys from distant overland routes, originating in the high mountains of Central Asia or the far shores of Western Europe. Resting side by side in the cool, dark hold of the ship, these two distinct elements waited patiently for the day when they would be united in the crucible of a master founder to form the durable alloy that gave their era its name. When these maritime cargoes finally arrived at bustling coastal ports, whether along the fertile delta of the Nile, the river harbors of Syria, or the quiet palatial towns of Mycenaean Greece, they were unloaded into workshop precincts where artisans worked with quiet precision and lifelong mastery. In these sunlit courtyard foundries, metalworkers measured out the raw materials by weight, combining roughly 9 parts of oxide copper with 1 part of soft tin to achieve the perfect balance of hardness and workability. Charcoal fires were gently coaxed into life with small hand bellows, filling the air with the comforting scent of oak smoke, and a soft, rhythmic humming sound as the hearth glowed with intense warmth. Inside thick clay crucibles, the solid pieces of copper and tin slowly relaxed, melting together into a single, luminous pool of liquid bronze that swirled with golden and iridescent light. The craftsman used a ceramic ladle or clay scraper to remove any light slag that floated on the surface, preparing the molten metal for casting. Depending on the intended object, metalworkers poured the liquid bronze into reusable stone molds carved from soft steatite, or into intricate ceramic molds formed using the delicate lost wax method. For complex, hollow objects like thin-walled cauldrons, decorative vessels, or fine statuettes, a wax model was meticulously sculpted, coated in fine clay slurry, and baked so the wax melted away, leaving a clean, detailed cavity ready for the pour. As the liquid metal flowed smoothly into every crevice of the mold, it cooled slowly into a dense, solid form, needing only a light touch with river stones and fine sand to achieve a warm, enduring luster that would last for generations. The quiet flow of this ancient metal trade established a deep harmony across distant lands, as shared technical traditions and raw materials bound diverse human cultures together in peaceful, steady interdependence. Even when unexpected winds or quiet navigational mishaps brought a trading vessel to rest permanently upon the sea floor, as occurred with the famous ancient ship preserved in the gentle waters off Uluburan. The cargoes of oxhide ingots remained preserved in timeless stillness beneath the waves, wrapped in soft marine sediment and cradled by quiet deepwater currents. These copper slabs lay undisturbed for thousands of years, their pale blue-green patinas deepening, while sea life swam slowly through the decaying wooden frames of the sunken hull. On land, the bronze objects cast from these seafaring metals, simple agricultural sickles, used to harvest wheat, delicate needles for tailoring garments, heavy storage vessels, and polished hand mirrors that caught the soft glow of evening lamplight, passed quietly from hand to hand through centuries of daily life. The complete journey from raw mountain ore to standardized oxhide ingot, and ultimately to the refined tools of human civilization, reflects a patient relationship between early craftspeople and the natural world. As night falls and the quiet stars illuminate the same ancient sea where those trading ships once drifted, the story of Bronze Age metalworking remains a calming reminder of human ingenuity, peaceful cooperation, and the enduring beauty of materials crafted with care. As twilight fell across the fertile alluvial plains of central China over 3,000 years ago, the quiet rhythms of bronze working settled into a peaceful, deliberate cadence. Along the winding channels of the Yellow River Basin, artisans spent long hours gathering the fine, golden silt that had settled gently along the quiet banks, understanding that the earth itself held the secret to shaping metal. This smooth, less soil, carried by calm currents and refined over generations of seasonal floods, possessed a unique elasticity and heat resistance when mixed with water and tempered with fine sand. Instead of working with lost wax techniques favored in distant lands, the artisans of the East perfected a meticulous piece mold method that required immense patience and a quiet, steady hand. Model vessels were first sculpted in soft clay, complete with every intricate band of decoration, before outer section molds were pressed against them to capture every subtle impression in reverse. Once dry, these outer pieces were carefully removed, carved further on their inner surfaces, and fired to create rigid, heat-defying negative spaces that would embrace the glowing molten bronze. During the Shang dynasty, around 1200 BCE in Anyang, master founders sculpted fine negative molds out of riverbed, less clay, to cast heavy ritual vessels, lining the mold walls so smoothly that the cooled bronze retained delicate relief patterns of drifting clouds. These vessel walls, dense with symbolic geometry and soft, spiraling thunder patterns, emerged from their earthen shells with astonishing crispness, needing only the gentlest polishing with soft stones and river mud to reveal their dark, lustrous sheen. The bronze liquid, poured steadily into the cool clay channels, flowed like warm silk into every minute groove, catching the quiet breathing of the foundry as the metal slowly yielded its heat to the evening air. The resulting vessels, ding cauldrons with sturdy tripod legs, gu goblets for ritual libations, and heavy ritual gui, stood as silent testaments to an extraordinary patience, where the chaotic heat of the furnace was transformed into serene, timeless order. Each piece carried the weight of the earth from which its mold was born, holding in its cooled alloy the quiet memory of flowing water, gentle river breezes, and drifting skies. Farther to the southwest, in the lush, sheltered basin of the Chengdu Plain, another tradition of bronze working flourished under the soft mist of the mountains, blending technical mastery with profound spiritual expression. Here, near the quiet waters of the Yazi River, and surrounded by whisper-quiet bamboo groves, the artisans of Sangsingdui pursued a vision of metal that was both grand and mysterious, casting monumental figures and otherworldly faces that seemed to gaze calmly across time. Unlike the dense ritual vessels of the northern plains, the founders of Sangsingdui sought to capture light, space, and spirit through large, hollow forms that demanded specialized mold architecture. They built complex, multi-segmented less molds held together with clay keys and pins, carefully balancing core and outer walls to ensure that the molten bronze would flow evenly across vast, thin-walled surfaces without pooling or fracturing. When these large, hollow bronze faces cooled and were released from their earthen cradles, their wide almond eyes and prominent features possessed a quiet, hypnotic dignity. To elevate these bronze surfaces into luminous icons of reverence, the craftsmen turned to the surrounding forests for natural materials of surprising delicacy and longevity. Around 1200 BCE, in Sangsingdui, China, founders cast hollow bronze masks using multi-piece-less clay molds, adhering thin leaves of beaten gold foil across the cheekbones and brows, using a natural adhesive sap tapped from wild sumac trees. This clear, viscous sap, collected drop by drop from incisions in the bark during warm summer nights, cured slowly into a tough, moisture-resistant lacquer that bound the paper-thin gold permanently to the dark bronze underneath. As the warm light of oil lamps caught the contrast between the dark oxidized bronze and the gleaming gold masks, the figures seemed almost to breathe with an inner life. The application of gold was handled with quiet reverence, burnished with smooth bamboo spatulas until every seam disappeared, creating an unbroken shimmer across the brow that caught the fading light of day. In the stillness of the valley, these golden-cheeked masks stood as quiet bridges between the earthly clay, the botanical sap of the trees, and the enduring luster of precious metal, reflecting the serene harmony of a culture deeply attuned to the natural world. The art of early Asian metallurgy rested not merely on the control of fire and furnace, but on a deep, tactile dialogue with the surrounding environment, where every raw material was understood in its fullest nature. The less soil, formed by eons of wind bringing fine dust from the northern deserts, was far more than mere dirt. Its uniform particle size and rich mineral composition allowed it to expand and contract uniformly when exposed to the intense heat of liquid metal. Craftsmen learned to read the dampness of the clay by touch alone, knowing precisely when a mold segment was ready to receive its molten filler, and when it still retained too much moisture that might cause bubbles or flaws in the bronze. Water, timber, clay, and ore moved in a calm, interconnected rhythm through the workshops, guided by generations of experience passed down without the need for written formulas. As the sun set over the foundry villages, the roaring draft of the kilns was allowed to die down into a soft, steady glow of embers, casting long shadows across rows of drying mold segments and stacked copper ingots. The silence of the evening returned to the riverbanks, punctuated only by the soft click of cooling metal contracting within its earthen shell. Inside the cooling chambers, the copper, tin, and lead settled into their crystalline bonds, solidifying into an alloy far stronger and more durable than any single element could offer on its own, producing objects that resonated with a soft, warm tone when struck gently. This peaceful transformation from liquid earth to solid art marked a profound step in human history, where fire was not a force of destruction, but a gentle midwife, bringing forth objects of quiet beauty and lasting strength. As the night deepened, the workshops grew quiet, leaving the newly cast bronzes to rest undisturbed in the cooling dark of the earthen hearths. The air, heavy with the earthy scent of burnt less and the sweet, resinous aroma of wild sumac sap, gradually cleared under the gentle night breeze flowing down from the forested hills. Tomorrow, patient hands would gently break away the outer clay molds, fragment by fragment, revealing the hidden bronzes within like seeds emerging from their protective husks. But for now, in the tranquil calm of the ancient night, everything remained still and expectant. The delicate relief of cloud scrolls on the Shang vessels and the brilliant gold foil resting upon the brows of the Sangsingdui masks slept under the same starlight that had shone over the river valleys for ages. These objects, forged through patience, skill, and an intimate understanding of the natural world, would endure through centuries, carrying forward the quiet legacy of the unknown artisans who shaped them. The metal retained not just the physical form of its molds, but the calm, focused spirit of its makers, offering a peaceful reflection on the harmony between human craft and the timeless rhythms of the earth. Long before written history began to record the slow passage of centuries, as the lingering twilight of a northern summer softened into the quiet cool of early autumn, the ancient communities of southern Scandinavia lived in gentle cadence with the land and sea. Across this tranquil landscape of green rolling hills, peaceful fjords, and mist-shrouded coastal marshes, the late Bronze Age unfolded as a period of profound artistic harmony and quiet technological mastery. Though copper and tin were not native to these northern shores and had to travel long distances along winding river routes and coastal sea paths from distant regions of Europe, local metalsmiths transformed these imported materials into objects of extraordinary beauty and technical sophistication. Bronze itself, an alloy carefully blended from 9 parts copper to 1 part tin, was highly prized, and every grain of metal was treated with deep respect, patience, and meticulous care. Metalworking in this era was far more than a practical endeavor. It was a calm, meditative discipline requiring patience, acute observation, and a deep reverence for the natural elements of earth, air, fire, and water. In the quiet solitude of their timber workshops, shaded by birch and pine trees near calm inland waters, smiths prepared for casting by working with natural beeswax, gathered carefully from wild forest hives. The wax was warmed slowly near the low, gentle embers of a hearth fire until soft and malleable, filling the workshop with the sweet, soothing scent of honey and warm pine wood. Artisans shaped the wax by hand into intricate forms using smooth wooden tools, polished bone scrapers, and steady finger pressure to create hollow objects like long trumpet tubes. The smiths first fashioned an inner core of fine, dried clay mixed with sand, around which a thin layer of wax was applied and sculpted to the precise desired shape of the instrument's walls. Small bronze pins, known as chaplets, were inserted to hold the inner core, firmly centered inside an outer shell of fine clay slurry. Layer upon layer of silky river clay was applied over the wax, mixed with fine sand and organic plant fibers to give it strength, then left to dry slowly in the cool shade under thatched eaves so that no cracks would mar the outer mold. When heated over a slow hearth fire, the inner wax melted and drained away into the hearth, leaving behind an empty hollow space of absolute structural integrity, a silent sanctuary ready to receive the glowing warmth of liquid bronze. It was through this delicate lost wax method that some of the most impressive musical instruments of the ancient world were brought into being. Around 1000 BCE in southern Scandinavia, metalsmiths cast long, S-curved bronze horns called lures, using lost wax clay molds, forming thin-walled interlocking sections so precisely that paired instruments played the exact same musical pitch. Creating these extraordinary horns required an unparalleled level of metallurgical skill, spatial awareness, and thermal control. As such winding, organic curves could never be produced using simple 2-part stone molds. Tending charcoal fires burned from slow-kilned oak with the steady, rhythmic breath of double leather bellows. The smiths brought the bronze alloy to a glowing, liquid state, shimmering with a warm amber light in the dim interior of the workshop. With practiced, calm movements, they poured the molten bronze into the narrow channels of the hollow clay molds. The liquid metal flowed smoothly through the long, sweeping S-curves of the inner chambers, filling every void before setting into solid bronze, achieving such thin metal walls, often measuring barely 1 to 2 millimeters in thickness, demanded precise control over furnace temperatures and fluid dynamics, ensuring that the metal would flow completely and cool uniformly without forming air pockets or brittle spots. Once the metal had set and the outer clay shells were gently cracked open with soft wooden mallets, the smiths revealed slender, tubular sections equipped with carefully engineered interlocking socket joints. Measuring over 1.5 meters in length along their graceful curves, yet remarkably light in weight. The lures were crafted in mirrored left-and-right pairs, resembling the sweeping horns of wild cattle. Each instrument terminated in a broad, flat, decorative disc at the bell end, embossed with elegant concentric circles, geometric rings, and raised bosses. Because the lost wax technique allowed the smiths to replicate the exact internal volume, taper, and column length for both instruments of a pair, their acoustic properties matched with breathtaking precision. When sounded together by two musicians standing side by side atop a coastal mound, the paired lures produced a deep, melodious tone that resonated at the exact same fundamental frequency, blending so completely that their acoustic vibrations merged into a single, rich voice that floated effortlessly across miles of quiet waters, calm meadows, and foggy valleys, as evening settled fully across the Scandinavian countryside, bringing a calm stillness to the villages and coastal shores. The intense activity of the smithy quieted into peaceful rest. The newly cast lure sections lay resting upon beds of fine, dry sand, slowly releasing their remaining warmth into the cool night air. In the fading light of the hearth, the smiths spent the final quiet hours polishing the bronze surfaces with fine river silt, beeswax, and soft leather, bringing out a warm, golden luster that reflected the soft glow of dying coals. They tested the interlocking joints with gentle, practiced movements, sliding the cast sections together until they fitted smoothly with seamless precision, allowing the long instruments to be easily assembled for ceremonial use or stored safely in soft leather sleeves. These paired lures were cherished ceremonial instruments, meant to be sounded during seasonal gatherings that marked the quiet turning of the sun and the natural cycles of harvest, solstice, and rest. When their long years of service eventually drew to close, many of these matched instruments were laid gently into the quiet, moss-covered depths of peat bogs and calm lake waters as peaceful offerings to the landscape that had sustained their makers. Sealed away in the still, oxygen-free waters, the lures remained pristine across 3,000 years, preserving their delicate metal walls and identical musical tuning for modern ears to discover. When archaeologists centuries later recovered these paired instruments from the soft earth, they found that the ancient bronze still retained its perfect resonance, capable of sounding the exact same harmonic pitch after millennia of silence. Outside the workshop doors, the night sky filled with bright northern stars, and a soft breeze stirred the leaves of the quiet woodland. The hearth embers settled into gray ash, releasing a final comforting warmth into the room. As as the ancient world rested in deep, tranquil sleep under the watchful sky. As the slow, rhythmic progression of classical antiquity smoothed the edges of the ancient Mediterranean world, the mastery of fire and metal deepened, moving smoothly beyond the heavy forging of bronze armor and functional iron implements into the silent, contemplative realms of fine metalwork across the tranquil valleys, terraced hillsides, and quiet hilltop settlements of early Etruria. Metalworking workshops were filled with the gentle, rhythmic murmur of hand-operated leather bellows, the soft scraping of polished bone tools, and the warm amber glow of charcoal embers settling quietly into the gathering evening shadows. In these peaceful sanctuaries of craft, working with metal became a form of quiet meditation, where artisans spent long, tranquil hours observing the subtle shifts in thermal color, the soft fluidity of molten gold, and the quiet behavior of natural earth minerals when exposed to heat. Metal was no longer solely shaped for strength, utility, or heavy defense. It became an exquisite canvas for light, reflection, and microscopic symmetry. The evening air inside these ancient spaces carried the faint, soothing scent of burning oak charcoal, crushed copper ores, and resinous plant gums, creating a quiet atmosphere where hurry had no place and patience guided every movement of the hand. Artisans learned to listen intently to the soft breath of their hearths, understanding with intuitive grace that the gentlest, most precise application of heat could unite separate elements into a single, seamless creation without marring the delicate contours they had painstakingly formed by hand. This peaceful control over temperature and substance reflected a profound, silent dialogue with the fundamental laws of thermodynamics, long before those principles were recorded in text, guiding the craftsman's hands with a steady, rhythmic grace that mirrored the quiet settling of the night over the surrounding landscape, wrapping the workshop in a peaceful, restful calm. Within this environment of absolute stillness and meticulous care, the goldsmiths of early Etruria brought forth a technique of extraordinary delicacy known as granulation, transforming smooth surfaces of gold into complex patterns formed from thousands of tiny, perfectly spherical beads. Around 650 BCE in Etruria, goldsmiths attached tiny gold spheres onto delicate metal ornaments using a thin paste of copper carbonate and acacia gum, heating the piece until an invisible eutectic layer melted at precisely 890 degrees C to fuse each bead without distorting its shape. To achieve this near magical join without the use of heavy solder that would flood the intricate work and obscure its fine detail, the artisan relied upon a subtle chemical reaction unfolding gently inside the quiet warmth of the hearth. As the temperature rose, the organic acacia gum within the paste slowly charred and burned away, releasing carbon that chemically reduced the surrounding green copper carbonate to microscopic particles of pure metallic copper. This thin film of copper then diffused faintly into the contacting surfaces of the gold spheres and the underlying gold sheet, forming a localized gold-copper alloy at the exact point of contact. Because an alloy of gold and copper possesses a lower melting threshold than pure gold, a phenomenon known in metallurgy as a eutectic point. This microscopic junction melted at a precise temperature just below the melting point of the surrounding gold. As the internal heat reached this delicate balance, an almost invisible ring of liquid alloy formed at the base of each bead, drawn around the joint by the gentle pull of surface tension. And upon the slightest cooling, it solidified into a permanent bond of remarkable strength. The craftsman watched this delicate process in a darkened room, relying on the soft, shifting incandescence of the heated metal from a deep, dusky red to a pale, shimmering orange glow, to recognize the precise second to withdraw the piece from the flame. A single moment of distraction, or a fraction of a degree of excess heat, would cause the delicate spheres to collapse and liquefy, dissolving hours of painstaking work into a featureless pool of molten metal. So the goldsmith maintained a state of calm, effortless concentration, breathing slowly alongside the rhythmic pulse of the glowing embers, completely at peace within the quiet rhythm of the work. This quiet mastery of micro-joining techniques allowed Etruscan metalworkers to create works of unprecedented softness and texture, where light interacted with gold in ways never before seen in the ancient Mediterranean world. Each microscopic sphere acted as a tiny lens, catching the warm flickers of oil lamps and the cool rays of twilight, scattering light across the surface of pendants, brooches, and ear ornaments with a soft, velvety luster. As the cool night winds drifted gently down from the Apennine Hills and swept through the open workshop doors, the finished gold ornaments were set aside to cool gradually upon beds of fine, clean wood ash. This gradual cooling prevented thermal shock, allowing the newly formed eutectic bonds to settle smoothly into the crystalline lattice of the gold without introducing stress or brittle microcracks into the metal. The knowledge of these delicate processes moved slowly along peaceful maritime trade routes, shared among coastal workshops and artisan guilds across the Tyrrhenian Sea, the Aegean archipelago, and the wider Mediterranean basin. Goldsmiths across distant lands marveled at the seamless precision of Etruscan granulation, recognizing that such work required not just technical skill, but a deep, tranquil intimacy with the behavior of materials under heat. This branch of ancient metallurgy demonstrated that the work of the forge was not always loud, heavy, or aggressive. It could also be a quiet art of observation, soft breaths, and infinitesimal adjustments, where microscopic forces of chemical reduction and surface tension were guided by a gentle, steady hand, creating beauty that seemed to rest effortlessly upon the metal. As the night deepened the ambient sounds of the ancient settlement faded into complete quiet. The workshop hearths cooled to a faint, soothing crimson glow, casting long, soft shadows across the smooth stone workbenches. The specialized tools of the trade, tiny iron tweezers, smooth agate burnishers, small clay crucibles, and bone blowpipes, were cleaned and laid neatly to rest in their wooden trays. In the silence of the late evening, the legacy of early metalworking rested quietly in these finished creations, bridging the gap between raw terrestrial minerals and the enduring beauty of human artistry. The gold spheres, permanently fused by the invisible alchemy of copper and flame, remained fixed in their delicate geometric arrangements, untouched by time or wear. Long after the hearth fires were extinguished and the goldsmiths went to their rest, these golden artifacts would endure beneath the quiet soil of Etruria, keeping safe the memory of an era when human hands learned to converse softly with the hidden nature of metals. The gentle union of gold, mineral, carbon, and fire stood as a serene testament to patience and understanding, offering a calm reminder of how the quietest processes of nature can shape objects of lasting tranquility and timeless grace as the night settles completely over the peaceful earth, bringing stillness to all things. In the quiet valleys nestled within the southeastern Alps of Slovenia, around 600 years before the Common Era, the rhythm of metalworking echoed like a soft, steady heartbeat against the surrounding granite peaks. Here, amidst cool alpine winds, quiet mountain streams, and misty pine forests, artisan metalsmiths worked with exceptional patience and mindfulness, hammering thin sheets of bronze until the copper alloy reached a smooth, uniform, and delicate thickness. These carefully beaten plates were shaped into cylindrical vessels known as sigilli, designed to hold pure well water, spiced wine, or sacred oils for community gatherings, standing as enduring monuments of peaceful, everyday life in the ancient mountains. To decorate these vessels, the smiths employed the subtle and quiet art of repoussé, using fine punches from behind to raise delicate patterns across the bronze surface. Under their practiced, steady hands, scenes of tranquil procession emerged across the curved metal faces. Quiet ceremonial banquets where figures rested in contemplative repose, and graceful walking stags moving in silent harmony through stylized mountain landscapes. The warm light of small workshop hearths would catch the subtle curvature of each embossed form, casting long, soft shadows across the earthen floor, while the steady, rhythmic tapping of bone and wooden mallets against iron punches created a soothing, hypnotic melody. This meticulous craft required an intimate understanding of the metal's natural flexibility and grain. If beaten too fiercely or without periodic annealing in soft wood embers, the bronze would grow brittle and fracture under the stress of the punch. Thus, the artisans worked slowly and intentionally, pausing often to heat the bronze back to a dull, comforting red glow before allowing it to cool gently in the stillness of the mountain air, ensuring that each vessel could curve gracefully into shape without losing its structural integrity. These sigilli became quiet storytellers of their era, preserving in high relief the subtle rituals, social gatherings, and natural environments of the alpine communities, carried gently from valley to valley along winding trade paths as precious artifacts of human devotion, artistry, and refined metallurgy. As the centuries unfolded and knowledge traveled across trade routes and mountain passes, the art of metalworking continued to evolve, branching into new forms that sustained human life in increasingly harmonious ways. Far to the east, along the expansive and fertile alluvial plains of Henan, China, around 500 years before the Common Era, another profound transformation in metallurgy was quietly taking shape in this vast agricultural heartland, where wide, tranquil rivers carried rich nutrient silt down from distant mountain headwaters. Ancient founders turned their attention to the immense potential of iron ore, seeking ways to render this tough, abundant element as fluid and adaptable as melted bronze. To achieve the extraordinary temperatures required to fully liquefy raw iron ore, these master founders constructed tall blast furnaces powered by large wooden piston bellows that drew air in and pushed it steadily into the base of the furnace through double-acting strokes, melting the iron, or so they could pour liquid metal directly into fitted ceramic molds for smooth, curved plowshares that glided effortlessly through river silt. The deep, rhythmic sound of the wooden piston moving within its smooth, oiled chamber echoed softly through the evening air, resembling the slow, measured breathing of a sleeping giant at rest. Within the intensely glowing chamber, iron ore was reduced and saturated with carbon until it transformed into a bright, liquid stream that flowed like molten sunlit wax down narrow clay channels into awaiting ceramic molds, bringing together raw earth, rushing air, and intense fire into a calm, controlled process of transformation. This technological breakthrough in iron casting allowed Chinese farmers to replace older, flat wooden and stone tools with heavy, curved metallic blades that could slice cleanly through dense, damp soils without accumulating heavy clods of earth along their polished surfaces. The subtle, organic curvature of the cast iron plowshare was carefully calibrated to lift and invert the dark, nutrient-rich soil, allowing aeration to take place smoothly and quietly as the blade moved through the fields during early morning plowing. Because the liquid iron was poured directly into standardized ceramic molds, dozens of identical plowshares could be produced from a single melt, bringing a quiet abundance to rural farming communities across the Henan region, where agricultural life moved in harmony with the gentle turning of the seasons. The smooth finish imparted by the ceramic molds reduced friction to such a degree that a single draft animal could easily turn vast stretches of river basin land before the heat of midday arrived. In the peaceful villages surrounding the foundries, the soft glow of the blast furnace against the twilight sky was a reassuring sight, promising sturdy tools for the coming planting season and a reliable harvest for families across the fertile river valleys. As night fell over the fields of Hanaan, the cooled iron blades lay clean and rested in wooden barns, their smooth surfaces reflecting the faint starlight, ready once more to tend to the earth when the morning sun broke softly over the horizon. When viewed across the vast tapestry of human history, both the delicate alpine sigilli and the robust Chinese plowshares reflect a shared human impulse to shape the gifts of the earth into forms of beauty, utility, and quiet permanence. In the high mountain valleys of Slovenia, metal was elevated to an art of quiet reflection, catching the fleeting moments of ceremonial life in beaten bronze, while along the riverbanks of Hanaan, metal became the silent foundation of sustenance, enabling vast communities to thrive through peaceful agricultural labor. Both traditions relied upon an intricate understanding of fire, air, and mineral earth, a quiet dialogue between human patience and natural materials that took centuries to mature into refined practice. The soft, rhythmic tapping of the alpine repoussé punch and the steady, deep breath of the Hanaan piston bellows both speak to a time when technological progress moved at the tranquil pace of manual craft, unhurried and deeply connected to the natural rhythms of life. Each stroke of the hammer and each pour of molten iron represented a commitment to quality, care, and the enduring well-being of the community. Tonight, as we look back upon these ancient smiths and founders resting beside their cooling hearths, we can feel a deep sense of calm in knowing that their quiet craftsmanship laid the gentle foundations upon which human civilization rested for generations, leaving behind artifacts that still whisper of peace, harmony, and timeless artistry. Along the winding reaches of the Red River Valley, where soft, silver mists drift through verdant hills and quiet alluvial plains, an extraordinary mastery of metallurgy flourished in the serene dusk of antiquity, long before the rise of bustling cities or grand stone monuments. The ancient artisans of this fertile landscape looked upon the clay of their riverbanks and the molten warmth of copper and tin not merely as utilitarian resources, but as mediums for harmony, quiet spirit, and enduring art. Here, where the evening humidity settles gently over whispering bamboo groves, and a deep stillness descends upon the slow-flowing water, metalsmiths cultivated a profound and patient relationship with the craft of bronze casting. Their work was never rushed or hurried, for it demanded a quiet, mindful alignment with the natural elements, relying on the steady, amber glow of charcoal braziers, the slow and predictable drying of river mud, and the soft, forgiving malleability of natural beeswax gathered from wild forest hives. As twilight lengthened the long shadows across quiet homesteads, the kilns were tended with a calm and rhythmic care, gently warming the pottery crucibles until dense ingots of copper and tin transformed into a glowing, luminescent liquid. In this tranquil cradle of early Southeast Asian metallurgy, fashioning a bronze object was an exercise in meditative focus, where every gesture was guided by generations of subtle, intuitive knowledge. The smiths understood that to capture both aesthetic grace and acoustic purity within a cast vessel, one had to proceed with absolute patience, allowing fire, gravity, air, and earth to blend seamlessly together as the molten metal found its eventual rest within the mold. Every step of the process was infused with a slow, deliberate grace, preparing the materials with a reverence for the subtle balance between form and function, sound and silence. Central to this remarkable tradition was the creation of great ceremonial drums, magnificent, broad-headed bronze instruments whose expansive hollow bodies required unprecedented structural precision, aesthetic refinement, and acoustic balance. To achieve such delicate symmetry across a massive metallic surface, these ancient bronze workers perfected a lost wax casting technique that pushed the very limits of early metallurgical engineering. Around 500 BCE, along the Red River Valley in Vietnam, Dong Sun metalsmiths suspended clay cores inside beeswax models of large bronze drums, using tiny copper spacers to maintain a uniform 2mm wall thickness. So the cast metal produced a soft, resonant hum when touched. This extraordinarily thin, consistent shell was a triumph of ancient thermal and acoustic craftsmanship, ensuring that when the heavy liquid alloy cascaded down through the ceramic pouring gates, it filled every narrow channel evenly without cooling prematurely or creating dense, deadening regions. The tiny copper chaplets, placed with painstaking precision between the inner core of tempered silt and the outer sculpted wax model, held the central core rigidly in place against the immense pressure of the incoming liquid. As the fiery stream filled the void, these copper spacers softened and fused seamlessly into the surrounding bronze, becoming an invisible, unified part of the vessel's structure. To hold such a delicate core, perfectly centered, while liquid bronze swept through the narrow 2mm clearance, required quiet composure, steady hands, and an intimate understanding of metal dynamics. As the poured metal cooled slowly within its dark clay jacket beneath the evening stars, the alloy contracted uniformly, preserving a flawless internal balance that allowed low-frequency acoustic waves to travel smoothly across its surface whenever the drum was gently touched. The result was not merely a physical object, but a resonant chamber tuned with incredible exactitude to produce a warm, lingering pitch that seemed to soothe the air around it. Beyond their extraordinary acoustic perfection, These bronze drums served as rich visual tapestries, adorned with delicate low-relief carvings that celebrated the peaceful rhythms of life along the ancient waterway. Long before the molten bronze was introduced, artisan fingers spent quiet, uninterrupted hours using fine bone and wooden tools to trace intricate patterns into the soft, warm beeswax layer. At the center of each drum's circular top, a multi-pointed starburst expanded outward like a gentle sun, surrounding itself with concentric bands of serene imagery, stately egrets gliding with outstretched wings through calm skies, processions of figures wearing majestic feathered headdresses, and long, elegant riverboats drifting effortlessly down peaceful currents, every microscopic line pressed into the pliable wax created an exact negative relief, destined to be filled and preserved by liquid metal. Once the wax sculpture was finished, it was enveloped in successive coatings of fine clay slurry mixed with rice husks, forming a thick, heat-resistant outer shell. When this composite assembly was gently fired, the melting beeswax flowed out quietly through drain spouts, leaving behind a pristine hollow cavity that captured every subtle mark of the artisan's hand. When the casting was complete and the hardened outer clay mold was carefully cracked away with small mallets, the bronze surface revealed itself in the soft light of the workshop. The raw drum was then painstakingly smoothed using fine river silt, polished with rounded river stones, and conditioned with plant oils until it radiated a soft, golden brown warmth. These drum surfaces were not created to broadcast loud, jarring noise. Instead, they were crafted to resonate with the quiet cycles of agricultural life, echoing the soft patter of seasonal rainfall, the whisper of river breezes, and the tranquil cadence of the surrounding forest. As night fell completely over the Red River Valley, the bright fires of the foundry would gradually fade into soft, glowing embers, leaving the newly cast bronze drums resting peacefully in the cool darkness of the workshop. The soft hum produced by touching their thin metal walls echoed gently across the damp riverbanks, blending effortlessly with the rhythmic chorus of nocturnal insects and the gentle lapping of water against bamboo piers. In this soothing atmosphere of total stillness, the metalsmiths could rest from their labor, knowing that their dedicated craft had transformed raw elements of earth and fire into objects of enduring permanence, beauty, and grace. The legacy of the Dong Sun bronzes extended far beyond their immediate era, buried in sacred soil or preserved carefully across generations. These drums carried the quiet spirit of their makers forward through centuries of quiet time, unhurried by the changing world around them. To hold or gently touch the smooth, cool surface of such a drum is to connect directly with an ancient philosophy of craft, one that sought not to dominate nature through heavy force, but to find balance, extreme technical precision, and profound tranquility in every subtle detail. The resonance of the thin metal shell acts like a gentle lullaby from the past, holding the warmth of human hands within its bronze lattice. As the night breeze carries the last lingering scent of wood smoke and charcoal away into the starlit sky, the memory of these ancient metalworkers remains safely preserved in the gentle vibrations of bronze, inviting a deep, restful calm to settle over the landscape, where the ancient past and the quiet present merge into peaceful, undisturbed sleep. As twilight settles over the high, rugged slopes of Mount Parnassus, a soothing stillness descends upon the ancient sanctuary of Delphi, where the sacred mountain air whispers softly through the gray-green olive groves in the valley below. In the centuries following the dawn of the classical era, the mastery of metalworking in the Mediterranean world evolved far beyond the basic forging of practical tools and defensive armor into a deeply refined, patient art form that sought to capture human grace and tranquil poise within durable bronze. Early metal sculptors had relied primarily on solid casting for smaller figurines, pouring molten copper alloys directly into open stone or carved clay molds. But as their artistic ambitions expanded to life-sized and monumental public statues, the immense weight and extravagant cost of solid metal demanded a far more sophisticated and subtle approach to create figures that could stand lightweight yet structurally resilient upon their carved stone pedestals. Ancient craftsmen perfected the indirect lost wax process, a delicate technique requiring a profound, intuitive understanding of heat transfer, refractory clays, and fluid metal behavior. In this patient craft, a foundational core made of fire-resistant clay mixed with sand and organic fibers was carefully sculpted, over which a thin layer of refined beeswax was applied and painstakingly detailed by master hands to capture every subtle fold of drapery, delicate facial feature, and anatomical contour. This delicate wax model was subsequently encased within a thick outer mantle of coarse clay, strengthened with animal hair, while tiny iron pins known as chaplets were carefully driven through the layers to maintain an exact, immovable spacing between the inner core and the outer mold once the wax was evacuated. When the entire assembly was thoroughly baked in a slow, wood-fired kiln, the melted wax drained away completely, leaving a clean, narrow cavity designed to receive the glowing liquid metal. The ultimate goal of this intricate foundry process was to achieve an astonishingly thin, perfectly even wall of bronze across the entire figure, minimizing internal thermal stress as the alloy cooled, preventing unsightly shrinkage cracks, and endowing the finished bronze with a smooth, resonant density that could endure for millennia under open skies. Among the most celebrated achievements of this classical casting tradition was the famous life-sized sculpture known as the Charioteer, dedicated at Delphi to commemorate a victorious chariot race at the Pythian Games around 470 BCE in Delphi, Greece. Sculptors shaped the hollow core of the the bronze charioteer statue around iron support rods wrapped in soft sheep's wool, allowing molten bronze to flow evenly between the clay layers to form a uniform wall thickness of just 3 millimeters. The inclusion of internal iron armatures provided vital structural support during the delicate building and baking of the clay core, ensuring that the tall, upright stance of the young driver would not warp under its own weight before the metal was introduced. Wrapping those inner iron rods in a soft layer of sheep's wool served a brilliant metallurgical purpose, as the organic fibers created a resilient, yielding cushion between the expanding metal rod and the surrounding damp clay. When the mold was fired in the kiln, the wool burned away completely, leaving a micro gap that accommodated the differing thermal expansion rates of iron and clay without cracking the fragile core. Because the core remained perfectly aligned and steady inside the outer investment mold, the liquid bronze, an alloy carefully formulated with copper, tin, and small amounts of lead to lower its melting point and improve fluidity, swept smoothly through every channel, filling the narrow space without leaving cold shuts or trapped air bubbles, achieving a consistent metal skin only 3 millimeters thick across such a grand, multi-part statue was an astonishing feat of engineering, requiring the pour to be conducted at precisely calibrated temperatures so that the metal would neither freeze prematurely nor scorch the clay walls. This exceptionally uniform thickness not only reduced the total weight of the bronze, making it far easier to assemble and anchor securely, but also allowed the statue to cool at a remarkably even rate throughout its structure, eliminating residual internal stresses that might otherwise distort the refined proportions of the driver's flowing chiton robe. To construct such a complex work of art, the ancient sculptors did not cast the charioteer as a single monolithic block, but rather in several distinct sections, including the head, the upper torso, the lower skirt of the robe, and the individual limbs, which were cast independently in specialized molds, and then seamlessly joined together. Artisans utilized flow welding, a process where fresh molten bronze was carefully poured directly over the aligned seams to melt the adjacent metal edges into a continuous bond, or precise mechanical joinery with hidden tongue-end groove joints, hammering and burnishing the metal until the seams vanished entirely from sight. Once the structural joining was complete, metalworkers turned their attention to the exquisite surface details, using fine steel chisels and gravures to crisp the delicate strands of hair bound by a victor's headband, and chasing away any small imperfections left by the casting gates and air vents to give the statue a serene, lifelike gaze that seemed to look quietly across the sanctuary terraces. The eyes were inlaid with custom-carved onyx and white glass paste surrounded by delicate copper eyelashes, while silver wire was inlaid to highlight the details of the headband, and pure copper was used for the lips to impart a soft, natural color contrast against the golden brown sheen of the freshly polished bronze. As the centuries passed, the statue stood peacefully on its stone pedestal beside its bronze horses and chariot, listening to the quiet rustle of wind through the sacred mountain valley, until a dramatic earthquake and landslide in 373 BCE buried the monument beneath a protective blanket of earth and rock, sheltered from atmospheric moisture and oxygen deep within the soil. The bronze lay undisturbed in total darkness for over 2,000 years, preserved in near pristine condition, until French archaeologists carefully uncovered it in the late 19th century, revealing a timeless masterwork whose thin bronze walls still bore the quiet mark of ancient metallurgical mastery. The technical harmony demonstrated in the creation of the charioteer reflects a pivotal milestone in the historical evolution of ancient metallurgy, where the distinct physical properties of bronze and iron were harmoniously integrated to achieve structural stability and timeless aesthetic grace. By combining the high tensile strength of iron support armatures with the fluid casting qualities and corrosion resistance of copper tin alloys, classical craftsmen mastered the physical chemistry of founding, laying a foundational body of knowledge that would inform bronze work through the Renaissance and into the modern era. The precise control over alloy composition, core preparation, and mold temperature enabled these early metallurgists to manipulate phase transformations within the cooling metal, ensuring that the copper-rich solid solution formed a uniform, non-porous microstructure resistant to stress and environmental degradation. The soft burnishing of the finished bronze surface reflected the quiet luminescence of the Mediterranean sun, embodying an era when human skill turned raw ore, fire, and clay into quiet expressions of harmony and rest. As night deepens over the modern world and stars trace their calm, slow arcs across the dark sky, the enduring legacy of ancient bronze casting offers a comforting reminder of human patience and quiet ingenuity, of fire brought into balance with earth, and metal shaped to rest peacefully through the vast spans of time. The gentle, silent cooling of molten bronze within its dark clay mold mirrors the slow, natural rhythm of nightfall, inviting a peaceful stillness where thought settles and quiet slumber begins. As dusk gently settles over the Mediterranean landscape, a calm and soothing quiet descends upon the ancient hilltops where stone monuments have rested for countless centuries. High above the city of Athens, the warm evening breeze carries the faint scent of wild thyme, olive trees, and distant sea salt, brushing past the timeless marble pillars of sanctuary structures built during the golden sunrises of antiquity. The master stonemasons who dedicated their lives to raising these majestic temples understood that true permanence required more than simply carving massive blocks of pentelic marble and placing them in precise, harmonious alignment. They recognized that the earth itself is constantly in gentle motion, responding to subtle shifts in temperature, seasonal winds, and deep seismic tremors. To hold these great stone courses together with resilient strength, the craftsmen forged heavy iron clamps shaped like double-headed dovetails or long staples, which were inset into carefully hollowed channels spanning adjacent marble blocks. Iron was the strongest structural metal known to their world, capable of bearing immense tension without bending or breaking under the heavy, resting burden of overhead pediments. Yet, despite its formidable rigidity, iron possessed a subtle vulnerability that every experienced blacksmith and mason respected. When exposed to air and atmospheric moisture, the surface of iron slowly oxidizes, creating rust that expands with tremendous force, eventually fracturing the very stone it was intended to protect. To overcome this challenge and grant their monuments true immortality, the Athenian builders turned to another metal whose humble, soft, and unyielding nature provided the perfect counterpart to iron's rigid strength. Around 447 BCE in Athens, stonemasons securing the marble blocks of the Parthenon encased forged iron clamps inside thick jackets of molten lead, insulating the iron from air and humidity so completely that the hidden metal remained rust-free across millennia. The process of applying this protective metal jacket was carried out with extraordinary care, deep patience, and quiet deliberation. After each iron clamp was fitted precisely into its carved stone channel, molten lead, heated in portable iron cauldrons over soft charcoal embers until it flowed like shimmering silver fluid, was poured steadily into the surrounding void. Because lead melts at a relatively low temperature and possesses exceptional fluidity in its liquid state, it crept smoothly into every minute gap, coating the entire surface of the forged iron and filling every microscopic pore in the adjacent marble wall. As the lead cooled, it contracted slightly into a dense, malleable cushion that formed an airtight and watertight seal around the iron core. This soft metallic envelope served a double purpose. It acted as an impenetrable barrier that excluded atmospheric oxygen and coastal humidity, while also serving as a shock-absorbing buffer that allowed the massive marble blocks to expand and contract naturally through scorching summer days and chilly winter nights without concentrating destructive stress on the iron itself. Sealed in absolute darkness within the heart of the stone, the iron remained completely isolated from the corrosive elements of the atmosphere, resting in a quiet subterranean calm. Centuries turned into millennia, empires rose and quietly dissolved into history, and atmospheric rains washed gently over the white marble facade. Yet beneath the surface, the iron clamps lay in undisturbed tranquility, preserved exactly as the ancient masons had placed them. This quiet mastery of material chemistry demonstrates how early craftsmen did not rely solely on brute force, but rather on a deep, intuitive understanding of how different metals interact with their environment, creating a silent union of strength and softness that, resting quietly out of sight, holds the ancient world together. Far across the continent, amidst the mist-covered valleys and winding riverbeds of central China, another ancient metalworking tradition was discovering the soothing, transformative properties of lead in an entirely different domain of human art. During the quiet twilight hours of the Eastern Zhou period, the bronze foundries of Hubei province glowed with a warm, steady radiance. Here, skilled bronze founders were engaged in the delicate craft of casting massive sets of musical chime bells, known as bayanzhang, designed to produce pure, meditative tones for royal ceremonies, ancestral offerings, and peaceful courtly rituals. Unlike smaller handbells, these heavy bronze instruments were monumental feats of pyrotechnology and engineering, requiring precise control over the alloy's chemical composition to achieve both visual beauty and acoustic harmony. Standard bronze was composed primarily of copper combined with tin, an alloy that yielded a hard, durable metal capable of holding a sharp edge or producing a bright, clear ring. However, when casting heavy chime bells that bore intricate decorative motifs and delicate written inscriptions on their outer surfaces, standard bronze proved too thick and viscous when melted, often leaving tiny air pockets or failing to fill the finest details carved into the clay molds. Furthermore, a pure copper tin alloy produced high-pitched, piercing overtones that disturbed the quiet, contemplative atmosphere intended for ritual music. To solve both the metallurgical and acoustic challenges at once, the Chinese foundry masters refined their bronze recipe with subtle precision. Around 430 BCE in Hubei, China, bronze founders added precisely 5% lead to the copper tin alloy of heavy chime bells, lowering the molten metal's viscosity to capture micro-engraved calligraphy, while dampening harsh high harmonics for a deep, tranquil tone. The inclusion of exactly 5% lead was a triumph of ancient metallurgical science, altering the physical behavior of the metal in both its liquid and solid states. In the molten bath, the lead dissolved completely into the liquid copper and tin, lowering the surface tension and viscosity of the alloy so that it poured like liquid silk. As the glowing metal trickled smoothly into the complex ceramic molds, it flowed effortlessly into microscopic grooves, capturing delicate calligraphy, ceremonial poetry, and fine geometric patterns with astonishing fidelity. Once the alloy cooled and crystallized, the lead did not merge into the copper tin crystal lattice, but instead settled into microscopic, soft droplets evenly distributed throughout the bronze matrix. When the bell was later struck by a heavy wooden beam during a peaceful ritual, these tiny lead inclusions acted as internal acoustic dampers, absorbing the rapid, harsh high-frequency vibrations that would otherwise create a jarring, tinny sound. What remained was a profound, lingering fundamental frequency, a low, calming hum that vibrated gently through the air, soothing the listener and fading slowly into the quiet night, like waves of water gradually growing still under a calm moonlit sky. The sound resonated with a deep, resting warmth, inviting quiet contemplation and deep rest for all who gathered to listen. In both the hidden structural clamps of classical Greece and the resonant chime bells of ancient China, lead served as a gentle guardian of longevity, art, and peace, whether protecting iron from the slow rust of time or softening bronze into a tranquil musical voice. This humble metal allowed ancient craftsmen to touch the physical world with grace. They left behind a legacy of quiet strength, peaceful beauty, and timeless tranquility that continues to rest undisturbed in the quiet shadows of history, offering a peaceful reminder of human ingenuity resting in harmony with the natural elements of the earth. As evening settles gently across the ancient landscapes of southern India, the quiet village of Cozumel rests beside the tranquil, slow-moving waters of the Noyal River, bathed in the soft, golden twilight of a world 3 centuries before the Common Era. Here, far from the hurried clamor of modern industry, metalworking was lived as a slow, contemplative art, deeply aligned with the steady, unhurried rhythms of the natural world. Artisans moved with quiet purpose through open-air workshops, refreshed by the warm evening breeze, their hands familiar with the earth, the fuel, and the rich iron ores that had lain hidden within the ancient soil for untold ages. The forge was not merely a place of intense physical fire, but a peaceful sanctuary of patient transformation, where the basic elements of the earth were invited to combine in delicate, harmonious balance. As the stars began to appear one by one in the darkening canopy above, the soft, rhythmic puffing of manual leather bellows created a steady, soothing pulse throughout the village, sounding much like the peaceful breathing of a sleeping landscape. In these quiet spaces, early craftspeople learned to listen carefully to the fire, reading its subtle shifts in luminosity from deep crimson to soft, radiant orange, understanding with quiet wisdom that true mastery over metal required time, stillness, and an unwavering respect for the slow chemistry of thermal change. The surrounding air was filled with the subtle, comforting aroma of burning hard woods, damp river silt, and crushed botanical herbs, creating an atmosphere of calm focus where every single movement was performed with deliberate care and quiet reverence, laying the ground for one of humanity's most breathtaking metallurgical traditions. Within this peaceful atmosphere of devotion and patient craft, the metalworkers of Cozumel developed a revolutionary technique that brought together the plant kingdom and the mineral realm inside a quiet, closed crucible, rather than working iron solely upon an open hearth where carbon could easily escape or unevenly contaminate the metal. They sought a way to gently feed the iron with carbon within a completely sealed environment, allowing the two elements to merge over long, undisturbed periods of intense, yet carefully moderated heat. Beginning around 300 BCE in Crucible, India, metalworkers sealed iron with dried leaves of asterisk Calotropes gigantea inside small clay crucibles, letting charcoal fires slowly infuse carbon over days to grow microscopically layered Wootz steel with quiet, water-like surface waves. This intricate ritual began with selecting pieces of high-purity bloomery iron, carefully shaped to fit into small, hand-formed clay pots, crafted from local river clays mixed with organic temper. Beside the iron, they placed the dried foliage of the giant milkweed plant, known botanically as asterisk Calotropes gigantea asterisk, whose organic structures provided a clean, rich source of carbon as they slowly carbonized within the oxygen-starved vessel. The crucibles were then sealed tightly with thick layers of natural clay and organic binders, ensuring no outside air could enter or disrupt the delicate chemical balance within. Once sealed, these unassuming clay vessels were nestled deep into beds of glowing charcoal within subterranean draft furnaces. For days on end, the fires were maintained at a steady, gentle intensity, never pushed to destructive extremes, but kept at a precise temperature that allowed the solid iron to absorb the released carbon atom by atom, deep inside the sealed clay, in total darkness and intense warmth. A quiet dance of molecules took place as carbon dissolved slowly into the solid lattice of the iron, transforming its inner nature and preparing it to form intricate microstructures of remarkable strength, elasticity, and visual elegance. When the prolonged heating phase was finally complete, the furnaces were allowed to cool down with profound slowness, taking many hours or even full days for the stored heat to gently dissipate into the surrounding earth. This gradual cooling was essential to the entire process, for it allowed the iron and carbon to arrange themselves naturally into microscopic layers of iron carbide, known to modern science as cementite, embedded within a softer, more flexible matrix of iron. When the cool clay crucibles were eventually retrieved and carefully cracked open, they revealed dense, dark ingots of crucible steel, completely transformed from the raw iron placed inside days before. When these ingots were gently forged at precise, low temperatures and polished with fine abrasives and mild plant acids, their surfaces revealed a mesmerizing visual phenomenon, a delicate, undulating pattern reminiscent of sunlight playing upon moving water, or soft silk drifting in a summer breeze. These quiet, water-like surface waves were not merely decorative flourishes applied to the exterior. They were the direct, visible expression of the steel's internal microscopic architecture, formed by the alternating bands of hard and ductile structures woven seamlessly throughout the metal. To hold such a piece of steel was to witness a harmonious union of strength and grace, where the rigidity of iron was tempered by the delicate carbon of dried leaves, rendered visible through patience, clay, and flame. The subtle pattern seemed to capture the very motion of liquidity, as if the gentle river waters outside the workshop had been frozen into the heart of the metal itself, offering a visual testament to the tranquil precision of its ancient creation. As night deepens and the last embers of the crucible furnaces fade into soft gray ash, the legacy of Wootz steel stands as a quiet reminder of human patience and our deep connection to the natural world. These small, rounded ingots would eventually travel along ancient maritime and overland trade routes, carried by merchants across vast oceans and mountain passes to distant lands, where they would be revered by craftspeople for generations to come. Yet, at its origin, the birth of crucible steel was a peaceful, localized practice, reliant on local clays, indigenous plants, and an intimate understanding of time, balance, and temperature. It reminds us that true progress in human understanding often blossoms not from force or speed, but from gentle observation, quiet experimentation, and a willingness to let nature complete its work over long, undisturbed hours. The breathing of the bellows grows quiet. The stars hold their silent positions in the dark velvet sky, and the memory of the ancient furnace softly fades into the stillness of the night. The water-like waves upon the steel remain still, reflecting the timeless beauty born from fire, earth, and leaves, inviting a sense of deep, peaceful rest to settle over all things. As the quiet of evening settled over the craft workshops of ancient East Asia, metalworkers turned their attention from the heavy labor of smelting and casting to the delicate, contemplative art of surface refinement. During the late Warring States period, bronze had long established itself as a foundational material of human civilization, valued not only for its structural integrity when poured into ceremonial vessels or edged tools, but also for its intimate relationship with light. Bronze, an alloy composed primarily of copper, combined with varying proportions of tin and occasionally small additions of lead, possesses an inherent warmth that responds to the gentlest illumination. However, when freshly released from its multi-piece ceramic mold, a cast mirror disc bears a dark, rough surface, veiled in heavy oxides and minor surface irregularities caused by the rapid cooling of the liquid metal against the clay walls. To transform this dense, unyielding slab of alloy into a vessel of clear reflection required hours of patient, rhythmic work carried out in the soft, low light of oil lamps. Metallurgists of the era understood that metal was not merely a rigid, inert substance, but a dynamic medium whose surface characteristics could be fundamentally altered through temperature, friction, and precise chemical interactions. In the tranquil atmosphere of these evening workshops, where the air carried the faint scent of cooling charcoal, river sand, and finely ground mineral powders, artisans practiced polishing techniques that demonstrated an extraordinary intuitive grasp of physical chemistry before the formalization of modern material science. The initial stages of refinement demanded steady, unhurried physical effort, using coarse river stones and water to gradually grind away the brittle casting skin and level the metallic face. Step by step, the craftsmen transitioned to progressively finer abrasives, dampened slate dust, soft sandstone flour, and delicate wood ashes, smoothing away microscopic ridges, until the bronze face turned a uniform, muted gray, standing ready for the final, transformative treatment that would grant it a quiet, enduring brilliance. The culmination of this artistic and metallurgical process relied upon a specialized chemical surface treatment that granted both high optical clarity and lasting resistance to atmospheric decay. Around 300 BCE in Warring States, China, craftspeople rubbed bronze mirrors with a soft liquid amalgam of tin and mercury, polishing the surface with silk until a microscopic layer of silvery tin mercury alloy formed a still, tarnish-resistant surface that reflected calm ambient light. This sophisticated technique took advantage of liquid mercury's unique ability to dissolve solid tin at ambient temperatures, forming a smooth, workable paste known as an amalgam. As the artisans swept a bundle of fine silk across the metal disc in deliberate, continuous circles, the gentle friction generated just enough localized warmth to promote a seamless chemical bond between the tin mercury amalgam and the underlying bronze matrix. Mercury functioned as an effective liquid carrier, allowing tin atoms to migrate into the microscopic voids, pores, and crevices inherent in the cast bronze surface. Under the steady, even pressure of the silk polishing, the mercury gradually stabilized and volatilized, leaving behind an exceptionally thin, uniform layer of a tin-rich intermetallic compound. This silvery veneer, measuring only a fraction of a micron in thickness, possessed a remarkably high specular reflectivity while remaining completely smooth to the touch. Beyond its striking visual qualities, this microscopic tin mercury layer served a vital protective purpose by sealing the reactive copper content of the underlying bronze entirely away from atmospheric moisture, oxygen, and ambient gases. Without such a barrier, bronze surfaces naturally oxidize over time when exposed to air, developing a dull green or brown patina that destroys their reflective capacity. By contrast, a mirror finished with this tin mercury amalgam maintained its pristine, mirror-like clarity across decades, reflecting shadows and ambient light with a serene, unblemished stillness. Within the peaceful interiors of ancient dwellings, where soft paper screens filtered the moonlight and gentle braziers provided warmth, these carefully crafted mirrors occupied a unique place in daily life. Unlike modern glass mirrors with their sharp, cold reflectivity, a tin mercury polished bronze surface offered a soft, luminous depth, catching the quiet flicker of a hempseed oil lamp or candle flame and diffusing it gently into the surrounding space. The visual experience was calm and soothing, rendering human faces and interior spaces with a soft, ethereal clarity that harmonized naturally with the low-energy lighting of the era. From a scientific perspective, this ancient polishing method represented a sophisticated application of surface engineering, in which the surface properties of an object were intentionally decoupled from its bulk composition, while the interior core of the mirror retained the toughness, density, and structural integrity of a high-tin bronze alloy capable of resisting mechanical shock. Its outermost boundary was modified into a distinct, specialized intermetallic layer, optimized entirely for light reflection and chemical stability. Achieving this delicate balance required a calm, steady hand and an environment free from dust or sudden disturbance, as any stray grit introduced during the final silk polishing could scratch the soft amalgam before it fully consolidated into its solid metallic phase. Artisans worked in quiet, meditative rhythm, listening to the soft whisper of silk moving across the smooth metal face, observing the subtle shift as the dull metallic paste transformed under friction into a mirror of liquid silver. In this quiet crafting, the metal seemed to absorb the peaceful focus of its maker, turning raw elements of copper, tin, and mercury into a vessel of tranquility. This intimate, slow-paced interaction between artisan, metal, and cloth highlighted a profound patience, where technological progress was measured not by speed or volume, but by the perfection of a single, still surface designed to catch the quietest rays of ambient light. As night deepened over the landscape and the fires in the forge hearths faded to glowing embers, these finished mirrors were carefully wrapped in soft silk textiles and stored in lacquered wooden boxes to protect their pristine faces from dust and humidity. The knowledge of amalgam polishing, perfected during the Warring States period, established a tradition of precision surface metallurgy that would endure for generations, influencing mirror craft and decorative metalworking throughout East Asia for centuries to come. As trade routes expanded and techniques evolved through the age of iron and steel, the underlying principles of alloy refinement and protective surface coatings continued to guide metalworkers, bridging the gap between artistic creation and functional durability. Even today, when archaeologists carefully uncover these ancient artifacts from sealed subterranean tombs, many specimens still preserve their original silvery luster, standing as silent testaments to the extraordinary skill and chemical intuition of their creators. The legacy of these ancient bronze mirrors reminds us that the history of metalworking is not solely a story of roaring furnaces, heavy forge hammers, and structural iron, but also a quiet chronicle of refinement, patience, and microscopic precision. The gradual cooling of the workshop, the rhythmic, soothing motion of silk against metal, and the motionless reflection of night light upon a silvered bronze disc all embody a peaceful intersection of art, chemistry, and human dedication. Through the thoughtful manipulation of metals and minerals, ancient craftspeople learned to tame the raw forces of fire and earth, creating objects that brought quiet beauty and soft illumination into the stillness of the night, inviting a sense of gentle rest and quiet contemplation as the day comes to a peaceful close. In the quiet expanse of East Asia during the early centuries of the Han Dynasty, metalworking had reached a calm, remarkable synthesis of continuous foundry production and subtle thermal art. Across the wide river valleys, surrounded by mist-laden mountains and fertile terraced fields, early industrial centers operated with a steady, peaceful rhythm. Here, large blast furnaces were fed by carefully prepared iron ore, limestone flux, and dense charcoal, yielding streams of molten iron that flowed as smoothly as liquid fire into preformed molds made of clay and fine sand. This ability to pour liquid iron directly into intricate shapes allowed Chinese metalworkers to produce vast quantities of tools, vessels, and structural components with unprecedented ease. Yet the liquid iron drawn directly from these hot, high-temperature hearths absorbed a high percentage of carbon from the surrounding charcoal fuel, often reaching 3 to 4% by weight. As these castings cooled in their clay beds, the abundant carbon became chemically locked within the iron matrix as an extremely hard, rigid compound known as cementite or iron carbide. While this raw cast iron was exceptionally hard and resistant to surface wear, it was also remarkably brittle, lacking the internal give needed to absorb sharp impacts. If a raw cast iron plowshare struck a buried stone in a field, or if a cast tool was dropped onto a hard surface, the unyielding crystal structure would shatter along microscopic fault lines, fracturing like delicate glass. The ancient iron masters understood that to turn this raw, glass-like metal into reliable implements for farm and home, they did not need to break the castings apart or remelt them in high-temperature hearths. Instead, they needed a method of gentle heat treatment, a long, quiet period of soaking warmth, where the internal structure of the metal could slowly settle, rearrange, and soften at an unhurried pace. Around 200 BCE in Han Dynasty China, iron founders annealed brittle cast iron inside sealed earthenware kilns at 900 degrees C for over a week, allowing carbon to slowly condense into microscopic rosettes of graphite that rendered the metal soft and pliable. This process, carried out within heavy earthenware chambers, sealed tightly with thick layers of river clay to exclude drafts of atmospheric oxygen, represented one of the most sophisticated achievements in ancient metallurgical science. Inside these quiet kilns, hundreds of raw iron castings, ranging from plowshares and axes to cauldrons and architectural fittings, were stacked neatly inside clay containers or buried in protective beds of ground charcoal and fine ash preserve their surfaces. Once the kilns were brought up to a steady, glowing temperature of 900 degrees Celsius, the furnace keepers maintained the heat with remarkable constancy day after day, feeding the low fires with a slow, measured cadence that kept the internal atmosphere perfectly stable. In the deep, glowing orange warmth of the sealed kilns, a peaceful atomic migration unfolded across the crystalline structure of the solid metal. The sustained thermal energy provided just enough mobility for the carbon atoms to break away from their rigid cementite bonds, moving slowly through the iron lattice by solid-state diffusion, rather than forming long, continuous flakes of graphite that would create weak structural seams throughout the metal. The carbon atoms gathered gradually into tiny, rounded nodules, microscopic rosettes of graphite distributed evenly throughout a soft, ductile ferrite matrix. Over the course of more than 7 days of continuous soaking heat, the hard, brittle cast iron underwent a complete internal metamorphosis without ever melting or losing its cast shape. The internal stresses dissolved away in the silent warmth, giving birth to what modern metallurgists call malleable or blackheart cast iron, a material that possessed both the intricate form of cast metal and the shock-absorbing resilience of forged iron. The widespread adoption of this malleable cast iron brought a quiet, enduring stability to the agricultural landscape of Han China, shaping daily life across vast rural territories. Farmers walking through the soft, damp earth of the northern plains, or the rich, terraced valleys of the south, could now steer heavy-wheeled plows fitted with sturdy iron shares that glided through dense soils and turned thick sod without fear of sudden shattering. Because these iron implements could be cast in standardized shapes by the thousands, and then annealed in large batches inside communal kilns, high-quality farming tools became widely available to ordinary agrarian families. The sound of field labor softened into a tranquil rhythm as durable iron plowshares cut smooth, deep furrows year after year, allowing crops to take deeper root and harvest yields to flourish across the empire. Beyond the fields, this resilient metal found its way into domestic life and public works. Large cast iron cauldrons, used for boiling grain or evaporating salt brine, resisted the thermal shock of daily wood fires without cracking. Structural pins, river canal gates, and wagon axle sleeves absorbed the heavy vibrations of travel and water movement with quiet endurance. If an annealed cast iron tool became blunted or slightly misaligned after years of heavy use, local smiths could gently hammer or sharpen the metal cold, knowing it had acquired the internal give necessary to accept cold work without splitting. This elegant synthesis of foundry casting and long-duration heat treatment established a harmonious balance between large-scale production and lasting material quality, laying a technological foundation that sustained the quiet rhythms of society for generations. When the long week of annealing finally drew to its natural end. The furnace tenders slowly reduced the air intake of the kilns, letting the charcoal fires soften into low, resting embers. The cooling phase was managed with the very same gentle patience as the heating, taking place over several additional days, so that the internal structure of the iron could settle completely into its new equilibrium without introducing thermal shocks inside the slowly darkening chambers. As the intense heat dissipated softly into the thick earthenware walls and the earth below, the microscopic rosettes of graphite remained comfortably suspended within the iron matrix, anchoring the metal in a permanent state of calm toughness. When the kilns were at last cool enough to be unsealed and opened to the fresh morning air, the gray castings were lifted out, ready for immediate use. Cold to the touch, heavy, and unassuming in appearance, these finished tools bore no outward trace of the week-long atomic rearrangement that had taken place in total darkness within the clay chambers. They stood as quiet monuments to the power of time, enclosure, and gentle, sustained warmth to transform that which was once brittle and unyielding into something pliable, strong, and enduring. As night fell over the quiet foundry workshops, the spent kilns rested in cool shadow, holding the calm memory of fire, while the newly softened iron began its long, peaceful service in the world outside. As twilight descended over ancient trade routes and peaceful river valleys, the quiet craft of the metallurgist entered a rhythm governed not by haste, but by the slow and patient cooling of earth and fire. In the ancient settlement of Crucible in southern India, surrounded by quiet groves and gentle waterways, the work of the day softened into a tranquil nocturnal ritual. Here, around 200 BCE, ironmasters sealed wrought iron inside small clay crucibles packed with dried cassia auriculata asterisk wood and rice husk paste, baking them slowly overnight so the metal absorbed carbon to form high-purity Wootz steel ingots woven with microscopic carbide ribbons. The darkness of the night enveloped the village, while inside the glowing ceramic vessels, a silent chemical transformation took place under steady, contained heat. The plant materials, rich in carbon and organic compounds, slowly decomposed in the oxygen-deprived environment of the sealed crucibles, releasing carbon atoms that gradually migrated into the solid lattice of the iron. This slow diffusion lowered the melting temperature of the alloy just enough to encourage a uniform internal restructuring without causing the metal to lose its form entirely. As the fires slowly burned down to soft embers in the late hours before dawn, the iron and carbon reorganized into delicate, alternating microscopic layers, forming ribbons of cementite, iron carbide, that granted the finished ingots remarkable toughness and an intricate, wave-like pattern when eventually forged and polished. The craft required an extraordinary mastery of thermal control, atmospheric sealing, and natural chemistry, handed down through generations of smiths who understood that true strength in metal came from stillness, containment, and time. Long after the hearths had grown cool to the touch, the small clay crucibles were gently broken open, revealing dense, dark ingots of Wootz steel resting peacefully within their ceramic molds, holding within their crystalline matrix the quiet warmth of a night spent in gentle, uninterrupted transformation. This profound reliance on subtle elemental balances and deliberate, unhurried technique resonated across the ancient world, connecting distant traditions of metalworking through a shared reverence for nature's physical laws. Beyond the furnace hearths of South Asia, across quiet mountain passes and fertile riverlands, metalworkers in Han Dynasty China were exploring the restful possibilities of copper and tin, refining bronze into objects of remarkable beauty and optical wonder. In serene workshops where the air smelled of ground minerals, charcoal, and damp river clay, bronze smiths worked with alloys containing high proportions of tin, known as speculum metal, which yielded a hard, pale alloy capable of taking on a brilliant, silvery luster when brought to a high polish. In Han Dynasty China around 100 BCE, bronze smiths polished high tin speculum mirrors with fine jade powder and silk, creating a silvery reflective surface whose invisible microscopic curves projected soft light patterns onto paper walls when struck by morning sun. These sacred and domestic objects, often called magic mirrors, possessed a smooth, unbroken front surface that felt completely flat to the touch and appeared flawless to the unassisted eye. Yet beneath this tranquil surface lay an intricate interplay of physical forces created during the original casting process. The heavy back of each mirror was decorated with raised relief pattern symbols of the cosmos, geometric grids, or delicate floral tendrils, which caused the metal to cool and contract at slightly different rates across its thickness. As the molten bronze cooled in its clay mold, subtle internal stresses were locked within the metal, producing imperceptible, gentle variations in curvature across the polished front face. To unlock this hidden optical behavior without marring the surface, the artisans engaged in a slow, meditative polishing routine that demanded extraordinary patience and physical gentleness. The choice of fine jade powder was essential, as jade provided extremely hard yet microscopic abrasive grains that could gradually wear away micro-imperfections without deeply scratching the tin-rich bronze alloy beneath. Working with soft silk cloths, the smiths moved their hands in circular, steady motions, applying an even, light pressure over hours of quiet labor, until the bronze transformed into a mirror of liquid brightness. The fine jade particles gently smoothed the metal until its surface mirrored the sky, while preserving the tiny, invisible undulations caused by the cooling stresses underneath. When morning arrived and the sun rose above the horizon, its direct rays would strike the polished mirror face, suspended in a quiet room. The invisible microscopic curves across the mirror surface acted as subtle convex and concave reflectors, gathering and redistributing the light rays so that a bright, detailed image of the mirror's decorated backplate was projected onto an adjacent paper wall or woven silk screen. The effect seemed almost magical to onlookers, as if the solid bronze had become transparent to light, allowing the hidden relief patterns of the back to pass directly through the solid disc onto the paper wall. Yet this phenomenon was grounded entirely in the peaceful physics of light reflection, surface tension, and metallurgy, a quiet harmony between stone, metal, silk, and sunlight. The mirror did not alter the light through trickery, but rather revealed the subtle contours hidden within the metal's own structure. Contours created by the gentle memory of heat and cooling bronze. In both the crucible steel of Cojuminal and the speculum bronze of Han Dynasty China, ancient craftspeople demonstrated an intuitive understanding that the most extraordinary qualities of metal were forged not in haste or violence, but through patient observation and meticulous care. The iron masters of India trusted the slow overnight embers to weave microscopic carbide ribbons into their steel, just as the bronze smiths of China trusted fine jade powder and silk to polish invisible curves into their mirrors. Both crafts honored the quiet passages of time, allowing natural elements to settle into their most refined state. As the afternoon light faded and evening returned once more to these ancient workshops, the tools were laid to rest on wooden tables. The polishing cloths were carefully folded, and the hearths lay dark under the quiet stars, wrapped in the deep, undisturbed calm of metal, crafted to endure through the ages. As twilight fell softly across the rolling hills and forested valleys of Roman Gaul, the countryside settled into a quiet, rhythmic stillness, broken only by the gentle murmur of winding rivers and the distant, reassuring crackle of small artisan hearths. In the decades surrounding 30 years before the Common Era, the ancient lands of Gaul had become a tranquil crossroads of shared knowledge, where native metallurgical traditions met the expanding reach of Roman trade and engineering. Metalworkers across these provincial valleys possessed a deep, intuitive reverence for the hidden properties of the earth, understanding that beneath the surface of cold rock and dull stone lay subtle colors and transformative warmth. For centuries, smiths had shaped red copper and dark tin into bronze. But as the region settled into a period of quiet prosperity, a new kind of craftsmanship began to flourish, one that sought not merely to melt metals into liquid flow, but to invite them into a subtle, almost secret union within the dry heat of sealed clay vessels. The air in these provincial workshops was heavy with the soothing, earthy scent of damp river clay, crushed oak charcoal, and the dry, mineral perfume of pulverized ore. As the evening stars began to appear one by one above the thatched roofs, the subterranean furnace fires were tended with deliberate, unhurried care, fed with seasoned logs, until they cast a soft, steady amber light across the stone floors. Here, in the peaceful dark of the northern provinces, artisans labored with a gentle patience, knowing that the finest transformations in metal required time, silence, and an unwavering, low flame. The art of creating this luminous new alloy relied upon a process as delicate as it was profound, taking place entirely hidden from view within the hearth's glowing core. Rather than liquefying the metal in an open crucible where its essential elements might be lost to the air, the artisans crafted heavy, thick-walled pots out of dense clay. Inside these dark, unbaked vessels, they carefully arranged solid sheets of refined red copper, interweaving them with layers of finely crushed calamine, a pale mineral rich in zinc ore, alongside powdered charcoal. Once filled, the clay pots were sealed tightly with damp mud and sand, closing off the interior from the outside air and creating a tiny, undisturbed sanctuary within the fire. As the furnace reached a steady, glowing heat, the temperature was held precisely below the point where copper would melt, keeping the solid sheets intact inside their ceramic shells. Deep within the darkness of the sealed pots, the intense warmth caused the calamine and charcoal to react, releasing an invisible, delicate vapor of pure zinc gas that rose gently from the surrounding mineral dust. Because the copper remained solid, its atomic structure opened just enough under the continuous warmth to welcome the wandering zinc vapor, which drifted slowly into the copper lattice without destroying its original form. Around 30 BCE in Roman Gaul, metalworkers produced bright golden brass by heating solid copper sheets alongside crushed calamine zinc ore and charcoal inside sealed clay pots, allowing zinc vapor to gently diffuse into the copper lattice without melting the base metal. This gentle technique, known in later centuries as cementation, allowed the metalworkers to master an element that had long eluded ancient smiths due to its fleeting nature. Free zinc metal, if exposed directly to an open flame, would vaporize instantly and drift away as a faint white cloud, lost forever into the night sky before it could ever be poured into a mold. By cradling the reaction inside a closed clay vessel, the Gaulish artisans trapped the elusive spirit of the zinc, encouraging its warm vapor to seek refuge inside the solid copper sheets that rested beside it. There was a quiet wonder in watching a clay pot cool slowly through the night, resting undisturbed until the morning light revealed the result of the furnace's quiet work. When the baked clay was finally cracked open, the smiths did not find dark slag or burnt embers, but smooth, golden plates of metal that gleamed like polished sunlight in the morning air. This new brass was softer and more malleable than bronze, yet far stronger than pure copper, possessing a radiant, mirror-like quality that resisted tarnish and felt remarkably smooth under the touch of human hands. The quiet efficiency of this indirect method allowed workshops throughout Roman Gaul to produce vast quantities of this golden alloy with unprecedented consistency, establishing the region as one of the great centers of metallurgical art in the ancient world. As the finished brass sheets were hammered into delicate brooches, ornamental coins, oil lamps, and decorative fittings for wooden furniture, the golden metal carried the quiet warmth of the Gaulish hearths out into homes across the empire. Under the soft, flickering light of evening oil lamps, these brass objects reflected a soothing glow, bringing a sense of calm elegance to domestic spaces from the banks of the Rhine to the villas of Italy. The slow, invisible migration of zinc atoms into copper served as a silent testament to the patience of ancient craft, a reminder that some of the most remarkable transformations in nature occur quietly, without commotion, in the warmth of a contained space. As night deepened over the quiet workshops of Gaul, the fires would gradually cool into soft gray ashes, allowing the artisans to rest while the newly crafted metal lay still, holding within its golden lattice the serene memory of heat, time, and patient human skill. In the quiet provinces of Roman Britain, where misty rain drifted softly across oak forests and rolling green hillsides, the daily rhythm of life was anchored by the steady, unhurried work of local artisans. By the middle of the 2nd century, established stone roads and peaceful riverways traversed the countryside, connecting provincial towns and peaceful rural villas with the enduring traditions of ancient metalcraft. Within modest workshops built of timber and local stone, the low, rhythmic hum of hand-operated bellows and the gentle, muffled thud of wooden mallets against sheet metal echoed softly through the morning air. Coppersmiths sat beside low charcoal braziers, shaping broad cauldrons, shallow baking pans, and deep water flagons out of warm, rose-toned copper. Copper had long been cherished throughout the ancient world for its exceptional ability to draw heat quickly and evenly across its entire surface, making it an ideal metal for hearth cookery and water heating. Yet, bare copper possessed its own quiet vulnerabilities. When brought into long contact with acidic broths, fruit juices, wine, or vinegar, the exposed metal could slowly react over time, imparting an unwanted metallic sharpness to food or producing a pale greenish verdigris upon its walls. To resolve this delicate balance between rapid heat conduction and culinary purity, craftspeople drew upon a deep, intuitive understanding of elemental metallurgy. Raw tin, extracted from the ancient granite hills of Cornwall, traveled along quiet inland tracks toward regional metalworking settlements. There, provincial smiths brought copper and tin together, not merely by smelting them into structural bronze alloys, but by combining them in layered, composite forms designed for daily household utility. The atmosphere within these rural workshops remained calm and deeply focused, governed by the subtle shifts of color in heated metal and the soothing, earthy scent of burning hardwood charcoal. Artisans worked without haste, carefully observing the quiet glow as copper absorbed radiant warmth, preparing each vessel for a transformative process that would shield its surface and preserve the wholesome nature of daily meals. The process of applying a protective silvery lining to these copper vessels required a delicate touch and a masterful control of heat and flux chemistry. An artisan began by thoroughly scouring the interior of a forged copper pot, removing every trace of surface scale and oxidation until the raw metal shone with a soft, clean, peach-like luster. The vessel was then positioned resting gently over a bed of low embers, allowing thermal energy to spread evenly until the copper reached a precise temperature where tin would melt and flow smoothly without scorching. Before molten tin could bond seamlessly to the copper substrate, any invisible oxides forming in the warm air had to be chemically cleared from the surface. For this critical step, coppersmiths turned to natural pine resin, gathered from the surrounding pine woods and refined into a translucent, sticky flux. When introduced to the heated copper, the resin melted into a clear amber liquid that swept away microscopic impurities, protecting the bare metal beneath from oxidation. Soft fleece or raw wool, harvested from local sheep, was bound securely to a wooden stick and saturated with this warm pine flux. As a solid ingot of pure Cornish tin was touched against the inner wall of the hot vessel, the metal liquefied instantly into a bright, shimmering bead that pooled in the center. With deliberate, circular sweeping motions, the smith guided the molten tin effortlessly across the curved interior. Around 150 CE in Roman Britain, coppersmiths wiped molten tin across the inner surface of heated copper cookware using soft wool soaked in pine resin flux, forming a paper-thin protective layer of silvery alloy that prevented liquids from reacting with raw metal. As the wool glided smoothly across the warm metal, a subtle intermetallic reaction occurred at the boundary layer, permanently welding the bright silver lining to the copper base. Thin, fragrant wisps of pine-scented smoke drifted lazily up toward the rafters, carrying a pleasant forest aroma that mingled with the warm scent of cooling metal. The finished interior emerged remarkably smooth and mirror-like, capturing the gentle light of the workshop and providing an impenetrable barrier for the copper pot. Once cooled to room temperature, the tinned cookware was gently rubbed with fine river sand and soft linen, polishing the bright silver interior until it stood in lovely contrast to the deep, warm reddish hue of the outer copper shell. These carefully lined vessels soon found their place at the center of domestic life across Roman Britain, residing equally in humble farmstead kitchens and in grand country villas equipped with hypocaust heating systems and tiled mosaic floors. Resting securely over gentle hearth fires or set atop iron trivets above glowing coals, the composite cookware performed its quiet work with exceptional reliability. The outer copper casing conducted heat rapidly and uniformly upward from the fire below, preventing hot spots and allowing nourishing soups, grain porridges, and slow-cooked stews to simmer peacefully for hours. Simultaneously, the paper-thin tin lining acted as a completely neutral safeguard, ensuring that delicate ingredients remained pure, sweet, and entirely unaffected by metallic oxidation. Even when acidic fruit preserves, herbal infusions, or vinegar-seasoned braises were prepared over long winter evenings, the silvery surface maintained its clean integrity without darkening or flaking away. Caring for these vessels after a meal required little effort, as food glided effortlessly off the non-reactive tin coating, simplifying daily chores and keeping the kitchen in a state of quiet order. This elegant synergy between natural mineral resources and practical domestic needs reflected a broader period of stability across the province, where communities relied on handcrafted objects built to endure. When after many years of faithful service, the tin layer gradually thinned from daily washing, the vessel was simply returned to the local coppersmith, who would clean the basin once more and apply a fresh, gleaming coat of molten tin. As evening deepened across the British countryside and dusk settled over the hills, workshop fires were carefully banked with quiet ash, allowing the coals to rest until the morning light. The newly tinned pots, bowls, and flagons rested in orderly rows along sturdy wooden shelves, their polished silver linings reflecting the soft, fading twilight filtering through small workshop windows. This quiet mastery of tinning represented an enduring bridge between ancient metallurgical knowledge and the comforting routines of human home life. It illustrated how early craftspeople, through patient observation of fire, flux, and liquid metal, devised elegant solutions that seamlessly unified utility, health, and visual beauty. The harmonious combination of Cornish tin, local sheep's wool, pine forest resin, and hammered copper embodied a peaceful union of Earth's elements, brought together by quiet skill under the gentle guidance of heat. Across the passing centuries, the essential technique of wiping hot copper with resin flux and molten tin would endure almost unchanged, connecting the humble artisans of the ancient world to generations of metalsmiths far into the future. Outside, the night air blew cool and tranquil through the trees, wrapping the landscape in a restful stillness, while the completed vessels inside stood ready to serve the simple, enduring comfort of warm hearth fire cooking. As dusk settles gently over the high, undulating hills of the Indian Ocean's tropical islands, a quiet stillness embraces the ancient landscape, inviting a peaceful pause after the heat of the day. In the serene highlands of Sri Lanka around 300 CE, human hands worked in silent, reverent harmony with the vast atmospheric cycles of the earth, placing their trust in the invisible currents of the night air along windward ridge slopes in Samanalawiwa, Sri Lanka, around 300 CE. Ironworkers positioned west-facing clay bloomeries to channel strong seasonal monsoon winds, reaching 1,100 degrees C without hand bellows to forge high-carbon steel blooms. These specialized furnaces, built directly into the brows of the steep hillsides where the nocturnal breezes gathered momentum, were molded from the rich local clay with smooth, patient craftsmanship. Each structure was carefully angled to face the steady, predictable winds that swept inland across the ocean waters, transforming what might otherwise be an arduous physical effort into a tranquil collaboration between human design and natural force. As the heavy monsoon air rushed up the ridges, it was drawn into narrow clay tires near the furnace base, expanding and accelerating as it met the burning hardwood charcoal within the shaft. This continuous influx of oxygen sustained an intense, even temperature throughout the interior chamber, allowing the iron ore gathered from nearby stream beds to gradually yield its metallic essence. The artisans did not need to toil through the humid night with heavy leather bellows. Instead, they sat quietly under the starlit canopy, watching the soft amber glow rise from the furnace chimneys, while the wind performed the steady work of ventilation. Within this glowing clay embrace, the iron particles fused into a dense, high-carbon steel bloom of exceptional quality, cradled softly within a cushion of slag and embers. The quiet landscape remained undisturbed by harsh noise, bathed only in the steady rustle of mountain foliage and the rhythmic sigh of the passing wind. As the midnight hours deepened, the fires naturally subsided, leaving the refined metal to cool slowly in the insulating earth, wrapped in the cool night air until dawn. The technique demonstrated a subtle mastery of thermal dynamics and geography, showing how ancient craftspeople could read the subtle contours of their environment to achieve extraordinary heat while maintaining a quiet, effortless rhythm with the surrounding world. This peaceful synthesis of wind, clay, and fire left behind a quiet legacy written into the very soil of the ridges, where the memory of ancient steelmaking slumbers peacefully beneath the canopy of trees. Journeying northward across the calm expanse of the ocean toward the broad, fertile plains of the Indian subcontinent, the story of ancient iron takes on an equally quiet and enduring form. Around 400 CE in Delhi, India, iron workers forged a 7-meter iron pillar from low-sulfur iron with a high phosphorus content, which over centuries reacted with the humid atmosphere to grow a 500th of a millimeter protective passive layer of mesowite crystal that shields the core metal from rust. Standing gracefully beneath the open sky, this magnificent column represents a moment of quiet brilliance in ancient metallurgy, where physical durability was achieved not through artificial coatings or constant maintenance, but through an intrinsic, harmonious balance of chemical elements. The master smiths of the era worked with patient precision, selecting high-purity iron ores and charcoal fuels that kept unwanted sulfur impurities to an absolute minimum, while allowing a gentle, deliberate concentration of phosphorus to remain bound within the metal. Through thousands of repeated, rhythmic hammer strikes, individual blooms of heated iron were welded together piece by piece, gradually forming a single, solid column of immense proportions. Rather than resisting its environment, the finished pillar was designed to interact gently with the surrounding air over long spans of time. In the warm, humid climate of the northern plains, the moisture of seasonal rains and gentle night dews touched the surface of the iron, initiating a slow, self-limiting chemical reaction driven by the embedded phosphorus. Year after year, decade after decade, a microscopic transformation occurred upon the metal's outer surface, quietly forming an ultra-thin, continuous film of mesowite crystals. This delicate passive layer, far thinner than a strand of silk, acts as an impenetrable shield against further corrosion, locking the underlying iron in a state of preserved tranquility. While other metallic structures of antiquity gradually weathered away into rust and dust, the Delhi pillar remained dark, smooth, and untouched by decay, its surface gleaming softly under the light of the moon. It stands as a silent monument to the power of working with natural processes rather than against them, demonstrating how a subtle chemical harmony can grant absolute permanence to human creations across hundreds of generations. The pillar stands tall and tranquil in its courtyard, wrapped in the cool night breeze, carrying the quiet mastery of ancient artisans into the present day, without a single flake of rust to mark the passage of centuries. As we contemplate these remarkable achievements, a deep and restful calm settles over the long journey of human metalworking. Across distant regions and centuries, the development of iron and steel reveals a story of quiet observation, gentle patience, and a profound attunement to the natural world. The wind-harvesting furnaces of Sri Lanka and the rust-resistant pillar of Delhi both illustrate a philosophy of craft that sought integration with earth, air, and climate. Instead of striving against the elements, these early metallurgists invited nature into their work, using the steady monsoon winds to fuel their fires and the humid atmosphere to seal their iron against time. The high-carbon steel blooms forged on the slopes of Samanalawiwa carried within their crystalline structure the captured power of the seasonal gales, resting silently after their intense creation. In the same way, the great pillar of Delhi absorbed the quiet breath of countless humid mornings, converting atmospheric moisture into a crystalline shield that continues to protect its inner core. These ancient works remind us that true strength and longevity often arise not from overwhelming force, but from subtle alignment and quiet patience. The metals themselves seem to embody this peace, holding their refined form without restlessness or strain, enduring quietly as decades fade into centuries. As the darkness deepens and the evening quiet settles over the earth, the memory of these ancient ironworkers invites us into a state of restful contemplation. The glowing furnaces of the past have long since cooled into gentle grassy mounds, and the great iron pillar stands quietly under the starry sky, fixed in its eternal balance. The winds that once roared through clay channels now whisper softly through the night trees, carrying a feeling of stillness, permanence, and calm across the sleeping landscape. Every element of the craft, from the gathered ore to the cooling slag, from the passing wind to the microscopic crystal layer, moves in a slow, serene rhythm. In this peaceful awareness, we can let our thoughts rest upon the enduring beauty of these ancient metals, allowing the quiet continuity of history to guide us into deep, restorative sleep. As night falls gently over the northern Pacific coast of South America, where lush mangrove forests stretch their dark roots into quiet tidal estuaries, the soft, rhythmic murmur of flowing river waters creates a peaceful and timeless atmosphere. Here, along the verdant shores, where the Esmeralda's River meets the vast expanse of the ocean, ancient metalworkers lived in quiet harmony with the natural cycles of their tropical environment, long before large industrial furnaces or complex smelting facilities were ever conceived. These early artisans cultivated a deep, intuitive understanding of the metallic treasures carried down from the towering Andean mountains by mountain streams and winding tributaries. Over generations of mindful observation, skilled craftspeople learned to gather fine golden sands from alluvial riverbeds, sifting through the rich silt with patient, deliberate hands. The warm golden dust they collected possessed a soft, inviting radiance, yet mixed within those same river sediments lay tiny, silvery gray grains of another curious metal, a rare, extraordinarily dense element that refused to yield under the heat of ordinary wood fires. While gold softened and melted easily over gentle hearth embers, this stubborn white metal remained completely firm and unchanged, its exceptionally high melting point lying far beyond the reach of standard native hearths. Rather than setting these silvery specks aside as unusable stone or unwanted waste, the artisans of the region observed their unique properties with quiet fascination. They noticed how these heavy white grains settled peacefully alongside gold dust in the quiet gravel bends of the river, surviving centuries of water erosion without tarnishing, fading, or corroding. As humid evening breezes swept softly through the coastal canopy, cooling the warm earth after the heat of the day, craftspeople sat beside small earthen hearths, contemplating how these two distinct metallic gifts from the earth might be brought together in quiet balance. The steady, ambient glow of burning charcoal provided a calming source of warmth and light, softly illuminating hand-woven palm mats, smooth stone anvils, and shallow ceramic bowls filled with carefully sorted metal grains. In this tranquil coastal haven, the local metalworking craft reached a level of scientific ingenuity that blended artistic expression with a profound, practical understanding of physical chemistry. Around 400 CE, along the Esmeralda's coast of Ecuador, La Tolita metalsmiths blended fine platinum grains with gold dust, heating the mixture over charcoal until the gold melted to encapsulate the platinum, creating smooth platinum gold ornaments over a millennium before European science isolated the metal. This remarkable technique, known to modern materials scientists as liquid phase sintering, cleverly bypassed the monumental challenge of melting platinum, directly a process that requires temperatures exceeding 1700 degrees Celsius, by using molten gold as a binding matrix. As the fine gold dust melted at much lower temperatures over the glowing charcoal embers, the liquid gold flowed smoothly around the tiny, unmelted platinum particles, filling every microscopic void between them, and coating each individual grain in a rich, protective metallic shell. Once cooled and solidified, the resulting hybrid alloy possessed a unique, pale silver gold luster and could be carefully forged, annealed, and hammered into thin, durable sheets without cracking or fracturing. To maintain the proper heat, artisans used slender blowpipes to gently direct oxygen into small ceramic braziers, keeping the charcoal glowing at a steady, controlled temperature. Through patient observation of flame color and metallic flow, the metalsmiths knew precisely when the gold had melted completely around the platinum grains, signaling the moment to let the mixture cool slowly into a solid, workable mass. This gentle thermal management required constant presence and quiet patience, as even a slight fluctuation in airflow could alter the delicate equilibrium of the furnace. This peaceful synthesis of two precious metals demonstrated a deep, empirical mastery of material behavior, unlocking the potential of platinum long before modern chemical isolation methods were recorded in formal scientific treatises across Western Europe. Once the alloy had settled and cooled into a workable button of metal, the artisans began the quiet, meticulous work of shaping it into delicate objects of ritual and personal adornment. With soft stone hammers and gentle, rhythmic taps against polished anvils, La Tolita craftspeople flattened the pale platinum gold mass into thin, uniform sheets. Because the gold matrix securely bound the solid platinum grains, the metal retained its malleability, allowing smiths to cut, emboss, and curve the material into intricate chest plaques, nose ornaments, small ceremonial masks, and hollow beads. Between hammer strokes, the smiths periodically heated the metal over gentle coals to relieve internal stress, a restorative process known as annealing, ensuring the sheet remained pliable under their touch. The resulting ornaments exhibited a soft, moonlight sheen that set them apart from traditional pure gold jewelry, capturing the subtle interplay between the warm radiance of gold and the cool, silvery composure of platinum. The delicate nose rings and ear ornaments forged in these coastal workshops were worn in sacred ceremonies, glowing softly against the skin of those who carried them. The craftspeople spent long, quiet hours polishing each finished item, using fine river sand and smooth river stones to burnish away any tiny surface irregularities, until the piece shone with a soft, satin-like finish. As night settled over the village, These finished ornaments were laid carefully on soft woven cloths, reflecting the faint embers of the fading hearth fires. In the quiet rhythm of their work, the artisans found a meditative fulfillment that resonated through every curve and contour of the handcrafted metal. The quiet dedication of these ancient smiths turned raw elemental grains into artifacts of extraordinary beauty and timeless balance. The quiet legacy of these coastal metalworking traditions offers a soothing reflection on how early human communities solved complex material challenges through thoughtful observation and patient alignment with the natural world. As twilight settles fully over the quiet riverbanks of Esmeraldas, the soft gleam of ancient platinum gold ornaments evokes a sense of tranquil wonder and timeless human skill. Unlike the roaring iron foundries or massive bronze casting operations that characterized later industrial eras, the metalworking of La Toleda was an intimate, domestic craft integrated seamlessly into the daily rhythms of community life. Each finished ornament carried within its metallic structure the quiet story of mountain runoff, patient river panning, and the gentle breath of blowpipes coaxing molten gold into a protective embrace around raw platinum grains. The smooth, lustrous surfaces of these ornaments retained their pale radiance across centuries of burial in damp coastal soil, completely immune to the tarnish, decay, and rust that inevitably claims lesser metals over time. Sitting by their resting hearths as the evening fires died down, the ancient smiths could look upon their finished creations with quiet contentment, knowing they had harmonized two very different substances, one soft and radiant, the other dense and unyielding, into a single, enduringly beautiful form. This peaceful synthesis of elements reflects the broader history of global metallurgy, where true progress was often measured not merely in industrial volume or military strength, but in the subtle refinement of human skill, patience, and elemental understanding. Across distant continents and varied landscapes, early smiths listened attentively to the subtle language of metals, flame, and stone, slowly learning to guide raw earth into objects of lasting utility and quiet beauty. As night fully takes hold along the tropical coast, the faint red embers of the charcoal hearths fade gently into cool gray ash, leaving behind a profound silence, the soft lap of river waters against the shore, and the calm, enduring light of platinum and gold resting peacefully in the dark. As we journey across the quiet expanse of human history, the story of metalworking opens into vast, serene landscapes where different cultures listened deeply to the subtle properties of the earth. Beyond the roaring furnaces of the old world, where iron, bronze, and steel were forged into heavy tools and armor, a remarkably delicate and poetic metallurgical tradition flourished along the sun-washed Pacific shores and arid river valleys of South America, in the narrow oases tucked between the deep blue horizon of the ocean and the towering, snow-draped peaks of the Andes. Ancient artisans developed an intimate, patient relationship with the noble metals found within their rich landscape. Rather than seeking extreme hardness or structural strength above all else, these early smiths honored metal primarily for its color, its soft resonance, its tactile warmth, and its sacred ability to capture and transform light. Working with native copper, silver, and gold, they discovered that combining different elements into harmonized alloys allowed them to alter not just the workability of the material, but its very visual character and spiritual presence. Among these combinations was a versatile blend of copper and gold, widely known as tumbaga, which possessed a low melting point, extraordinary fluidity when poured into open ceramic molds, and a gentle malleability that allowed it to be repeatedly cold hammered into paper-thin, flexible sheets. When struck softly or moved by the coastal breeze, these thin hammered plaques produced a musical rustle, filling sacred ceremonial spaces with a gentle auditory presence akin to falling rain or rustling leaves. Yet, to the uninitiated eye, raw tumbaga appeared somewhat subdued, carrying a reddish-pink hue due to its high copper content. The ancient metallurgists recognized that within this humble mixed alloy lay a hidden inner beauty, a concentration of pure gold waiting patiently to be revealed at the outer surface. Rather than using harsh, destructive methods to refine the metal, they turned to the slow, quiet chemistry of the natural world, developing refined techniques to draw forth this secret radiance without destroying the object's form. This unique philosophy of transformation reflected a deep cultural reverence for balance and dualities, where inner potential was gently coaxed outward through patient nurturing, allowing simple elements to shine with celestial brilliance. The refinement of these natural botanical techniques reached an extraordinary pinnacle within the fertile river valleys of northern Peru, where the Moche civilization flourished in quiet harmony with the desert landscape. Around 500 CE, along the northern coast of Peru, Moche metalworkers treated copper-gold alloy ornaments with acidic juices squeezed from crushed oxalis leaves, gently dissolving surface copper to leave a microscopic layer of pure, radiant gold that glistened softly in the coastal sunlight. This sophisticated practice, known to modern science as depletion gilding or electrochemical replacement, was an art form of supreme patience, deep empirical observation, and understated alchemy. The process began after a smith had painstakingly shaped an ornament, whether a delicate crescent-shaped nose plaque, a pair of elaborate ear spools depicting sacred coastal seabirds, or a majestic ceremonial crown decorated with glowing plumes. The metalworker would first heat the finished piece over a low, gentle fire of wood charcoal, exposing it to air so that the copper atoms near the surface reacted readily with oxygen, forming a thin, dark skin of copper oxide, while the noble gold atoms remained completely unchanged beneath. Next, the smiths gathered fresh batches of oxalis asterisk, a small, humble plant with tender clover-like leaves and bright yellow blossoms that grew wild along the damp edges of irrigation canals and riverbanks. By crushing these tender leaves and stems in stone or wooden mortars, they extracted a clear, sour juice naturally rich in oxalic acid. When the heated ornament was submerged into a warm bath of this botanical liquid, the natural plant acids slowly and selectively dissolved the dark copper oxide layer, washing the base metal away into the liquid while leaving the precious gold intact. Because a single heating and soaking cycle removed only a thin layer of copper, the artisans repeated the cycle of gentle annealing, surface oxidation, and acidic bathing several times with steady, rhythmic care. With each gentle pass through the sour leaf juice, more copper departed from the surface layer, leaving behind a microscopic, porous network of pure, unalloyed gold. Finally, using extremely smooth river pebbles, polished bone tools, or hardwood smoothers, the craftsmen burnished the microporous gold surface, flattening and compacting the microscopic gold particles into a smooth, solid, and unbroken golden shell that caught the light with effortless elegance. This remarkable method of depletion gilding allowed Moche smiths to create luminous objects that appeared to be solid gold throughout, despite containing only a small fraction of the precious metal within their inner core. To the Moche, this surface transformation was far more than an efficient use of rare materials. It was a profound spiritual act that brought the true, hidden nature of the object into alignment with the sun god Inti and the sacred celestial realm. When worn during twilight gatherings, temple rituals, or coastal processions, these burnished ornaments caught the soft, shifting light, casting a warm and comforting glow across the faces of those who gathered to observe. The delicate gold layer was remarkably durable, bound atomically to the underlying copper-rich core, protecting the ornament from tarnish or corrosion, and ensuring that its brilliance would endure through generations of ceremonial use. The peaceful rhythm of this craft, gathering green leaves from the moist canal soil, extracting their acidic juices, heating the metal over soft embers, and burnishing the cooled surface to a mirror finish, highlights a quiet mastery of nature, where human intent and natural chemistry met in complete balance. As evening arrived over the desert valleys, and the cool ocean fog, known locally as the Garua, began to roll softly inland from the Pacific, the metalworkers would lay their stone tools aside, leaving their finished creations to rest upon soft, woven cotton cloths. The shimmering gold surfaces reflected the quiet twilight, holding the warm memory of the daytime sun, even as the first evening stars began to appear above the quiet Andean heights. Today, these ancient Peruvian artifacts remain as quiet witnesses to a bygone era of thoughtful craftsmanship, where beauty was brought forth through patience, deep respect for natural materials, and an intuitive understanding of the Earth's hidden chemistry. long after the hearth fires of the Moche workshops were extinguished and the ancient coastal cities fell silent. The golden surfaces crafted by these early artisans retain their untarnished, luminous luster, unaffected by the passage of 15 centuries. The microscopic gold layer created by simple plant juices still catches the ambient light with the same quiet dignity it possessed when first worn along the Pacific shore. As we pause to reflect on their enduring legacy, we are reminded of the serene wisdom inherent in working in harmony with nature rather than against it, finding art in the quietest details of the living world. The gentle story of the Moche metalworkers invites us into a space of calm contemplation and restful stillness, where the soothing memory of golden light reflecting upon coastal waters guides the mind toward peaceful rest, allowing the quiet weight of the day to drift away as night closes softly around us. As the soft twilight filtered through the high vaulted arches of the Eastern Roman Empire, the city of Constantinople rested in a serene cadence above the tranquil waters, where the Golden Horn meets the Strait. For centuries, metalworkers had gathered within the quiet courtyards of the imperial capital, refining techniques passed down through generations of artisans who understood the subtle language of fire, hearth, and mineral, while the earlier ages of bronze and iron had forged the heavy tools of agriculture and defense. The refinement of precious metals brought forth an era of delicate precision, where silver was honored for its cool, reflective sheen and soft malleability. In the tranquil atmosphere of these urban workshops, master smiths worked at a steady, rhythmic pace, untroubled by hurry, listening to the soft murmur of bellows and the gentle scrape of hand tools against smooth metallic surfaces. Silver mined from distant hills and brought along quiet trade routes across the Mediterranean and Anatolia possessed a quiet nobility that captured the fading evening light, glowing like moonbeams captured in solid form. Within this world of patient craft, the artisans sought ways to create depth and contrast upon the pale, gleaming surfaces of chalices, platters, and ornamental boxes, rather than relying solely on raised relief or shallow chasing, which depended on the angle of external light to reveal their forms. They began to explore chemical compositions that could permanently nestle within the metal itself, creating permanent shadows of stark, velvety beauty. This peaceful pursuit of contrast led to a profound synthesis of metallurgy and artistry, where elemental minerals were coaxed by controlled heat to unite with silver in a seamless harmony, offering a visual stillness that mirrored the calm environment of the workshop at dusk. The slow evolution of this art form reflected a deep understanding of elemental behavior, requiring not intense, roaring fires, but a gentle, precise warmth that allowed delicate transformations to unfold without disturbing the surrounding structure of the vessel. The foundation of this delicate technique lay in the careful preparation of dark, lustrous compounds that could flow into tiny recesses cut into the pale metal. Smiths would take time in the quiet hours of the morning to prepare their raw materials, grinding elemental substances into fine powders with stone mortars, ensuring that every grain was uniform and free of impurities. Their goal was to create a dark metallic enamel, known to history as niello, which could bridge the gap between liquid fluidity and enduring solid form. The process required a steady hand and an intuitive grasp of temperature, as the dark compound needed to melt at a warmth far below the point where the silver vessel itself might soften or warp. Around 600 CE in Byzantine Constantinople, silversmiths packed finely ground niello, a mineral mixture of silver, copper, and sulfur, into shallow carved grooves, heating the vessel to 440 degrees C until the dark paste melted smoothly into midnight black lines against the polished silver. As the heat radiated evenly through the walls of the vessel, the coarse gray powder dissolved into a glossy, obsidian liquid, creeping into every tiny crevice and scroll carved by the engraver's chisel. This gentle thermal transformation was watched over with great patience, the craftsman relying on the subtle shift in color and viscosity rather than modern instruments to judge the precise moment of completion. Once the dark liquid had filled every line, the vessel was slowly removed from the heat source and allowed to cool in the quiet air, giving the molten sulfide mixture time to settle and solidify into a dense, permanent bond within the silver substrate. The gradual cooling process ensured that no internal stress would cause the inlay to crack or separate from its metallic bed, creating an enduring union of two distinct mineral states that would survive unchanged through centuries of handling and quiet contemplation. Once the vessel had cooled to the touch, the artisan began the slow, meditative process of finishing the surface, bringing forth the crisp contrast that made niello work so uniquely mesmerizing. Using fine abrasives made of ground pumice and soft leather strips moistened with water, the smith gently buffed away the excess black crust that covered the surrounding areas, taking care not to gouge the softer silver underneath. With each light, circular stroke, the obscured patterns began to emerge from beneath the dark veil, revealing intricate leaf motifs, graceful calligraphic lines, and serene geometric borders that seemed to float upon a mirror-like field of pale light. The midnight black lines of the fused alloy sat perfectly flush with the silver plane, smooth to the touch, creating an illusion of ink drawn directly upon polished glass. This harmony of light and shadow did not fade or tarnish like surface paints or lacquers, for the sulfur compound had chemically united with the metal base, sharing its permanence and resistance to time. The visual effect was one of profound tranquility. The dark lines anchored the eye, creating a peaceful rhythm across the vessel's contours that invited quiet observation under the soft flickers of oil lamps. As these finished pieces traveled from the imperial workshops of Constantinople to grand basilicas, monastic libraries, and noble homesteads across the known world, they carried with them the quiet story of their creation, a testament to human patience and the quiet mastery of thermal science. The widespread appreciation for niello during this era established a decorative standard that would influence metalworkers across Western Europe, the Slavic lands, and the Islamic world for generations, proving that the gentlest application of heat could yield an aesthetic legacy of remarkable durability and quiet splendor. As night settled fully over the ancient city, the fires in the forge hearths gradually dwindled into soft, glowing coals, casting a warm and gentle light across the wooden workbenches and hanging steel tools. The day's labor was complete, leaving behind vessels that held within their silver frames the quiet memory of fire, mineral, and disciplined handiwork. In the overarching story of metalworking, where copper had once been cast in open molds and iron beat upon heavy anvils with forceful blows, the art of niello represented a moment of quiet introspection and subtle chemical alchemy. It demonstrated that metal could be shaped not only through strength and heavy impact, but also through the peaceful alignment of temperatures, elements, and artistic intention. The calm precision required to melt silver, copper, and sulfur into a dark, flowing paste at 440 degrees Celsius reflected a deepening intimacy between humanity and the physical laws governing the Earth's elements. Looking back across the centuries at these Byzantine masterpieces, one can still sense the peaceful environment of the workshop in which they were born, where time moved slowly, and every movement was guided by care and restraint. The polished silver continues to reflect the soft room light, while the dark, smooth lines of niello remain unmoving and clear, bridging the distant past with the present in a timeless, calming stillness. As the embers turn to ash and the cool night air flows gently through the quiet workshop, the enduring beauty of crafted metal offers a comforting reminder of the quiet harmony that arises when human patience works in peaceful union with the quiet forces of nature. As the long shadows of evening fell across the dense, peaceful forests of Western Europe during the 7th century, the atmosphere inside the metalworking smithies along the Rhine shifted from the heavy, thunderous labor of tool-making to a far more gentle and contemplative craft. For generations, the early medieval blacksmith had focused primarily on forging durable iron blades, heavy plowshares, and protective armor essential for survival. However, as trade routes stabilized and communities settled into quieter seasonal rhythms, metalworking began to embrace an extraordinary level of aesthetic refinement that required subtle control and deep patience. In these quiet workshop spaces, illuminated only by the warm glow of dying hearth embers and flickering oil lamps, artisans turned their attention the cold surface of iron itself, a dark, dense material that seemed unyielding on its surface, yet offered a perfect canvas for soft, luminous contrast. Rather than applying hot glazes or attempting to melt different metals together with intense furnace heat, smiths developed a method of marrying iron with silver through pure mechanical precision and cold hand pressure. They began by forging flat, smooth plates of dark iron, polishing their surfaces until they held a deep, shadowy matte finish. With tiny, hand-carved steel chisels, the artisans painstakingly traced delicate geometric lines, flowing vine scrollwork, and interlaced ribbon patterns across the iron. Each cut was struck at a subtle angle, carving microscopic channels into the iron that widened slightly beneath the surface, creating an inverted trapezoid channel similar to the joint of a master cabinet maker. Around 650 CE in the Rhineland, blacksmiths cut microscopic dovetail grooves into dark iron plates and cold-hammered soft silver wires into the channels, locking the contrasting metals together into delicate ribbon patterns without using solder or furnace heat. This painstaking technique, known as damascening or cold metal inlay, relied entirely upon the unique physical behavior of soft, unalloyed silver wire when brought into contact with hard, shaped iron. Because pure silver is remarkably malleable and ductile, it yields effortlessly under the light, rhythmic taps of a small hand hammer, flowing smoothly into the tiny undercut channels like cold wax, without requiring any fire or flux to bind the two elements. As the hammer pressed the thin silver wire deep into the groove, the softer metal expanded laterally beneath the iron's sharp overhangs, locking itself permanently into place with no possibility of loosening or slipping free over time. Once every line of the intricate design was filled, the artisans smoothed the surface using fine river stones, powdered charcoal, and oiled leather rags until the iron returned to a smooth, dark velvet black, and the silver gleamed with a cool, moon-like radiance. The resulting motifs, braided ribbons, swirling foliage, and stylized animal forms, did not sit atop the iron like paint, but became an integral, structural part of the plate itself. These inlaid objects, ranging from decorative belt buckles and scabbard fittings to quiet domestic reliquaries, brought a sense of quiet elegance into daily life, capturing the soft, shifting light of candles in dark timber halls. The entire process demanded a calm, unhurried breath from the craftsperson, as a single heavy hammer strike or misplaced chisel mark could ruin days of careful preparation. In the stillness of the cool evening, the smithy became a place of quiet focus, where the dark strength of iron and the luminous softness of silver rested together in seamless harmony, demonstrating how metal could be coaxed into enduring beauty through gentle pressure and precise geometry. While European artisans perfected the art of cold metal inlay on a detailed, intimate scale, metalworkers across East Asia were directing their mastery toward monumental bronze casting, seeking to capture the voice of metal on a scale never before attempted. Foundry masters had long understood that when copper is alloyed with tin in precise ratios, the resulting bronze takes on physical properties far different from either parent metal alone. Pure copper is relatively soft and absorbs sound, but the addition of tin alters the atomic lattice of the metal, creating a dense, highly crystalline structure capable of vibrating with exceptional acoustic clarity when struck. Across centuries of practice, artisans learned that casting a monumental bell capable of ringing with a pure, beautiful tone required an extraordinary balance of chemistry, thermal control, and earthen engineering. To prepare for a massive casting, workers excavated deep pits directly into the earthen floor of the foundry, constructing immense multi-piece molds out of carefully blended mixtures of river clay, sand, fine silt, and organic binders like chopped straw and animal hair. These heavy clay molds were dried and baked for days over low charcoal fires to eliminate every trace of moisture, ensuring that when the liquid bronze was poured, no steam or air bubbles would form inside the metal to weaken its structure or ruin its sound. The glowing metal was melted in multiple furnaces simultaneously and poured into the subterranean mold in a single, unbroken stream. A moment of intense concentration where dozens of foundry workers moved with quiet, rhythmic coordination. Once filled, the glowing mold was covered with insulating soil and left buried in the warm earth for weeks, allowing the massive casting to cool with extreme slowness so its crystalline grain could settle evenly, granting the finished bronze both immense durability and a rich acoustic voice. In the 8th century, this synthesis of monumental metallurgy and acoustic science reached its absolute peak in the Kingdom of Silla, located in the southeastern region of the Korean peninsula. Here, spiritual devotion and foundry craft met in the creation of sacred temple bells, which were designed not to startle or command, but to envelop the surrounding countryside in a soothing, meditative wave of sound. The founders of Silla recognized that a truly great bell should eliminate harsh, high-pitched clangs, leaving only a deep, rolling fundamental frequency that settles softly upon the listener like evening dew. Cast in 771 CE from 25 tons of high tin bronze, the divine bell of King Seondeok in Jeonju features a hollow top pipe called an Yumtung asterisk that absorbs high-frequency noise, leaving a deep acoustic resonance that hums for up to 2 minutes. Suspended beneath an open timber pavilion within a quiet temple garden, the immense bell was struck gently on its side by a heavy wooden beam suspended from ropes, releasing a warm, expansive wave of sound that drifted across the pine-covered hills and quiet villages. The hollow top pipe acted as an ingenious acoustic damper, drawing away the sharp, jarring overtones produced by the initial impact, while the carefully calculated profile and thick bronze walls sustained a low, rhythmic pulse that echoed across the night air long after the strike had passed. A subtle, undulating hum continued to pulse through the quiet evening, fading so gradually that the boundary between sound and silence seemed to dissolve completely. The lingering chime invited all who heard it to pause, close their eyes, and rest, reflecting the quiet mastery of ancient metalworkers who turned cold ores of copper, tin, and iron into enduring instruments of peace, harmony, and deep, restful sleep. Across the calm, pine-scented valleys and shadowy fjords of early medieval Scandinavia, the practice of ironworking moved to a quiet, seasonal rhythm closely tied to the natural landscape. Long before large-scale industrial smelters transformed the Earth's minerals into uniform structural beams, rural communities gathered their raw materials directly from the peaceful wetlands surrounding their settlements, beneath shallow pools of standing water and soft carpets of moss. Natural geological processes continuously deposited rich concentrations of bog iron, formed as decaying vegetation and mineral-rich groundwater interacted over centuries. In the crisp air of early autumn, when the surrounding lakes grew quiet and mirror-still, metalworkers waded gently into the shallows to scoop up these porous, pea-sized iron nodules, collecting them in woven willow baskets before setting them out to dry beneath the pale northern sun. These bog ores contained unique chemical signatures, notably higher concentrations of phosphorus absorbed from the organic decay of the marshlands, which imparted distinct physical characteristics to the metal once refined. Once dried, the ore was layered with handcrafted birch charcoal inside small, turf-lined bloomery furnaces built along breezy hillsides. As leather bellows forced cool ambient air into the base of the furnace, the gentle reduction process took place at temperatures far below the melting point of pure iron, yielding a spongy bloom of solid metal rather than a liquid pour. This unhurried smelting method preserved the subtle differences inherent in different ore sources, producing batches of metal that ranged from exceptionally soft, low-carbon iron to phosphorus-infused varieties that possessed a lighter hue and structural stiffness. They understood that every handful of earth had its own character, shaped by the waters, minerals, and seasons of its origin. In the quiet evening hours, inside wooden workshops illuminated only by the warm hearth fire, blacksmiths carefully sorted these blooms by color, texture, and density. There was no rush in their work. Every strike of the hammer and every addition of fuel was guided by generations of accumulated observation and respect for the materials provided by the earth. The forge environment was one of calm focus, where the rhythmic hiss of air through the tires and the gentle fragrance of burning pine wood created a tranquil sanctuary, preparing the metalworker for the intricate task of blending disparate metals into a unified, harmonious whole. To combine the distinct qualities of these varied irons into a single piece of high strength and flexibility, northern blacksmiths refined the meticulous art of pattern welding. Rather than relying on a single uniform billet, the smith multiple thin bars forged from different iron blooms and arrange them in deliberate, alternating stacks. Around 800 CE in Scandinavia, blacksmiths layered soft, low-carbon iron alongside high-phosphorus iron harvested from marsh ores, twisting white-hot bars together so that mild fruit-acid baths later highlighted soft, silvery ribbon patterns resembling calm river water. This delicate technique required an extraordinary degree of patience, atmospheric control, and manual delicacy at the anvil. The smith placed the stacked composite bundle into the glowing heart of the charcoal forge, watching with keen eyes as the metal softened into a brilliant cherry red, and then gradually reached a radiant white heat. At this precise temperature, just below the melting point of the metal, fine silica sand was sprinkled over the surface to act as a protective flux, melting into a glassy barrier that prevented oxidation and allowed the iron surfaces to fuse seamlessly together. With measured, rhythmic strikes of a flat-faced hammer, the smith drew out the heated composite bar, extending its length before folding it back upon itself, or twisting it like a strand of soft flax rope. Each turn of the glowing bar altered the internal arrangement of the contrasting iron layers, creating complex three-dimensional spirals inside the core of the metal. The work proceeded in quiet, meditative cycles. Heat, fold, twist, and forge weld, repeated over long hours, while the evening stars slowly emerged above the smoke hole of the smithy as the hammer rhythmically met the anvil, ringing out in gentle, soothing intervals through the quiet night air. The structural boundary between the different iron alloys dissolved into a harmonious lattice, producing a blade or tool that was far tougher and more resilient than any single iron component could ever be on its own. Once the forging was complete and the metal had cooled slowly in a bed of warm wood ash to relieve internal stress, the artisan began the slow, quiet process of surface finishing, using progressively finer abrasive stones gathered from local riverbeds, along with clear water and fine wood ash. The smith smoothed away the dark forge scale, revealing a bright, uniform metallic surface that hid its internal complexity. The hidden artistry of the pattern-welded iron only emerged during the final etching stage. The polished object was submerged in a mild bath of organic acids, typically prepared from sour berry juices, fermented wild apples, or aged cider. In this quiet chemical bath, the acidic liquid reacted at different rates, with the distinct iron alloys exposed along the surface. The soft, low-carbon iron etched slightly faster, taking on a gentle, matte gray tone, while the phosphorus-rich iron harvested from the bog ores resisted the mild acid, retaining a luminous, silver-like clarity. As the piece rested motionless beneath the liquid surface, swirling ribbons of light and shadow began to appear across its length, mirroring the calm, flowing currents of a woodland stream or the soft ripples on a windless lake. This etching process was entirely non-destructive and visual, celebrating the natural alchemy between earth, water, and fire without compromising the integrity of the metal. When lifted from the bath, washed in fresh spring water, and rubbed with a light coating of rendered animal fat or beeswax, the metal displayed a mesmerizing depth that seemed almost organic in its soft, undulating beauty. These decorated iron objects were not merely utilitarian tools or display pieces. They were enduring testaments to an intimate, respectful relationship between medieval craftspeople and the natural world around them. Each silvery wave running through the metal carried the quiet memory of autumn afternoons spent collecting bog ore from quiet marshlands, the steady warmth of charcoal hearths, and the peaceful, rhythmic cadence of hammer on anvil. In the silence of the northern evening, as the forge fires gradually dimmed to soft red coals, and the cool night air drifted through the timber workshop, the finished iron rested upon the workbench, gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Metallurgy in this era was a quiet dialogue with time and nature, where patience transformed raw earth into objects of quiet beauty and enduring strength. As the village settled into rest beneath the vast canopy of stars, the soft memories of the day's labor lingered in the warm scent of pine smoke and cooling iron, offering a sense of calm, timeless stillness that extended across the landscape and into the quiet hours of the night. As the centuries unfolded, the ancient art of metalworking expanded beyond the forging of heavy agricultural tools and defensive armor into the quiet, exquisite realm of scientific instrument making. Among the varied alloys discovered and refined by early artisans, brass, a luminous fusion of copper and zinc, occupied a cherished place in the medieval workshop, long before pure zinc metal was isolated in its elemental state. Metalworkers produced brass through a delicate cementation process, heating thin sheets of pure copper inside sealed clay crucibles, alongside powdered calamine ore and crushed charcoal. As the furnace reached a gentle glow, zinc vaporized from the ore and diffused directly into the solid copper matrix, transforming the reddish metal into a golden alloy of extraordinary beauty and workability. Unlike raw iron, which tended to rust and degrade when exposed to moisture, brass possessed an inherent resistance to atmospheric decay, along with a warm, radiant surface that mirrored the luster of precious gold. Its crystalline structure, characterized by an alpha-phase face-centered cubic lattice, rendered it remarkably ductile and malleable, allowing skilled smiths to hammer cold ingots into thin, flat sheets of exceptional uniformity without causing stress fractures. In the serene metalworking quarters of the ancient world, artisans worked with deliberate slowness, honoring the subtle physical properties of their materials. They understood that repeated hammering compressed and hardened the metal through work hardening, rearranging its microscopic grains until the brass became springy and resistant. To restore its softness, the smiths periodically subjected the metallic sheets to the soothing heat of a low hearth, a restorative process known as annealing, held at a dull cherry red glow in the darkened corners of the shop. The brass relaxed as its internal stresses dissipated, allowing its internal grains to recrystallize into a supple, receptive state ready for further shaping. Through this rhythmic, peaceful cycle of careful hammering and gentle heating, craftspeople produced thin metallic plates that were perfectly smooth, flat, and free of distortion, transforming heavy earthen minerals into refined canvases for human inquiry. During the Islamic Golden Age, cities such as Baghdad became vibrant sanctuaries of philosophy, mathematics, and metallurgy, where metalworking reached an unprecedented standard of technical precision. In the tranquil atmosphere of urban workshops, situated near the slow-flowing waters of the Tigris River, master craftsmen dedicated their lives to fashioning delicate tools capable of mapping the cosmos and tracking the quiet passage of time. Around 928 CE in Baghdad, master instrument maker Nasculus hammered thin brass plates for astrolabes, polishing the metal with pulverized pumice and sweet almond oil before engraving hair-thin altitude curves that caught soft candlelight. The preparation of the metallic surface was a deeply meditative task, requiring immense patience and unhurried focus. Before any mathematical lines could be drawn, the hammered brass sheet had to be brought to an absolute, mirror-like clarity. By blending finely ground volcanic pumice, a soft silica abrasive, with pure, aromatic sweet almond oil, Nasculus created a smooth polishing paste that gently smoothed away the tiny microscopic ridges left by the hammer. The almond oil acted as a soothing lubricant, suspending the fine metallic dust and preventing surface friction, while imparting a rich, golden depth to the brass that glowed softly under oil lamps. Once the plate reached perfect smoothness, the master artisan used hardened steel scribes, straight edges, and fine dividers to lay out complex stereographic projections on the metal. Every hair-thin curve, known as an almucanter, was etched with breath-held accuracy, converting the three-dimensional arcs of the sky into two-dimensional coordinate lines, marking celestial altitude and azimuth. In the quiet stillness of the evening workshop, the subtle scent of almond oil mingled with the earthy smell of warmed metal, creating a restful atmosphere where scientific rigor and serene craftsmanship merged in total harmony. The complete assembly of a medieval astrolabe was a masterwork of integrated metallurgical techniques, combining heavy bronze casting, precision sheet metal fabrication, and meticulous hand finishing into a single, elegant object. The main structural housing, known as the mater or mother, was typically cast from dense bronze or heavy brass using the ancient lost wax process, creating a sturdy circular frame with a raised outer rim and a smoothly recessed central cavity. The interior of this basin was turned on hand-operated bowl lathes and scraped perfectly flat using hardened steel tools to accommodate several interchangeable brass plates, or tympans, each precisely engraved for a specific geographic latitude. The surfaces of these plates were burnished with smooth agate stones until the metal felt as slick as silk under the touch. Resting above these plates sat the reedy, an intricately carved brass overlay that functioned as a skeletonized star map. Fabricating the reedy was one of the most demanding tasks in historic metalworking, requiring the smith to pierce a thin brass disc with hand drills, delicate chisels, and fine jeweler's saws. Large sections of brass were painstakingly cut away, leaving behind a graceful, web-like lattice adorned with flame-shaped pointers that marked the exact locations of prominent stars. Every pierced edge was painstakingly smoothed with fine slate and crushed charcoal to remove microburrs, ensuring that the star plate could rotate silently across the underlying latitude discs without catching or scratching. When fully assembled, the metallic components fit together with whisper-quiet exactness, anchored by a central axle pin secured with a small metal wedge often sculpted into the form of a sleeping gazelle. This mechanical harmony reflected a profound understanding of alloy dynamics as brass components expanded and contracted uniformly during subtle temperature shifts, preserving their smooth rotation and exact calibration across cool desert nights and warm summer days. Under the expansive, starlit canopy of the night sky, these finely crafted brass instruments served as quiet companions to astronomers, mariners, and scholars contemplating the order of the universe. Suspended by a heavy brass ring held gently between finger and thumb, the astrolabe hung in true vertical alignment under the quiet pull of gravity, establishing an unyielding terrestrial baseline against the dark horizon. The heavy metal felt cool to the touch at first, slowly absorbing the gentle warmth of the observer's hand as they worked in the still night air. By rotating the sight bar, or alidade, along the back of the instrument to align its pinhole vanes with a distant star, the observer could read the star's altitude directly from the delicate degree scales engraved along the polished outer rim. The golden brass did not merely record mathematical data. It preserved the calm, timeless spirit of the artisan who had coaxed raw ore into such exquisite utility. Because copper and zinc form a stable, self-protecting metallic matrix, brass ages with quiet dignity, developing a soft, protective patina over centuries of gentle handling that shields the underlying metal from decay while preserving the crisp definition of every engraved line. Long after the hearth fires of ancient Baghdad had cooled into soft ash and the workshop candles were extinguished for the night, these brass astrolabes remained as quiet monuments to human curiosity and skill. They offer a restful reminder of an era when metalworking transcended mere survival and warfare, elevating the heavy elements of the earth into golden mirrors of the heavens, where science, nature, and the peaceful rhythm of human hands rested in eternal balance. As twilight fell softly across the mist-shrouded mountains and serene valleys of East Asia, the ancient hearths of the Korean peninsula glowed with a low, constant warmth, radiating a deep sense of peaceful purpose that had been refined across generations of quiet practice. In these tranquil, shadowy workshops, metalworking was understood not as a forceful mastery over raw stone and ore, but as a subtle, meditative dialogue between fire, mineral, and water, carried out with rhythmic grace and steady composure. The artisans of the region had long pondered the delicate nature of bronze, a metal born from the joining of copper and tin, which could be cast into quiet bells or broad mirrors, yet often remained unforgivingly rigid when worked cold. Around 900 CE, during the Goryeo dynasty in Korea, bronze smiths created resonant *bangja tableware from an alloy of 78 parts copper and 22 parts tin, repeatedly quenching the metal in cool spring water while hot hammering it at 600 degrees C to transform the normally brittle bronze into pliable golden sheets. Standard bronze containing such a generous measure of tin was notoriously fragile at room temperature, easily fracturing into sharp shards under the strike of a mallet due to its dense, crystalline structure. However, by heating the raw alloy until it reached a luminous, uniform glow of 600 degrees Celsius, the master smiths induced a remarkable phase transformation deep within the metallic lattice, shifting the arrangement of atoms into a temporary state of ductile elasticity. Working in seamlessly synchronized teams of 3 or 4, the smiths raised their heavy iron mallets, striking the glowing metal disc in alternating, hypnotic beats that echoed gently through the quiet workshop. Between each round of intense hammering, the metal was plunged immediately into vessels of clear mountain spring water, a rapid thermal shock that preserved the workable internal structure and prevented brittle crystal phases from reforming. Through this repetitive dance of fire, hammer, and cool water, thick cast ingots yielded to the smiths quiet perseverance, spreading outward into smooth, paper-thin golden sheets of extraordinary beauty. When finished and polished to a warm, sunlit luster, these handcrafted *bangja* vessels possessed a soft, enduring chime when struck, a tranquil resonance that lingered in the evening air like a quiet lullaby, bringing an atmosphere of peaceful order and timeless elegance to every meal. Moving westward from the Korean peninsula, along the quiet trade routes of the Silk Road, the story of metalworking weaves through vast landscapes of mountain passes, wide steppes, and peaceful oasis towns, where knowledge flowed as gently as the evening wind. Across these ancient lands, artisans shared an intuitive reverence for the hidden qualities of the earth, recognizing that beneath the unpretentious surface of stone, clay, and plant life lay profound secrets capable of reshaping the physical world. In the quiet medieval centers of learning and metallurgy, the forge served as a sanctuary of stillness, sheltered from the noisy bustle of daytime commerce. Under the cool, starry skies of Central Asia, smiths spent long hours observing how subtle changes in temperature, air, and mineral fluxes could alter the fundamental temper of iron. Unlike bronze, which which revealed its beauty through the warm glow of copper alloys. Iron demanded a different kind of patience, a slow, atmospheric engagement with carbon and fire. In these dark workshops, illuminated only by the deep amber blush of charcoal embers, metalworkers learned to listen to the soft hiss of air feeding the furnace, and to read the faint shifts in color that signaled the unseen transformations occurring within the metal. The air was rich with the comforting, earthy scents of wood smoke, crushed minerals, and dried botanicals, reflecting a holistic view of nature where the mineral and vegetable realms worked in gentle unison. Here, the process of refinement was never rushed. It required an unhurried mind and a steady hand to tend the fires through the long watches of the night. Artisans knew that true quality emerged not from haste, but from allowing natural chemical processes to unfold at their own gradual pace, creating metals that were both remarkably strong and inherently harmonious with the quiet rhythms of the natural world. Nestled within the fertile, mountain-ringed Fergana Valley of Uzbekistan, this patient approach to iron reached one of its most sophisticated expressions in the quiet practice of crucible steelmaking. Around 1000 CE in the Fergana Valley of Uzbekistan, steelmakers sealed wrought iron alongside crushed quartz sand and dried pomegranate rinds inside fire clay crucibles, letting organic carbon slowly infuse the metal to produce crucible steel with a fine, velvety crystalline grain. Unlike earlier methods that exposed iron directly to open hearth flames, where carbon absorption was uneven and unpredictable, these Central Asian steelmakers understood the power of a closed, protected environment. They carefully crafted small, thick-walled crucibles from refractory fire clay, filling each vessel with precise proportions of soft wrought iron, finely ground quartz sand, and the sun-dried rinds of local pomegranates. Once tightly sealed with clay lids to exclude oxygen, the crucibles were arranged inside high-temperature brick furnaces and subjected to steady, sustained heat over many hours. As the internal temperature soared, the dried pomegranate rinds, rich in natural carbon, gradually decomposed, releasing a gentle, steady vapor of carbon atoms that slowly diffused into the solid lattice of the surrounding iron. At the same time, the crushed quartz sand melted into a fluid glass slag that floated atop the metal, shielding it from oxidation and absorbing microscopic impurities without interfering with the carbon enrichment. When the furnaces were finally left to cool undisturbed in the quiet of the night, the steel inside solidified into small, dense ingots. Upon being drawn from their clay shells, forged and lightly etched, the steel revealed a breathtaking visual texture, a delicate, swirling pattern of microscopic iron carbides that shimmered like fine silk or calm water under moonlight. This exquisite, velvety grain was not merely ornamental. It signaled a uniform internal structure that combined exceptional hardness with a supple resilience, demonstrating how simple organic gifts from local orchards could elevate raw iron into a metal of timeless perfection. As the night deepens and the fires of these ancient furnaces slowly subside into soft, glowing embers, the remarkable legacy of these medieval metalworkers offers a quiet invitation to restfulness and contemplation. From the golden, bell-like resonance of Korean asterisk Bangja bronze to the intricate, wave-patterned grain of Fergana crucible steel, the evolution of metallurgy was guided by an abiding respect for balance, nature, and quiet observation. These early masters did not seek to force their materials through aggressive violence, but rather coaxed them into transformation through gentle heat, natural cooling waters, and the subtle infusion of organic carbon derived from the earth, the soothing, sustained chime of hot-hammered bronze, and the tranquil, undisturbed cooling of fire-clay crucibles serve as quiet reminders of the peaceful rhythms that underlie the history of human ingenuity, rhythms rooted in patience, careful attention, and a deep harmony with the natural environment. In the still silence that follows the final stroke of the anvil and the quiet sealing of the hearth, the stories of fire and metal gently fade into the dark, leaving behind an enduring calm that invites a peaceful, restorative sleep under the quiet watch of the stars. As the turn of the first millennium arrived in the high, quiet valleys of Western Europe, the craft of ironworking entered a period of gentle reflection and elemental harmony. For generations, the transformation of earth into iron had depended almost entirely upon human endurance, requiring blacksmiths and their assistants to pump heavy leather bellows by hand for hours on end in order to supply their fires with the draft of oxygen required to reach working heat. Yet, amidst the misty pine forests and craggy peaks of the Pyrenees, where cold streams carved steady paths down granite cliffs, a quieter and more elegant approach to metallurgy began to take shape. Here, in the quiet seclusion of Catalonia, metalworkers began to observe the natural intelligence of moving water, recognizing that the very streams tumbling past their stone workshops held an endless reservoir of energy waiting to be softly befriended. Instead of battling against the physical strain of manual labor, these early artisans sought to align their hearths with the continuous rhythms of the landscape, allowing the mountains themselves to whisper life into the charcoal fires. The air in these alpine sanctuaries was crisp and pure, scented with evergreen needles and wet earth, offering a serene backdrop for an innovation that would forever alter how air was delivered to the furnace. The early medieval smithies were built directly beside rushing mountain brooks, built low to the ground with native field stones and thick wooden beams that blended seamlessly into the surrounding wilderness. Inside, the atmosphere was marked by a quiet, rhythmic calm, where the warmth of glowing embers met the cool spray of cascading mountain water. It was a place where human patience met natural fluid dynamics, where the ancient art of the forge turned away from noise and exhaustion, stepping instead into a realm of restful mechanical allowed the fire to breathe with the steady constancy of an alpine river. The true mastery of this Pyrenean method lay in its remarkable simplicity, utilizing the physical properties of fluids to achieve what previously demanded constant physical exertion. Around 1000 CE, in the Pyrenees of Catalonia, blacksmiths directed mountain streams down vertical wooden pipes to draw in air bubbles via the Venturi effect, delivering a steady, pressurized oxygen blast into iron furnaces without moving parts. This clever apparatus, known in later centuries as the trompe, relied on a tall vertical trunk of hollowed timber fitted at the top with specialized intake channels. As the mountain stream entered the upper opening and rushed downward through the confined wooden tube, it naturally accelerated, creating a zone of low pressure near small angled air holes crafted into the sides of the pipe. Through these subtle vents, ambient atmospheric air was gently drawn into the swift water column, breaking into millions of tiny, glistening bubbles that traveled downward alongside the falling torrent. At the base of the long wooden tube, the mixture of air and water plunged into a sealed stone or wooden chamber known as the wind box. As the water struck a heavy stone block inside the chamber, the trapped air bubbles separated smoothly from the turbulent pool, rising naturally to fill the upper portion of the vessel. Because the water continued to flow out through a lower drain at the bottom of the chamber, the trapped air became compressed, accumulating steady pressure that could be directed through a nozzle or tire straight into the heart of the iron furnace. The resulting blast was unlike anything produced by traditional hand bellows. It was completely continuous, smooth, and free from the rhythmic surges and lulls of manual pumping. Furthermore, because the air had traveled in close contact with cold mountain water, it was naturally washed of dust and cooled, carrying a subtle moisture that helped stabilize the temperature of the hearth, allowing the iron ore to reduce evenly and predictably into a high-quality bloom of workable metal. The quiet beauty of this water-powered draft system transformed not only the technical quality of the iron produced, but also the entire sensory atmosphere of the medieval forge. Without the creaking of wooden levers, the friction of leather bladders, or the heavy breathing of tired furnace workers, the forge became a sanctuary of steady, gentle sound. The dominant noise in the workshop was no longer one of strain, but rather the calming, liquid murmur of mountain water descending through smooth timber, accompanied by the low, comforting hum of pressurized air nourishing the glowing embers. Smiths could stand beside their furnaces in quiet contemplation, watching the soft amber light reflect off stone walls, while the natural forces of gravity and atmospheric pressure performed the demanding work of aeration. This passive harness of energy allowed small mountain communities to operate their ironworks with minimal labor, sustaining local agricultural needs and crafting essential iron tools with a level of efficiency previously unknown in the region. The Catalan forge demonstrated a profound understanding of ecological balance, taking advantage of the abundance of falling water in the Pyrenees without depleting or altering the landscape in a destructive manner. The water used to draw in the air returned directly to the riverbed downstream, unpolluted and unchanged, having simply shared a fraction of its kinetic energy with the embers of the hearth. In this restful exchange, metalworking ceased to be a battle against raw materials and instead became a quiet collaboration with the elemental forces of earth, water, air, and fire. The steady temperatures maintained by the water blast allowed the iron ore, gathered from nearby hillside veins, to soften gradually, consolidating into heavy, spongy masses of iron that could be gently hammered on stone anvils to remove slag, yielding a remarkably pure and durable metal that endured across generations. As twilight settled over the Pyrenean peaks, casting long, soft shadows across the valley floors, the Catalan forges continued their quiet work under the stars, powered by mountain streams that never ceased their downward journey. The legacy of this medieval innovation lingered far beyond the borders of Catalonia, slowly spreading across southern Europe and eventually inspiring later generations of hydraulic engineers and metallurgists who sought clean, reliable methods of air compression. Yet at its origin, the technique remained deeply rooted in a calm local harmony, a moment in technological history where human ingenuity achieved great functional power by stepping back and allowing nature to take the lead. The simple wooden pipes, carved from mountain pines and anchored against cool granite banks, stood as monuments to a peaceful way of building, where complexity was replaced by a deep observation of physical law. Sitting by the hearth in the quiet of the night, the medieval blacksmith needed only to monitor the flow of the stream and the rich, golden hue of the bloom, sheltered by the steady rushing of water that filled the dark valley with a peaceful cadence. The iron forged in these quiet mountain hollows carried with it the quiet strength of its origin, shaped by a process that was as restorative to the craftsman as it was transformative to the metal. Long after the fires were allowed to cool and the water was diverted back into its natural channel, the quiet memory of the Pyrenean trompe remained, reminding future centuries that the most enduring advancements are often those that flow as smoothly, softly, and naturally as a mountain stream through the trees. As the evening twilight settles softly across the quiet landscape and the busy noises of the waking day recede into a gentle stillness, the long history of human metalworking brings us to the calm river plains and forested hillsides of medieval East Asia. Here, over many centuries of quiet observation and patient experimentation, master artisans achieved an unparalleled understanding of cast iron, turning a dark and heavy element of the earth into structures of enduring grace and serene dignity, while other cultures across the ancient world relied primarily on hand-hammered wrought iron forged at individual anvils. Metalworkers in Song Dynasty, China, had perfected the specialized kilns and high-temperature smelting techniques required to liquefy iron completely, allowing it to flow like a warm metallic river into preformed shapes of almost any proportion. This ability to pour liquid metal rather than beat it into shape allowed builders to merge structural engineering with decorative artistry in a single, harmonious process. In the quiet precincts of foundry courtyards, where the air carried the earthy scent of drying clay and the subtle warmth of cooling charcoal, teams of craftsmen worked in peaceful unison. Bellows operated with a steady, soothing rhythm, breathing oxygen into cupola furnaces until the iron ore surrendered its rigidity, dissolving into a bright, luminous liquid that rested peacefully within its fire-clay crucible. The mastery demonstrated in these foundries was not merely technical, but deeply philosophical, rooted in an appreciation for balance, order, and the natural behavior of materials. Metalworkers understood how liquid iron expands slightly as it enters a mold and shrinks as it cools, requiring a quiet precision in constructing the ceramic outer shells that would receive the molten metal. Every line carved into the clay, every ventilation channel crafted to let trapped air escape, reflected hours of contemplative preparation, long before a single spark was struck. As the night air grew cool and stillness descended over the surrounding fields, the glowing metal inside the molds slowly lost its radiant orange hue, gradually returning to a solid, permanent state that possessed both the grounding weight of stone and the fine, delicate detail of carved wood. It was within this tradition of quiet dedication and remarkable technical finesse that one of the most astonishing architectural achievements of the medieval world was realized. Around 1061 CE in Dangyang, China, Song Dynasty founders poured 53 tons of liquid iron into stacked ceramic molds to build the 13-story Yuquan Temple Pagoda, fitting its octagonal cast iron tiers together without using solder. To envision the creation of this iconic monument is to imagine a process of profound serenity and seamless teamwork unfolding over many months on the grounds of the ancient temple. Master builders first designed a comprehensive series of multi-piece ceramic molds, crafting negative impressions for every level of the soaring structure. Inside these clay forms, artisans carved exquisite relief figures of guardian deities, sacred scriptures, delicate floral scrollwork, and realistic representations of timber bracket systems, ensuring that when the iron cooled, its surface would retain the quiet beauty of a hand-carved sanctuary. The preparation for the massive metal pour required meticulous organization, as dozens of small cupola furnaces were arranged around the construction site to melt the immense quantity of iron simultaneously. When the precise moment arrived, the molten iron was guided down ceramic channels in a continuous, flowing stream that filled each tier's mold evenly, preventing cold shuts or structural flaws as the liquid metal settled into place. Once cooled, the ceramic shells were carefully broken away, revealing massive, dark iron sections of extraordinary precision, complete with integrated cast flanges, interlocking grooves, and weight-bearing sockets. Because these octagonal tiers were designed to interlock with absolute geometric accuracy, the builders were able to assemble all 13 stories layer upon layer, relying entirely on gravity, exact registration, and precise fitting, rather than any adhesive, solder, or mechanical fasteners. Rising tier by tier into the peaceful sky, the iron pagoda became a testament to what could be accomplished when human patience, scientific understanding, and artistic devotion converged in complete tranquility. As the decades turned into centuries, the Yuquin Temple Pagoda stood as a silent sentinel in the landscape, its dark iron surfaces weathering the gentle passage of rain, wind, frost, and sunshine with remarkable resilience. Unlike wooden structures of the era, which were constantly vulnerable to decay and fire, or stone pagodas that required elaborate masonry mortar, the cast iron pagoda preserved its crisp architectural lines and delicate decorative details, almost untouched by time. The dark metal developed a soft, protective patina over the generations, muting its metallic luster into a quiet, matte finish that harmonized beautifully with the surrounding bamboo groves, moss-covered stone pathways, and mist-shrouded mountain peaks. On quiet evenings, when the night wind blows softly through the temple grounds, tiny metal bells attached to the eaves of each octagonal tier sway gently, casting a light, melodious chime across the dark courtyard. This subtle sound serves as a gentle reminder of the 53 tons of iron resting beneath the quiet sky, an immense mass of earthborne material held in perfect equilibrium by the skill of long-forgotten hands. The pagoda does not demand attention through flash or drama. Instead, it invites the resting mind to contemplate the quiet beauty of permanence, the way molten liquid can be guided into forms that endure for 1,000 years, and the profound peace that comes from structural harmony. In its dark, solid presence, we find a reflection of the deep rest that awaits at the end of a long journey, where all heat and movement gradually settle into a calm, steady state of quiet stillness. Looking back across the long timeline of metalworking, the iron pagoda of Dangyang represents a peaceful bridge between the ancient origins of metallurgy and the vast structural possibilities of the modern world. It demonstrates how early metallurgists, working with simple materials like local clay, river water, charcoal, and iron ore, could achieve feats of engineering that still inspire quiet wonder today. The wisdom of these Song dynasty founders lay not in forcing the metal against its nature, but in understanding its liquid state, allowing gravity and thermal contraction to work in harmony with carefully calculated geometric shapes. As we reflect on this monumental achievement from the quiet comfort of the present moment, the image of the dark iron tower standing under a canopy of stars brings a deep sense of stillness and security. The heavy metal, once glowing and fluid in the heat of ancient kilns, now rests cool and unwavering in the dark night air, fixed firmly in its place upon the earth. The story of bronze, iron, and steel is ultimately a story of transformation, of taking raw, unformed elements from deep within the earth and shaping them into objects of quiet utility, enduring beauty, and peaceful shelter. As the night grows deeper and thoughts slowly drift toward sleep, we can let our minds rest upon the solid, unchanging weight of the iron pagoda, resting securely in the quiet darkness, silently holding its shape through the slow turning of the night. As the high Middle Ages settled across the quiet, forested valleys of Central Europe, the ancient art of metalworking quietly adapted to the gentle, unhurried rhythms of nature, gradually shifting away from sole reliance on human muscle toward a peaceful collaboration with flowing mountain streams and rich earthen materials in the winding, timber-clad ravines around 1200 CE in Solingen, Germany. Metalsmiths built small stone and timber workshops directly beside swift, clear watercourses, where they used massive sandstone wheels turned by gentle mountain streams to smooth forged steel, continuously bathing the metal in cold water to protect its delicate, heat-treated crystalline structure. Long before the advent of industrial machinery, these early riverbank artisans understood that the true strength of hardened steel resided in its unseen internal architecture, a fragile arrangement of iron and carbon crystals formed through high heat forging and sudden quenching. If a smith attempted to grind or polish a hardened blade upon a dry wheel, the intense localized friction would quickly generate intense heat, inadvertently drawing the temper from the steel and causing its rigid crystalline lattice to relax back into a softer, less resilient state. By tapping into the steady current of local streams, the smiths designed clever timber flumes and wooden water wheels that rotated heavy, quarry-cut sandstone discs with effortless, rhythmic consistency. Resting low upon wooden benches over the rushing flumes, the craftsmen would gently lower the forged steel edges against the turning stone, allowing a continuous stream of chilly mountain water to wash across the friction point. This cold bath carried away every spark of heat before it could penetrate the core of the metal, keeping the internal crystal structures stably locked in place, while the fine abrasive grains of the sandstone meticulously smoothed every ridge, hammer mark, and scale from the surface. The quiet hum of the stone wheel, accompanied by the constant, soothing melody of trickling water and the fresh scent of damp moss, turned the laborious work of finishing steel into a peaceful ceremony, where water was not merely a tool for cooling, but an essential guardian of the metal's internal integrity and lasting endurance. In a similar spirit of quiet precision and material harmony, the art of foundry work reached a profound level of mathematical and artistic grace through the creation of giant bronze bells destined for the quiet towers of medieval monasteries and town halls. Around 1250 CE in Central Europe, bell founders built a clay core mixed with chopped straw over a vertical wooden spindle, sweeping a curved wooden strickle board around the pivot to smooth the damp clay into a perfectly symmetrical inner bell profile. This intricate molding process was performed with great reverence inside quiet, earth-floored workshops, where master founders combined natural soil, organic binders, and simple wooden geometry to prepare the foundational form that would define the instrument's voice. The foundation of every bell began at the center of a shallow brick pit, where a sturdy vertical wooden post or spindle was anchored firmly into the ground to serve as a precise central axis. Around this central pivot, the artisans built up a thick, rounded column using coarse loam and moist clay that had been thoroughly blended with finely cut straw. The addition of straw was a brilliant piece of traditional engineering. As the thick clay core slowly dried and was later baked, the organic straw fibers charred away, leaving behind tiny, interconnected microscopic pores within the hardened clay shell. These invisible pathways allowed steam and expanding gases to escape safely through the core during the eventual pouring of molten bronze, preventing trapped air from creating bubbles or acoustic flaws in the finished casting. Once the initial bulk of damp clay had been built up around the wooden axis, the founder attached a strickle board, a thick wooden template whose outer edge had been carved with exquisite accuracy to mirror the exact inner wall curve of the intended bell. With slow, measured hands, the artisan rotated the strickle board around the central spindle, allowing its carved edge to shave away excess clay and fill in minor voids, gradually burnishing the moist surface into a perfectly uniform, smooth, and symmetrical form. The repetitive, circular motion of the strickle board over the damp earth created a sense of calm focus in the workshop. As raw clay was transformed into a smooth, elegant core that possessed exact geometric balance, ready to receive the outer layers of the mold and ultimately give form to a bronze vessel capable of ringing clearly across wide valleys for centuries. Together, these twin traditions of stream-cooled steel finishing and straw-tempered clay molding demonstrate how medieval metalworking evolved into a quiet science of balance, where physical forces were managed not through violence or speed, but through patience and a deep understanding of natural laws. The mountain streams of Solingen provided not only mechanical energy to turn heavy sandstone wheels, but also an uninterrupted thermal buffer that protected the delicate submicroscopic arrangements of martensite within quenched steel, demonstrating how water could preserve what fire had created. Simultaneously, the bell founders of Central Europe relied on the humble synergy of earth, straw, and rotational geometry, recognizing that the purity of a bell's acoustic resonance depended entirely upon the absolute symmetry of its inner clay core. as the strickle board swept around the central wooden spindle. It smoothed away any tiny variation in radius that might cause unequal wall thickness or uneven cooling when the molten bronze was eventually poured into the mold. Each pass of the strickle board shaved off fractions of a millimeter of wet clay, leaving behind a silken surface that, once dried by low charcoal fires built inside the core, would hold its shape without warping or cracking. In both crafts, there was no rush. The smiths and founders worked at a pace set by the natural drying of clay and the steady flow of mountain rivulets. As night fell over these medieval workshops, the water wheels continued their soft, rhythmic splash in the darkened valleys, and the clay cores rested silently in their pits, cooling gradually in the still night air. Through such thoughtful, quiet methods, early metallurgists laid the quiet foundation for modern materials science, proving that the finest transformation of metal occurs when human hands work in slow, harmonious alignment with earth, wood, stone, and water. As the centuries of the Middle Ages progressed across Europe, the artisan's mastery over fire, earth, and ore began to expand gently beyond the utilitarian realms of defensive armor, edge tools, and heavy structural ironwork, drifting into the quiet, reflective domains of acoustic science and sacred music. In the tranquil atmosphere of late medieval workshops, metal was no longer viewed solely as a material of structural resistance, hardness, or physical defense, but as a responsive medium uniquely capable of holding, shaping, and projecting soft, sustained sound. The physical properties that had long defined metalworking density, elasticity, thermal expansion, internal crystalline damping, and structural cohesion were now studied with a gentler intention. As craftspeople observed how subtle variations in metallic composition could transform a simple mechanical vibration or steady stream of air into a pure, resonant tone, tin and lead, two soft metals that had previously served primarily as humble alloying agents in bronze making, solder, or vessel linings, emerged into a quiet prominence of their own. Malleable, heavy, and possessing remarkably low melting temperatures, these elements allowed metalworkers to execute their craft with a level of delicate patience and precision that the violent hammering of hot iron rarely permitted when blended together in exact, deliberate proportions. Lead imparted a heavy, sound-absorbing warmth and physical flexibility to the matrix, while tin contributed structural resilience, a lustrous silver-white surface, and a clear, singing clarity when set into motion by subtle pressure waves. As master stonemasons raised soaring Gothic vaults, whose immense stone arches echoed with the quietest breath, metallurgists were asked to create instruments that could fill those cavernous, peaceful interiors with rich, unwavering acoustic harmony. The workshop of the metal caster became a space of quiet contemplation and steady, low heat, where charcoal fires glowed softly beneath iron cauldrons, melting gray ingots into calm, mirror-like pools of liquid alloy. In these quiet spaces, the tradition of casting shifted away from heavy sand molds and massive bell foundries toward the creation of thin, uniform metallic sheets that could be curved by hand, soldered with care, and tuned to precise mathematical frequencies. Every gesture was deliberate and unhurried, guided by an intuitive understanding of cooling rates, surface tension, and acoustic resonance, ensuring that as the liquid metal cooled into a solid sheet, its molecular structure remained harmonious, relaxed, and free from internal stresses that might otherwise distort its gentle acoustic voice. The refinement of this specialized acoustic metallurgy reached a point of extraordinary beauty as artisans perfected the delicate methods required to fabricate pipes for large organ instruments across the continent. Around 1300 CE in Western Europe, organ builders poured molten lead tin alloy onto long, linen-covered wooden tables, hand-scraping the cooling sheets to a uniform thickness so the metal pipes produced warm, rounded acoustic tones. This intricate process demanded a harmonious balance of physical skill, patience, and acute sensory awareness. The casting bench itself was a marvel of simple, functional engineering, constructed from long, thick planks of seasoned oak or pine that extended many yards across the workshop floor. Master builders carefully leveled this wooden surface using plumb lines and water levels, ensuring that gravity would draw the liquid metal downward in a perfectly uniform layer without drifting toward either side. Over this smooth timber bed, a single piece of unbleached linen or heavy canvas was pulled completely taut and fastened firmly along the frame, removing every trace of a wrinkle or fold that might transfer an imperfection onto the underside of the cooling metal. The woven cloth served a vital dual purpose. Its natural porosity permitted trapped air and moisture vapor to escape downward as the hot liquid flowed over it, while simultaneously creating a soft, non-stick barrier that prevented the molten alloy from scorching or bonding to the wood below. When the lead and tin reached their ideal pouring temperature, a state recognized by the artisan through the appearance of a subtle, iridescent film floating atop the liquid pool. The metal was ladled into a mobile wooden trough known as a pouring box, moving together in silent, measured synchronization. Two craftsmen guided this box smoothly from one end of the long bench to the other, releasing a wide, glowing ribbon of silver metal that spread evenly across the stretched linen. Almost immediately, as the molten sheet encountered the cooler ambient air, it began its transition from a glowing liquid into a soft, malleable solid. Before the alloy could fully set, the metalworkers swept wide wooden scrapers and polished iron blades along the surface, shaving away excess material and flattening any minute surface irregularities. By adjusting the angle speed, and pressure of the scraper. The craftsman could control the final thickness of the sheet down to fractions of a millimeter, tailoring the metal so that it possessed the exact structural density needed to respond to air currents, producing an acoustic response that was remarkably warm, mellow, and free from harsh metallic dissonance. After the hand-scraped sheets had cooled completely upon the linen-covered tables, they were lifted with great care, revealing an underside marked with the faint, elegant texture of the woven cloth, and a top surface finished to a satin smoothness. The process then moved from the casting bench to the quiet assembly table, where the sheets were measured, cut, and transformed into three-dimensional acoustic forms. Working with curved wooden mandrels and soft mallets made of boxwood, horn, or wrapped leather, the organ builder gently rolled the pliable lead tin sheet around cylindrical forms, shaping the flat metal into perfectly straight, hollow tubes without stretching or distressing the soft alloy. The long longitudinal seam running down the back of each pipe was then meticulously sealed using a handheld soldering iron and a lower melting alloy of the same metals, applying just enough localized heat to fuse the edges into an airtight, continuous joint without melting or warping the adjacent, hand-scraped wall. Once the cylinder was closed, its lower extremity was hammered into a conical foot, and a precise horizontal aperture, known as the mouth, was cut and formed near the joint. This delicate opening was engineered to split the compressed air coming from the leather bellows, setting the internal air column into rapid, steady oscillation. Because the pipe walls were composed of this soft, hand-scraped lead tin alloy, the metal itself vibrated gently alongside the vibrating air within, absorbing harsh high-frequency overtones and enriching the fundamental tone with a deep, soothing resonance. When air flowed through these finished pipes, the sound produced did not pierce the air with aggressive sharpness. Instead, it blossomed softly into the surrounding space, filling lofty stone naves and quiet monastic chapels with a serene, enveloping warmth. The enduring nature of the metal meant that these instruments could remain in place for centuries, standing in orderly, gleaming ranks within choir lofts, preserving both the physical craftsmanship and the quiet acoustic heritage of the medieval metalworkers. Through this thoughtful harmony of fire, metal, craftsmanship, and breath, the ancient mineral elements of the earth were transformed into timeless vessels of peace, inviting all who listened into a state of quiet rest and tranquil contemplation. As the gentle notes echoed softly through the fading light of evening. As twilight fell over the rolling hills of central Franconia in the late Middle Ages, the city of Nuremberg rested quietly within its stone fortification walls, cradled by the calm and persistent flow of the Pegnitz River. For centuries, this historic city had served as a bustling crossroads of European trade and craftsmanship, renowned throughout the continent for the skill of its metalworkers, brass founders, cutlers, and blacksmiths who shaped raw ores into tools of everyday life. in the earlier centuries of metalworking. The creation of metal wire had been a slow, arduous task carried out entirely by human hands. Early smiths would forge thin strips of iron or bronze, laboriously beating them with small hand hammers upon small anvils, or painstakingly pulling narrow strips of sheet metal through perforated iron plates using hand tongs and leather harnesses strapped around their waists. This manual method required immense physical exertion, yielding wire that was often short, uneven in thickness, and prone to internal fractures where the metal had been overworked by repeated striking. Yet, as the 14th century unfolded, a quiet technological evolution reshaped the craft along the banks of the river, where forward-thinking artisans began to harness the steady, perpetual energy of moving water to drive their machinery. The river, fed by gentle rains and seasonal snowmelt from the surrounding pine forests, turned large wooden water wheels that rotated with a deep, rhythmic creaking sound. These wheels converted the fluid motion of the stream into powerful mechanical torque, transferring energy through oak axles, wooden gears, and iron cams into the heart of the riverfront workshops. In the soft light of evening, as the noise of the daytime city subsided into silence, the water wheels continued their slow, measured revolutions, offering a soothing cadence that marked a new era in the transformation of iron, an era where human patience combined with natural power to craft wire of unprecedented length and exquisite uniformity. At the center of this medieval transformation was the delicate science of metallurgy, understood by the master wire drawers not through modern chemistry, but through generations of observation, touch, and intuition. Before an iron rod could be drawn down into a fine filament, it had to undergo a meticulous process of annealing within charcoal-fired hearths. The iron was heated until it glowed with a dull, cherry-red color, allowing the microscopic crystal grains of the metal to relax, relieving the internal stresses created during initial forging and restoring its softness and ductility. Once cooled slowly in ashes or air, the metal became pliable enough to yield to mechanical force without snapping. The artisans would taper one end of the annealed iron rod using a light hammer, threading this narrowed tip through a tapered hole in a draw plate, a thick, hardened block of steel crafted with extreme precision. To reduce friction as the metal passed through the narrow aperture, the rod was coated in natural lubricants such as mutton tallow, beeswax, or lard, which allowed the metal to glide smoothly across the polished internal walls of the die. The pointed end of the rod protruding through the back of the plate was gripped by heavy iron pliers connected to a drawbench, a sturdy wooden frame anchored directly to the mill's timber floor. Driven by the water wheel outside, a revolving drum or lever system pulled the tongs with unyielding, gentle force, drawing the iron through the steel die in a single, smooth motion. Through a sequence of successive passes, each through a slightly smaller die opening, the diameter of the rod was reduced, while its length expanded dramatically. In 14th century Nuremberg, craftsmen operated water wheel-powered drawbenches to pull annealed iron rods through progressively smaller polished steel dies, drawing out smooth, flexible wire over 500 meters long in a single continuous strand. This continuous drawing process aligned the internal metallic structure, compacting the iron and bestowing upon it a remarkable balance of tensile strength and suppleness that manual hammering could never achieve. The creation of such long, continuous strands of uniform iron wire opened new horizons across medieval society, quietly touching virtually every aspect of daily life and craft. Unlike older hand-hammered wire, which suffered from structural weak points, irregular surfaces, and frequent seams, drawn wire possessed a perfectly circular cross-section and a smooth, polished finish that resisted snagging and premature failure. In the workshops of armorers, miles of this flexible wire were cut into millions of tiny segments, formed into small rings, and painstakingly woven together to create mail armor that was both lighter and far more protective than previous iterations. Beyond defensive craft, drawn wire transformed textile production, where fine iron wire was cut into thousands of identical teeth to construct carding combs used to prepare raw sheep's wool for spinning into soft yarn. It provided the delicate needles required by seamstresses and tailors, the sturdy pins used to secure garments, and the precise wire components essential for early mechanical clocks, balances, and astronomical instruments. Musicians, too, found beauty in these uniform strands, as drawn iron and brass wire could be tuned to produce clear, lingering notes on zithers, harpsichords, and dulcimers. Each application relied on the underlying physical transformation that occurred within the steel die. As the iron was pulled through the narrow orifice, cold work hardening gradually increased the metal's strength, while periodic reannealing restored its ability to bend without breaking. This quiet harmony between fire, water, iron, and mechanical design demonstrated how humanity could work alongside natural laws, refining raw earth into objects of subtle utility without violence or haste. The workshops of Nuremberg became world-renowned for their wire products, establishing standardized gauges that ensured consistent quality and allowed craftsmen in distant lands to rely upon the exact dimensions of the metal they ordered. As night settled deep over Nuremberg, the hearth fires were allowed to die down to soft, glowing embers beneath layers of gray ash, radiating a gentle, soothing warmth into the quiet stone workshops. The heavy wooden drawbenches stood silent, their polished steel dies resting neatly in carved wooden racks beside jars of sweet tallow and soft cloth. Hanging from sturdy oak pegs along the lime-washed walls, long coils of iron wire rested in smooth, concentric loops, reflecting the faint silver light of the moon as it peered through high, leaded glass windows. Outside, the Pegnitz River continued its timeless journey through the valley, slipping smoothly beneath the moss-covered paddles of the water wheels, its soft water splashing against the timber sluice gates with a peaceful, whispering murmur. The gentle rhythm of the river, which had provided the untiring strength to draw hundreds of meters of solid iron into fine thread throughout the day, now seemed to murmur a quiet, lulling song to the sleeping city. The transformation of metal, once a task of exhausting manual effort, heat, and heavy impact, had found a serene balance in the water-powered drawmill, where natural kinetic forces worked in tranquil unity with human craft. In this calm night stillness, the finished wire rested, strong yet flexible, waiting to be woven into the delicate mechanisms and fabrics of the coming day. While the cool night air carried away the last lingering scent of wood smoke into the starry dark sky, inviting a deep, unbroken, and restorative rest over the peaceful land. As the centuries unfolded into the late medieval and early modern eras, the shaping of metal became far more than a practical endeavor focused on sharp edges or durable armor. It matured into a deeply contemplative art where patience, natural materials, and quiet vision converged. Across distant continents, master artisans shifted their attention toward the subtle nuances of surface, texture, and ornament, recognizing that metals could capture the gentle rhythms of the natural world and preserve them across generations. In the tropical forest kingdom of Benin, situated along the quiet riverways of West Africa, metalworking reached a summit of courtly elegance and spiritual reverence, treating copper alloys not as rigid, unyielding substances, but as fluid media capable of holding the softest human touch. Around 1500 CE, in the Kingdom of Benin, master brass casters sculpted delicate relief patterns into a mixture of local beeswax and palm oil, covering the model with layers of fine river silt that preserved every soft line when filled with molten brass. The selection of these organic materials reflected a profound harmony with the surrounding landscape, where the pliable wax, softened by the rich oil of the oil palm, yielded effortlessly to fine wood and bone carving tools, allowing sculptors to trace intricate ceremonial garments, textured coral beads, and symbolic motifs of royal authority. When the fine river silt was painted over the wax, its microscopic particles drifted smoothly into every tiny groove and indentation, forming a seamless, tender envelope around the artwork. As successive layers of heavier clay were built around this delicate inner skin, the mold was set to dry slowly in the warm, quiet shade, allowing moisture to evaporate naturally without causing the slightest crack. When placed near the hearth, the wax melted away cleanly, leaving behind an immaculate, mirror-like void inside the hardened earth. Into this warm chamber, molten brass was poured with steady, practiced precision, flowing like liquid sunlight into every delicate passageway. Once cooled, the earthen shell was gently washed away, revealing a relief sculpture of extraordinary depth and warmth, its smooth brass surfaces glowing with a quiet, timeless radiance that seemed to breathe with life. Thousands of leagues away, amidst the quiet hills and secluded workshops of feudal Japan, a parallel devotion to the subtle beauty of metal surfaces was taking shape within an entirely different aesthetic philosophy. There, craftsmen were drawn not to brilliant golden lusters, but to dark, muted tones that evoked the calm solitude of twilight, weathered stone, and damp moss after rain. In this tradition, the metal surface was not seen as a plain background to be gilded or painted, but as a living canvas capable of developing deep, ethereal colors through controlled chemical oxidation. Around 1400 CE in Japan, metalsmiths alloyed copper with 3 to 5% gold to create shakudo, steeping the polished metal in a warm bath of copper sulfate, alum, and vinegar, called rokusho*, to grow a velvety, deep blue-black oxide film resembling the midnight sky. The preparation of shakudo required exceptional subtlety, for the tiny percentage of gold did not alter the metal's malleability, yet completely transformed how its surface reacted during the finishing process. After the alloy was meticulously hammered, carved, and polished to a mirror finish, it was immersed in the gently heated rokusho* solution, where the acidic bath slowly coaxed forth a microscopic film of mixed oxides, rather than a superficial layer that might flake or fade. This oxide film grew directly from the metallic structure itself, absorbing ambient room light and reflecting back a profound velvet hue that shifted subtly between indigo, charcoal, and dark purple, depending on the angle of view. Metalsmiths used shakudo to construct sword fittings, small decorative ornaments, and peaceful garden scenes in miniature, frequently inlaying fine wires of pure gold or silver that shone like distant stars set against the deep midnight field. The entire process was conducted in absolute quiet, guided by the measured movement of hands and the soft steam rising from the bath, exemplifying a culture that found profound beauty in restraint, darkness, and quietude. Both of these extraordinary traditions illustrate how metalworking had evolved from the raw, labor-intensive smelting of early antiquity into a refined science of tactile detail and chemical harmony. Early metallurgists had striven primarily to extract metal from stubborn stone and forge tools capable of clearing fields or building cities. But as civilizations matured, the relationship between artisan and element deepened into a quiet, respectful dialogue. Craftsmen learned to listen to the subtle signals of their materials, the precise temperature at which a wax model yields without losing its shape, the subtle shift in color as a liquid alloy fills a ceramic cavity, or the gradual darkening of a metal plate resting in an aqueous bath. This intimate knowledge was passed down through generations of apprentices who learned by watching, listening, and absorbing the calm rhythms of the workshop. The tools used in these processes were often simple wooden spatulas, soft brushes, clay pots, and gentle hearth fires. Yet the outcomes achieved rivaled the most sophisticated chemical achievements of modern laboratories. What united these distant traditions across oceans and cultural divides was a shared recognition that metal possessed an inner character waiting to be revealed through patience and care. The heavy hammer blows that had once dominated the ancient bloomery gave way to the soft rustle of river silt and the quiet bubbling of mineral solutions, transforming metalworking into an act of quiet meditation and timeless craftsmanship. As evening turns to night and the work of the day draws to a natural close, the legacy of these ancient metalworkers invites a quiet moment of stillness and reflection. The bronze plaques of Benin and the dark Shakudo asterisk ornaments of Japan remain as quiet guardians of history, holding within their smooth, cool surfaces the care, breath, and quiet focus of those who crafted them centuries ago. They remind us that true beauty often resides not in speed or force, but in the slow, attentive unfolding of time, where earth, fire, water, and human imagination meet in silent harmony. The hearths of the old workshops have long grown cold, the embers settling into soft white ash beneath the quiet night, while the rivers continue their slow, uninterrupted course toward the sea, carrying fine silt along their banks, just as they did long ago. In the cool darkness, the polished surfaces of sculpted brass and blue-black copper lie still, catching only the faintest sliver of moonlight, soft and rested. The peaceful atmosphere of those historic workshops lingers in the quiet air, a reminder of a world where patience was the primary tool, and where every creation was allowed to find its form in its own quiet, perfect season. And so, as the quiet hours deepen, the story of metal settles into a calm and restful silence, resting gently under the vast and timeless sky. As the long history of metallurgy wound through centuries of discovery across the globe, the understanding of metal evolved from a pursuit of strength and brilliance into an art of quiet, meditative beauty. In the traditional workshops of East Asia, craftspeople began to look beyond the dazzling shine of burnished gold and the unyielding brightness of pure copper, seeking instead colors and textures that mirrored the quiet tones of the natural landscape. The artisan's hearth was a sanctuary of soft embers and gentle rhythms, where charcoal glowed with a steady, comforting warmth, and the soft breath of hand-worked bellows whispered softly into the quiet dusk. Here, metalsmiths observed that when distinct elements were brought together in thoughtful proportion, they possessed hidden aesthetic depths that only revealed themselves through patient coaxing and delicate surface treatments. Metal, long associated with the heavy work of forging structural implements, assumed a serene and contemplative presence that favored subtlety, shadow, and the gentle dignity of aged surfaces. Within these tranquil spaces, every step of the process moved with unhurried intention and reverence, for the materials. The scent of pine charcoal mingled with the earthy aroma of clay crucibles, damp slate hearths, and drying wood, while water resting in cedar troughs absorbed the gentle heat of cooling tools with a soft, peaceful hiss. Smiths understood that metal was not a static, rigid substance, but a living medium capable of subtle transformations when exposed to air, gentle heat, and natural organic solutions. Rather than striving to lock metal into an artificial state of everlasting gloss, these artisans embraced the natural tendency of copper and its alloys to form thin, protective oxide layers over time. They saw in these emerging surface colors a way to capture the fleeting moods of nature. The soft gray of dawn, mist over pine forests, the muted green of lichen upon weathered stone, and the deep, shadowy blues of mountain pools, translating the quiet rhythms of the natural world into enduring works of metallurgic art. This philosophical shift toward understated elegance reached a remarkable peak during the Muromachi period, when urban workshops developed sophisticated techniques for creating colored metal alloys known for their delicacy, depth, and atmospheric warmth. Around 1500 CE in Kyoto, Japan, metalsmiths blended 3 parts copper with 1 part silver to yield shibuichi asterisk, an alloy that, when soaked in a warm bath of plum vinegar and copper salts, developed a soft, misty gray oxide surface resembling morning rain over mountain slate. The name itself, translating literally to 4 parts, reflected the precise mathematical harmony of its composition, where silver constituted 1/4 of the total mixture to allow the copper host matrix to respond fully to specialized patinating treatments, while retaining a pale, luminous underglow. Unlike standard bronze or brass alloys designed primarily for structural durability or bright golden hues, shibuichi was intentionally formulated for its chemical responsiveness and subtle visual texture. The creation of this alloy required extraordinary skill and patience at the furnace, where the smith had to carefully regulate the charcoal fire to prevent the lighter silver from separating or oxidation, from clouding the melt before achieving a complete, homogeneous fusion. Once poured into flat rectangular ingots and allowed to cool slowly in ambient air, the unrefined metal appeared as an unpretentious, pale grayish-white billet. However, its true artistic magic remained dormant until the polished surface underwent a delicate boiling process known as *Nero patination. The metalsmith prepared a gentle bath containing natural organic acids extracted from fermented unripe plums, balanced with carefully measured mineral salts such as copper sulfate and verdigris dissolved in pure river water. As the polished metal rested submerged in this simmering bath, the fruit acid gently etched away microscopic traces of copper from the topmost atomic layers, leaving behind a fine, porous surface structure enriched with noble silver. Simultaneously, the dissolved copper salts reacted with the exposed copper base to form a thin, highly adherent film of cuprous oxide. This microscopic oxide layer altered how light reflected from the metal's surface, transforming what was once a plain, cold metallic face into a soft, velvety texture that scattered light with gentle diffusion, evoking the peaceful stillness of a foggy morning, falling over quiet stone terraces and lichen-draped hillsides. The visual character of Shibuichi was deeply tied to the Japanese aesthetic concept of wabi sabi asterisk, which finds profound beauty in simplicity, quietness, and the gentle marks left by nature and time. Unlike silver or gold, which maintain their sharp, reflective luster, Shibuichi seemed to gently absorb the ambient light around it, creating a calm, atmospheric glow that changed subtly depending on the time of day, the moisture in the air, and the angle of view. In the soft, diffused light of a paper screen, an object cast in Shibuichi did not demand attention with loud reflections, but instead drew the observer's eye inward, offering a profound sense of restfulness and quiet contemplation. Metallurgists learned to manipulate the alloy's composition with great precision, adjusting the silver content slightly higher or lower to yield a wide spectrum of gentle grays, ranging from Shiro Shibuichi asterisk, with its pale, translucent tone reminiscent of winter snow hovering over bamboo leaves, to darker varieties that captured the shadowy shade of river rocks resting beneath clear, slow-moving water. The chemical bath itself required constant, intuitive monitoring by the master smith, watching the shifting hues of the metal surface as it simmered in the wooden vessel. They knew precisely when to remove the piece and submerge it in clear, cool well water to fix the patina at its most peaceful expression. The resulting oxide layer was remarkably stable and durable, protecting the underlying metal from further corrosion, while retaining its soft, atmospheric appearance across generations of gentle handling. Artisans used this versatile alloy to create intricate sword fittings, decorative vessel panels, and small ornamental objects for daily appreciation, often pairing it alongside other specialized alloys like Shakudo asterisk, a deep blue-black copper-gold alloy, to create miniature landscapes of extraordinary depth, silence, and spatial nuance. Through these thoughtful techniques, metalworking transcended the domain of utility and strength, becoming a quiet meditation on harmony, material science, and the soft beauty hidden within the simple elements of the earth. As the embers of the hearth gradually dim into soft gray ashes, and the cool night air settles over the workshop, the legacy of these quiet metallic discoveries continues to offer a sense of peaceful wonder. The art of alloy patination demonstrates how human hands, working in quiet harmony with natural chemical processes, can transform raw elements drawn from deep within the earth into objects of soothing, timeless beauty. the delicate balance of copper and silver, brought to life through the gentle touch of fruit acids and mineral salts, reminds us of the quiet miracles that occur when patience, careful observation, and deep respect for nature guide the craftsman's art. In the stillness of the night, when the day's tasks are complete and the world outside settles into rest, the soft, misty tones of Shibuichi evoke the quiet calm of a mountain forest resting beneath a gentle veil of evening rain. The gentle rhythms of the ancient workshops, the steady rise and fall of hand bellows, the warm glow of cooling metal in the dusk, and the soothing sound of water flowing through cedar troughs, echo softly across the centuries like a comforting lullaby. There is no need for haste or force when working with such quiet materials. Their beauty unfolds slowly and peacefully, just as sleep settles gently over the mind at the close of the day. Metal, in its most refined and peaceful expression, becomes a lasting reminder of permanence and tranquility, holding the soft, gray light of morning mist within its quiet surface, while all around it slumbers in deep and restful peace. As the 16th century gently yielded to the 17th, a serene stillness settled across the valley landscapes of Japan, bringing with it a profound shift in the spirit and purpose of the metalworker's craft. For generations, the smiths of the islands had devoted their relentless discipline to the perfection of steel blades, refining iron sand through intense fires to forge weapons of extraordinary strength and sharpness. Yet with the dawn of a long and peaceful era under the Tokugawa shogunate, the heavy demands of warfare gradually gave way to a quiet, contemplative period of cultural flourish, where the forge was no longer merely a site of martial utility, but a peaceful sanctuary for artistic meditation and subtle beauty. In small, earth-floored workshops tucked away near forested mountainsides, the daily rhythm of the artisan transformed into a slow, deliberate exercise in patience and quiet observation. The soft, rhythmic breathing of the wooden box bellows filled the air, carrying the faint, soothing aroma of pine charcoal and damp earth through the shaded timber rooms. Here, metalsmiths began to turn their attention away from the severe requirements of battle blades and toward the delicate embellishment of sword fittings, protective guards, and domestic objects of understated elegance. They began to examine non-ferrous metals, pure red copper, lustrous white silver, gold, and unique native alloys like shakudo, observing with unhurried curiosity how these softer materials responded to heat, light, and delicate physical touch. To work with metal during this peaceful epoch was to enter into an intimate dialogue with the raw elements of the earth, understanding that beneath their cold, rigid exteriors lay a hidden capacity for warmth, fluidity, and surprising grace. The smiths sat for hours beside low, open hearths, watching the subtle shifts in color as charcoal embers faded from bright orange to a soft, lingering crimson, learning to read the temperature of the forge with the quiet intuition born of long, unhurried experience. It was within this atmosphere of deep focus and artistic exploration that a master smith named Denbei Shomi looked upon the contrasting tones of copper and silver, conceiving a revolutionary method to bind their distinct visual qualities into a seamless, organic tapestry. Around 1600 CE in Akita Prefecture, Japan, metalsmith Denbei Shomi fused alternating sheets of copper and silver under gentle furnace heat, carving shallow grooves into the layered billet to reveal soft, wood grain patterns of shimmering metal. The execution of this process required an extraordinarily delicate touch and an acute sensitivity to the atomic behavior of solid materials under heat. Master Shomi would begin by meticulously cleaning and scraping each thin sheet of metal, removing every trace of surface oxidation or dust, so that the pure surfaces of the two different metals could meet cleanly without any barrier between them. He would then arrange these pristine sheets into a neat, layered stack, carefully alternating the warm, reddish hue of copper with the cool, brilliant white of silver, building up a compact block comprising dozens of paper-thin strata. This stacked assembly was bound tightly between heavy iron plates and placed into the heart of a low-burning charcoal hearth, where the temperature was maintained with incredible precision and patience. Rather than allowing the metals to reach their true melting points, which would have caused the liquid metals to mix chaotically into a uniform alloy, the heat was kept just below the threshold of liquefaction. At this precise thermal sweet spot, a physical phenomenon known as solid-state diffusion occurred, where the atoms of copper and silver began to vibrate and migrate across the shared boundaries of the stacked sheets. This atomic movement created a permanent, unified weld throughout the entire block, while preserving the distinct color, thickness, and individual identity of every single layer within the fused billet. Once the fused billet had cooled slowly within the quiet sanctuary of the workshop, the master smith transitioned from the fire of the hearth to the quiet precision of the carving bench. Taking fine, hand-forged steel chisels, small gouges, and rounded punches, Denbei Shomi began to deliberately carve into the flat, layered surface of the solid metallic block. He created shallow channels, gentle circular depressions, and undulating gouges that cut down through the top strata, exposing the alternating bands of silver and copper hidden within the core of the billet. After this precise carving was complete, the billet was subjected to patient annealing, gently heating the metal once more to relieve internal stress before being hammered with soft wooden mallets or passed through smooth hand-cranked rollers to slowly flatten the carved relief back down into a smooth, even sheet. As the indented areas were pressed flat, the lower layers of contrasting metal were pushed upward to the surface, unfurling into intricate, swirling lines, soft waves, and subtle concentric rings. The resulting visual effect was astonishing, as the rigid metallic surface transformed into a delicate tapestry that perfectly mirrored the soft, flowing grain of natural wood. The growth rings of ancient forest trees, or the gentle ripples moving across a quiet, undisturbed body of water. This remarkable artistic tradition became known as Moche, a poetic term translating to wood-grain metal, reflecting the profound synthesis between human ingenuity and the timeless aesthetics of the natural world. The technique allowed the craftsman to capture the illusion of soft, organic growth within the enduring structure of solid metal, creating surfaces that seemed almost alive as they caught and reflected the soft, ambient light of the surrounding room. The invention of Moche represented a timeless bridge between the physical science of metallurgy and the Japanese aesthetic philosophy of finding profound beauty in organic, natural forms. As the technique was passed down through generations of dedicated artisans, it found its most celebrated expression in the crafting of tsuba, the decorative handguards of traditional swords, as well as ceremonial tea items, small incense boxes, and personal ornaments. Each finished piece was entirely unique, as the subtle variation in hand carving guaranteed that no two patterns of copper and silver could ever be identical. When one holds an object of Moche, there is a quiet, meditative joy in observing how the warm, reddish tones of the copper intermingle with the serene moonlight sheen of the silver, creating a harmonious balance of warmth and coolness that deepens over time as the copper slowly develops a soft, mellow patina. The boundaries between the metals are not harsh or rigid. Rather, due to the subtle diffusion of atoms during furnace heating, the transition between colors possesses a soft, painterly quality that invites a quiet, lingering gaze. In the peaceful solitude of the evening workshop, as the final coals of the forge slowly darkened to ash, and the mountain breeze whistled gently through the rafters, the artisan could look upon the completed work with a sense of calm fulfillment. The heavy, noisy work of classical blacksmithing was replaced by a gentle, soothing artistry where fire, earth, and human patience united to produce works of quiet wonder. As the night settles over the quiet valley, the memory of this gentle craft remains, a comforting reminder of how heat and stillness can transform cold elements into objects of soft, enduring harmony, inviting the mind to rest in peaceful tranquility. As the twilight of the 16th century quietly yielded to the 17th, the craft of metalworking began to turn away from the turbulent, variable fires of the medieval bloomery toward a more patient and enclosed discipline of thermal transformation along the gentle slopes and winding riverbanks of Newcastle upon Tyne in northern England. Early industrial hearths sent up soft, pale columns of gray smoke into the cool ocean air, marking a subtle shift in how humanity coaxed strength and resilience from raw iron. For generations, blacksmiths had known that iron brought to a bright white-hot glow over an open forge fire could absorb a tiny measure of carbon from burning charcoal, gaining hardness along its outer surface. Yet this ancient surface hardening was often fleeting, uneven, and bound to the unpredictable breath of manual bellows to achieve a metal that was uniformly resilient throughout its entire volume, neither as soft and malleable as simple wrought iron, nor as brittle as high-carbon pig iron. Craftsmen realized they needed to isolate the metal entirely within a quiet, sealed sanctuary of heat where carbon could perform its work undisturbed by atmospheric oxygen or flying ash. In these early masonry structures, built with thick walls of local coarse sandstone designed to retain immense thermal mass, the furnace was no longer a place of roaring winds and rapid hammering, but rather a slow, soothing oven where time itself became a key constituent of the alloy. The ambient sounds of the workshop softened into a steady, rhythmic thrum. Fuel was fed with measured care, and the heavy stone structures held high temperatures for weeks without interruption, creating an environment of deep, uninterrupted calm, where the internal crystalline structure of the metal could gradually reorganize itself at an atomic level. Outside, the seasons shifted softly past the stone workshop walls, morning mist rising off the river Tyne, gentle midday rain falling over green hillsides, and evening shadows lengthening across stacks of carefully aged timber, while inside, held in total darkness beneath layers of refractory clay, iron bars lay suspended in a bed of pure carbon powder, resting in complete stillness while the gentle heat worked its patient magic upon their solid metallic frames. At the center of this quiet transformation lay the cementation furnace, a tall, conical brick and stone structure housing twin chests crafted from dense, fireproof stone, engineered to endure relentless heat without cracking or admitting outside air. Within these quiet stone chambers, artisan steelmakers developed a meticulous method of layering that transformed ordinary iron into a material of extraordinary consistency and structural integrity. Around 1600 CE in Newcastle, England, steelmakers packed soft iron bars with pulverized birch charcoal inside sealed stone chests, baking them at 1,100 degrees C for 14 days so carbon vapor could slowly infuse into the solid metal lattice to form smooth blister steel. This delicate soaking process relied on the subtle physics of solid-state diffusion, where iron never once melted into a liquid state, but remained completely solid throughout the entire fortnight of intense heating. As the temperature inside the stone chests stabilized near 1100 degrees Celsius, the pulverized birch charcoal released invisible carbon monoxide gas within the confined microenvironment of the sealed vessel. At these elevated thermal energies, the face-centered cubic lattice of austenite within the iron expanded just enough to allow individual carbon atoms to detach from the gaseous medium and slip gently into the interstitial gaps between iron atoms. Day after day, as the fires were maintained with steady, unhurried attention by night watchmen and furnace keepers, the carbon front crept deeper into the core of each rectangular bar, migrating at a rate of mere millimeters over several days. When carbon monoxide molecules interacted with tiny inclusions of iron silicate slag remaining from the original refining process, small pockets of carbon monoxide gas expanded near the outer skin of the metal, creating characteristic raised surface bubbles or blisters upon cooling. Though these raised markings gave the raw bars their traditional name, the underlying structural change was one of remarkable refinement, turning soft, fibrous wrought iron into a high-carbon alloy capable of holding a keen, durable edge once forged. The choice of birch charcoal provided a particularly clean, low-ash carbon source, free from the harmful sulfur impurities that often plagued coal-fired operations, ensuring that the resulting steel possessed a uniform grain and pristine purity unmatched by earlier forge methods. The beauty of the cementation process rested in its profound stillness, a quiet dance of atoms occurring deep within a solid matrix, without the violent agitation of melting or pouring. As the 14 days drew toward their close, the heat within the Newcastle furnaces was gradually allowed to subside, initiating a slow, multi-day cooling cycle that was as crucial to the metal's integrity as the baking itself. If the stone chests were opened too rapidly, thermal shock could fracture the dense sandstone or induce unwanted internal stresses within the newly formed steel lattice. And so, the artisans allowed the heavy structures to radiate their stored warmth slowly into the evening air inside the dark chests. As the temperature gently descended through critical transformation points, the carbon atoms settled into stable carbide structures, forming microscopic plates of cementite interleaved with soft ferrite to create the soothing, wave-like microscopic pattern known as perlite. When the sealed chests were finally unsealed and the iron bars lifted out into the pale northern sunlight, their surfaces gleamed with a distinctive pebbled texture of metallic blisters. Yet their inner substance had been thoroughly renewed, elevated from simple iron to a versatile, high-grade steel. These blistered bars could then be broken, stacked into neat bundles, reheated in a smaller hearth, and welded together under the gentle, rhythmic cadence of a water-powered tilt hammer, a process that folded away the surface irregularities and distributed the carbon even more homogeneously to produce what metalworkers called shear steel. This refined metal became the prized foundation for edge tools, fine woodworking chisels, surgical instruments, and clockwork springs across Europe, enabling horologists and instrument makers to build mechanisms of unprecedented precision and reliability. To stand beside a Newcastle furnace at the turn of the 17th century was to witness a harmonious synthesis of earth, wood, fire, and time, a testament to human patience, where raw iron was not forced by violent blows, but invited through gentle, sustained warmth to absorb the quiet strength of birch trees harvested from nearby northern forests. As night falls quietly over the peaceful banks of the River Tyne, the last glowing embers of the cementation hearth slowly dim into soft gray ashes, casting a gentle, warm light across the quiet stone workshop floor. The heavy iron bars, now rich with infused carbon, and resting silently in their cooling racks, hold within their metallic structure the quiet labor of 14 days of steady, unwavering warmth. The breezes off the North Sea rustle softly through the surrounding treetops, carrying away the faint scent of birch wood smoke into the vast, darkening sky above. All is quiet in the forge tonight. The heavy hammers are silent. The bellows are at rest, and the long, patient journey of iron into steel pauses under the watchful glow of the stars, inviting a deep, restorative, and tranquil sleep. As we journey deeper into the long and tranquil history of metalworking, we find that the mastery of steel has always rested upon a foundation of profound patience, quiet observation, and an intimate understanding of element and flame. Long before industrial fires rose above busy modern cities, metalworking was an art deeply attuned to the natural rhythms of the earth, where artisans listened to the gentle murmur of running water and watched the subtle shifts of color within open hearths in the quiet, mist-shrouded valleys of East Asia. This sacred dialogue between human hands and raw stone reached an extraordinary level of refinement. Smelters understood that to coax true strength from the soil, one could not hurry the fire, nor force the transformation through violence or haste. Instead, the process was treated as a gentle, extended meditation, spanning days and nights of unbroken devotion. The raw materials themselves were gathered directly from nature's quietest edges, fine, dense particles of magnetite weathered from distant mountains and washed down by mountain streams over centuries, settling peacefully along riverbanks. Along the Hiyakawa River in ancient Japan, smelters built temporary clay tatara * furnaces from river silt to refine black iron sand, feeding pine charcoal continuously for 3 days, until the escaping flames turned a soft, pale plum blossom pink to signal the steel bloom was ready. This low, rectangular structure of dried mud and straw was constructed afresh for each burn, rooted in the very earth from which its iron had come. Inside its low-breathing chamber, the temperature rose gently, sustained by the constant, rhythmic movement of hand-operated bellows that drew in the cool night air and exhaled a steady draft into the glowing bed of coals. For 72 unbroken hours, shifts of dedicated craftsmen tended the fire without rest, gently scattering layer after layer of the dark, shimmering iron sand over the white-hot embers. They watched the chimney with quiet, practiced eyes, learning to read the language of the hearth through tiny shifts in heat, smoke, and light. When that elusive, delicate shade of plum blossom finally appeared above the clay rim. It signaled that the carbon from the pine wood had fused perfectly with the iron, forming a spongy, high-carbon bloom known as *Tamahaggane*. Within this glowing mass lay a tapestry of varying steel qualities, ready to be broken, hand-sorted, folded, and forged into blades of legendary resilience and beauty. The process was as harmonious as it was precise, relying not on mechanical gauges or modern sensors, but on an unbroken tradition of sensory awareness passed down through generations of quiet hearthkeepers. Across the ocean and through the passage of centuries, the search for absolute consistency in steel took a different, yet equally quiet and focused path in the artisan workshops of Western Europe. In the early 18th century, steel was widely produced through processes of cementation, where iron bars were packed with charcoal in stone chests and heated for days until carbon absorbed into their outer layers. Yet, this blister steel, as it was known, remained inherently uneven, pitted with tiny air pockets, brittle veins, and irregular distributions of carbon that made it difficult to work into microscopic precision. For most blacksmiths and tool makers of the era, such minor imperfections were tolerable. But for those whose craft depended on absolute structural perfection, these subtle flaws were a constant source of frustration. Clockmakers, in particular, required steel of uniform flexibility and strength for the delicate mainsprings and balance springs that regulated the steady, rhythmic passage of time. A single microscopic void or trace of brittle slag inside a watch spring could cause it to snap unexpectedly, halting the quiet heartbeat of a timepiece. It was this quiet quest for temporal precision that drove a Quaker clockmaker to look beyond traditional blacksmithing methods and reimagine how steel might be melted and purified from within. Working in total secrecy, experimenting with intense heats that pushed the boundaries of contemporary metallurgy, he sought to bring steel into a fully liquid state, a feat many believed impossible given the immense thermal energy required to melt iron alloys. Around 1740 in Sheffield, England, clockmaker Benjamin Huntsman melted raw steel bars inside sealed fireclay crucibles at 1,600 degrees C, skimming off floating glass slag to produce the Western world's first completely homogeneous cast crucible steel. Huntsman recognized that to withstand such extraordinary temperatures without cracking or contaminating the melt, he needed to craft specialized vessels from refractory clay found in the local hills. Inside these tightly closed clay pots, placed deep within coke-fired wind furnaces, the steel bars softened, liquefied, and rested in a calm, glowing bath of liquid metal. Because the crucibles were sealed against the direct draft of fuel and air, no unwanted oxygen could react with the metal, allowing impurities and light silicates to separate naturally and float gracefully to the surface as a glassy scum. Once skimmed clean by the artisan's long iron tools, the radiant liquid metal was poured smoothly into cast iron molds, cooling into dense, flawless ingots of unparalleled purity and grain structure. This breakthrough in crucible casting transformed Sheffield from a quiet northern market town into the world's preeminent center of fine steelmaking, establishing a legacy of craftsmanship that would endure for generations. The crucible steel produced in Huntsman's quiet foundry possessed a silky, tight grain and an unwavering density that allowed it to be ground to a mirror finish and tempered to an exact resilience. Watchmakers across Europe soon marveled at the smooth, dependable tick of springs crafted from this new metal, while razor makers, surgeons, and woodworkers sought out Sheffield steel for tools that held a keen, silky edge through years of continuous use. Beyond its immediate practical applications, Huntsman's invention represented a fundamental shift in how human beings understood the internal structure of metals. By taking raw, heterogeneous bars of steel and bringing them through a state of complete fluid transformation, he demonstrated that metal could be cleansed of its historical memory, its internal seams, slag inclusions, and structural variations, and reborn as a pristine, unified material. The furnace fires of Sheffield, like the clay Tatara hearths along the Hiakawa River, revealed that true mastery over metal required both intense physical energy and a gentle, contemplative stewardship of the process. In both traditions, the artisan stood as a patient mediator between earth, air, fuel, and time, coaxing order out of raw chaos through careful observation and respect for natural laws. Whether watching for the faint pink glow above a clay furnace in ancient Japan, or monitoring the white-hot crucible pits of 18th century England, smelters learned that the highest expression of their craft lay not in forcing the metal, but in creating the exact conditions under which it could find its own perfect equilibrium. As night falls over these historic landscapes of fire and stone, the old hearths cool into a quiet rest, leaving behind a legacy of strength, precision, and quiet beauty that continues to shape our world in soft, enduring harmony. As our long journey through the history of metalworking comes to its peaceful and natural close, we reflect upon the vast arc of human ingenuity and our deep, abiding relationship with the elements of the earth. Across thousands of years, humans have watched fire and stone interact, slowly learning to listen to the subtle, quiet language of metals. In the earliest days, long before the first high-heat furnaces were constructed, ancient artisans gathered native copper from cool riverbeds and shallow gravel deposits, marveling at how this soft, sun-warmed metal could be shaped by gentle hand hammering without breaking. As generations passed, craftspeople observed that heating the worked metal in low charcoal fires, a delicate process we now know as annealing, softened its internal crystal structure, allowing it to be reshaped again and again into intricate ornaments decorative pins, and simple, durable household tools. This fundamental understanding opened the door to the Bronze Age, an era defined by the harmonious blending of soft copper with rare tin. In quiet workshops scattered across the ancient Mediterranean and Asia, metallurgists poured glowing, liquid bronze into hand-carved stone and clay molds, watching as the molten alloy cooled into brilliant, golden-hued axes, mirrors, and ritual vessels that rang with clear, soothing tones when struck. When the secret of extracting iron from reddish rock was eventually unlocked, it brought a profound evolution in human craft, requiring hotter bloomery fires, heavier stone anvils, and greater patience. Yet, whether crafting a bronze sickle in ancient Mesopotamia, forging an iron plowshare in classical antiquity, or rolling out modern structural steel beams in quiet, vast industrial mills, the underlying essence of metalworking has always remained grounded in nature. Metal is simply borrowed earth, temporarily elevated by heat and human intention, and destined always to remain connected to the quiet world from which it sprang. In these peaceful hours of the night, as we look back across the centuries, we see that the history of metalworking is not merely a chronicle of technological advancement, but a quiet meditation on human patience, material transformation, and the timeless beauty of the natural world. In the mist-shrouded wetlands and quiet forests of early northern Europe, this relationship between craft and nature assumed a uniquely serene and harmonious form. Long before deep mine shafts were carved into rocky mountainsides, or heavy quarries broke the tranquil silence of the hills, early northern European blacksmiths harvested bog iron from quiet peat marshes, where microscopic Gallionella bacteria gently concentrated dissolved iron into soft rust nuggets along submerged moss roots, removing any need to mine underground rock. Deep within the calm, dark waters of these peat bogs, a slow and silent biological alchemy unfolded over decades and centuries, as mineral-rich groundwater filtered down through thick layers of decaying sphagnum moss and rich organic soil. It dissolved trace amounts of iron from the underlying glacial clays, carrying the metal in invisible liquid form through the wetland ecosystem. There, in the dim, oxygen-poor depths of the marsh, colonies of microscopic Gallionella bacteria thrived along the submerged roots of living mosses and reed grasses. These tiny organisms processed the dissolved iron as part of their natural metabolic cycle, gently converting it into insoluble iron oxide, a soft, reddish-brown rust that slowly deposited around the tangled plant roots, season after season, as golden autumn leaves drifted onto the surface of the marsh ponds, and winter snows blanketed the quiet reed beds. These rust deposits accumulated layer by layer, solidifying into porous, pea-sized nodules and soft, cake-like slabs known as bog iron ore. when local blacksmiths needed raw metal for their hearths. They did not arrive with heavy pickaxes, iron wedges, or destructive tools. Instead, they walked softly into the quiet marshes during the dry summer months, using simple wooden spades to lift the top sod and gently gathering the soft, iron-rich nuggets directly from the damp mud. Because this ore was already broken down into small, porous pieces and contained very few harsh, stony impurities, it could be smelted at relatively low temperatures in simple, hand-built clay bloomery furnaces, fueled by local hardwood charcoal. The gentle, fragrant smoke from these small marshland hearths drifted lazily into the gray Scandinavian skies, leaving the surrounding wetlands unharmed and free to continue their silent creation of iron for generations to come. As the evening deepens and the surrounding landscape settles into quiet shadow, the intense heat of the forge gradually dissipates, leaving behind a tranquil and ambient warmth that fills the quiet room. Steel, which we often perceive as the rigid, unyielding spine of modern bridges, railways, and architecture, carries within its microscopic structure a delicate and peaceful balance. When steel is forged and tempered, iron atoms arrange themselves into elegant geometric lattices, accommodating tiny amounts of carbon within their crystal grids to create strength without brittleness. When hot steel is allowed to cool slowly in the quiet air of a workshop, these atoms gently settle into their preferred low-energy configurations, forming soft, alternating layers of pure iron and iron carbide, known as perlite. If you stand in a silent smithy late at night, when the leather bellows have ceased their rhythmic breathing, and the charcoal embers have dwindled to a soft, glowing red ash beneath the cooling grate, you can sometimes hear the subtle, musical ticking of cooling metal as it contracts. This gentle sound is the physical expression of internal stresses relaxing. As the metal adjusts to the cool, ambient temperature of the room and reaches structural equilibrium, the heavy steel anvils, which resounded with energetic, rhythmic hammer strikes throughout the busy working day, now rest in complete and restful silence. The long iron tongs, hand-forged chisels, and heavy sledges hang neatly along wooden racks, their polished surfaces catching the dim, warm amber light of the dying hearth. Across the centuries, every piece of metal ever crafted, from ancient bronze daggers buried in green earth mounds to modern steel girders supporting quiet suspension bridges across calm bays, eventually enters this state of enduring permanence. Over long spans of time, exposed steel slowly oxidizes, returning its borrowed iron to the soil in a gentle cycle of natural conservation where nothing is wasted, no energy is lost, and all matter eventually finds its place of rest. Now, as midnight approaches and complete silence envelops the land, we can let our thoughts rest upon the quiet beauty and deep continuity of this ancient craft. The long arc of metalworking, spanning the golden luster of ancient bronze, the rustic strength of forged iron, and the refined elegance of modern steel, resolves into a calm and peaceful stillness. The forge fire has faded into a bed of soft, gray ash that holds only a faint, comforting whisper of warmth. Outside the workshop window, a soft, nocturnal breeze passes gently through the wetland reeds, stirring the calm surface of the peat marsh, where microscopic bacteria continue their silent, invisible work beneath the moonlight, patiently laying down the seeds of iron for centuries yet to come. The heavy wooden doors of the timber smithy are closed against the cool night air, and all the tools of human creation are held in peaceful repose. There are no more fires to tend in the hearth, no molten alloys to pour into stone molds, and no heavy iron hammers to swing against the anvil. The world outside sleeps soundly beneath a vast canopy of brilliant, quiet stars that have watched over human makers since the very first copper fire was kindled on a riverbank long ago. Every element has returned to quiet balance. Every metal has found its restful, lasting stillness. As the quiet darkness folds gently around us, we can drift off to sleep, cradled by the soft, enduring peace of the earth and the calm, steady rhythm of time.